I request you to please take your seats. The session is about to start. Shiv?
May I request you to take the seat? Please, can you take the seat, sir? Very warm welcome to everyone. Very good morning. Thank you. So today we are here to deliberate on the national workshop on neutral digital connectivity infrastructure, which is commonly called as a DCI in the building. So we'll discuss here why we are here, what we will learn, what is our overall program we are going to have it here, and what will be the deliberations, from where we are getting the speakers from the diverse fields. We are supported by the various organizations, so we'll deliberate on all these things. See, this program by the Broadband India Forum, which is a leading think tank, all of you know, of the India, we have been supported for this event particularly by Ministry of Housing, Urban Development Affairs, MoHUA, commonly known as, then Bureau of Indian Standard, BIS, and we have the Department of Telecom. So all the three major ministries who have the stake or who have been facilitating and the policy making bodies, all they are supporting this event. So similarly, on the eminent speakers, they have been drawn from the various we can say the stakeholders or the various people who are involved into it. We have basically we have selected it from the various quarters, where is academia, is industry, developers, government, policymakers, the implementers, from the field, from the headquarters. So we have tried our best to put the best content, and you will learn a lot of things from the expert. I will not take much time, just give a briefing, and I will tell what you are going to get through this. What will be the main deliverables or the outcome of this event? I welcome Suresh sir, please Suresh. I welcome Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Sri T.V. Ramachandran sir, then Anil sir, Umang sir, and all the eminent speakers and the personalities, audience, everyone. Now, I will request sir, may I request Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean of the Planning and Development, School of Planning and Architecture. Now, I will request our keynote address speaker, the Sri Tejpal Singh, who is advisor of the TRI on the quality of services. Tejpal Singh sir. May I also request Sri Mohit Lohani, country head of the Mojak. Sri Vishal Bahari, CEO of the RenNext. Sri Kaushik Gupta, CDO of the Crash Digital. Sri Rahul Tyagi, Managing Director, RTA Private Limited. Our first session will be on the quality of experience of DCI in building consumer perspective. So the objective of this session is we should learn why we are here, why we need the DCI within the buildings. So why we need DCI in the buildings? So you will understand, they will give you the customer perspective, they will give you how the government is planning to is having the roadmap in order to implement the DCI. So different aspects you will be learning from this session. So in the beginning, I will start with a keynote address for this curtain raiser, which is quality of experience of DCI in buildings and the consumer perspective. Allow me to invite Sri Tejpal Singh, Advisor, Quality of Service, TRI, to deliberate on this. Sri Tejpal Singh is an ITS officer of 1995 batch, currently working as an advisor to the in the Quality of Service at TRI. Worked in BSNL until 2010, planning, implementation, key aspect projects, convergent billing, intelligent network systems. He joined UIDAI headquarters in 2010 for technology division. He assisted planning, procurement, rollout of UIDAI technology solutions, assisted in the rollout of BharatNet project. He had worked for NetGrid. He has handled licensing related matter in the data. Now he's handling the quality of service, and he's one of the instrumental in the rating of the buildings. He has been working. So can you put the presentation up? So you can see the eminent speakers in this session. Now we'll put the presentation, sir, and then we'll allow to give a keynote, sir. Thank you. Tejpal Singh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar, for kind introduction. Respected dignitaries present here, Session Chair Dr. P.S.N. Rao, co-panelists on the dais, represented from the service provider and property developers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to compliment Broadband India Forum for organizing this national workshop and bringing all stakeholders on the same platform. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to interact with such a diverse group consisting of visionary leaders, standard-setting organizations, policymakers, architects, and most importantly, builders and their association, who can really be the torchbearer in providing digital connectivity in buildings for truly global consumer experience in our country. Whether we accept it or not, almost all of us might have felt the need for better indoor digital connectivity at some point of time. And today, we have all the responsible stakeholders in this hall. I am sure that workshop will enable enhanced collaboration among the stakeholders and bring positive impact on in building digital connectivity in our country. As per the estimates, 70% of the internet data consumption is inside the buildings. Therefore, consumer view of quality of service is heavily influenced by their in-building experience of digital connectivity. On the contrary, service providers generally analyze their network for street-level coverage. Therefore, there is an urgent need to bridge the gap between actual consumer experience and service providers' view of consumer experience. Unlike in developed countries, the issue of poor mobile connectivity is more pronounced in India due to lower level of wired broadband penetration. In developed countries, high density of wired broadband connectivity reduce dependency upon mobile network, especially inside the buildings. Enhanced digital connectivity is essential to maximize the efficiency of how building operates, be it office or residential, and irrespective of its age. In the age of smart everything, the smart building requires sensors such as those to measure occupancy, energy, water, and which depend on the robust and reliable digital connectivity. Improved building standards and more sustainable buildings designs are providing energy efficient new buildings with healthier and more productive environment. But use of higher quality of insulation, materials and new styles of glass are particularly impermeable to the mobile signals, which make in-building solution an essential requirement for seamless mobile coverage. While cellular mobile calls in 4G, 5G networks can be made over Wi-Fi network, its adoption is lagging in our country. Many of the European telecom service providers are offloading up to 8 to 10% of 4G voice traffic on Wi-Fi for seamless voice experience to the consumers. telecom service provider in India need to revisit their strategy and optimize the Wi-Fi offloading to provide better consumer experience, especially inside the buildings. Improving connectivity can of course be a particular challenge when retrofitting into an older building as a part of updating a working environment, but it is essential to ensure that buildings doesn't become obsolete. Improving mobile connectivity helps retain or improve a building's competitive advantage, facilitates hybrid working, which boosts desirability of building and increases the building's value. I will summarize with in Wired Score, a digital connectivity certification from the firm references a 5% uplift in rental values for digitally connected buildings. During COVID time, we all have understood the importance of digital connectivity. In post-COVID era, digital connectivity has become more of a utility service like electricity and water. Architects and builders provision space for an electricity transformer, electricity distribution points, meters, and also provide state-of-art electric lighting. But unfortunately, DCI, or if I make say digital lighting, is still considered to be the sole responsibility of telecom service providers. For digital lighting of a building, similar close collaboration amongst service providers, architects, builders, and of course consumers is essential to ensure our buildings are free from digital dark spots. Therefore, DCI should be considered as an essential requirement and should be made as an integral part of any project. We are already seeing such trends in different cities, especially in premium category of buildings. This trend needs to be accelerated to cover all categories of buildings through collaborative efforts of stakeholders. To enable standardized development and implementation of digital connectivity infrastructure, TRI is coming up with an evaluation rating framework. We have issued a consultation paper on 27th September 2023 with draft regulations around rating framework, rating methodology, and relevant parameters. The comments on consultation paper and draft regulations are quite positive and encouraging. The consultation paper and comments are available on TRI website, and I request all stakeholders to have a look on those framework, and we can consider your suggestion if there is any. Globally, there is only one major evaluation and rating framework dedicated for digital connectivity, run by Wired Score. This rating agency is operating in multiple countries and regions, including USA, Canada, Australia, Europe, Middle East. Wired Score provides certification in home, office, and mixed-use neighborhood segments. They primarily target the most premium segment of business and hospitality domain. Wired Score will be entering soon in Indian market. Also, they are considering India as a optimal market for their level of rating. Wired Score will be entering soon in Indian market, so we will have an option for that. But the objective of TRI rating framework is to provide trustworthy and affordable rating to the buildings for digital connectivity. This initiative of TRI is one of its kind globally by any regulator or the government. The objective of framework is to encourage proactive and collaborative approach among stakeholders for improving status of digital connectivity inside the building at affordable cost to improve quality of digital infrastructure in the country. We have grown seeing an ad depicting to be a complete man, one need to wear at least two-pieced suit. We all remember that. Similarly, we can't have a complete building without wired and wireless digital connectivity. Hope we will soon see similar innovative ads for complete buildings with DCI as an USP. On behalf of TRI, I solicit your wholehearted support for making the proposed rating framework a success and show the way to the world. So I will just have a quick view of what we have recommended. So this rating framework, these are the main stakeholders, and we all need to collaborate because this cannot be done by any one stakeholders. So we have government authorities, we need to put framework and legal requirement in place. Then digital connectivity rating agencies, which will be onboarded on the tribe framework. Then property managers who are the owners or developers of the buildings. Then service providers. Then consumer, of course, so just like the electricity, we don't think that somebody else has to provide lighting in our homes. Similarly, we need to educate consumers that this is your own requirement, so you have to collaborate with the service providers, just like we collaborate with the electricity agency or water supply agency or gas agency now. Similarly, infrastructure providers or DCIP, they will have the bigger role in the whole framework. Broadly, the rating framework as proposed in the draft regulations, that includes compliance to, first, the basic requirement is compliance to model building bylaws, and then innovation in civil and electrical infra for DCI, DCI resilience. So if how you have provisioned your DCI infrastructure so that it can withstand the unforeseen situations. Future readiness, so how it can be upgraded as and when the technology changes. Then provision for wired connectivity, whether fiber or Ethernet fitting is available. Provision for wireless connectivity infra, presence of service providers, and then user experience. So we have tried to capture the holistic perspective when we consider for the providing rating to the buildings. So broadly, this is the framework. This will be completely digital framework. You can register on this portal, digital platform. Then the rating agency will, you can select the rating agency. You can then, the rating agency will do the due diligence at the stage 1. After due diligence, that input will be provided to the building or property owner. Then he can work on those shortcomings if there are any. Then next due diligence stage 2, then award of rating. Then subsequently, after the expiry period, you can renew the rating, and then revised rating can be given that this. So similarly, this whole cycle, complete life cycle management is proposed. And of course, I will end with this. This is the building, and then this is a smart building with digital connectivity with wired and wireless. So I wish the workshop a grand success, and hope BIFA will take this novel initiative to measure cities and state capitals to increase awareness among the stakeholders across India. Thank you once again for your time and patience.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a enlightening insight of the DCI, the rating of building, the consumer experience you have given is really amazing. You have told the collaboration. Without the collaboration, that's what also we have tried here to bring the various stakeholders. The collaboration is going to make a difference, or it's going to only that which is going to implement this thing. Without this, it's not possible. You rightly said the wired penetration inside the buildings is very less, but I will say even the wireless is almost in India, not only in the buildings, if you talk about rural everywhere, so wireless has to be equally. You rightly said the Wi-Fi upload is going to, basically in India, the mindset has to change, very rightly put, sir. We have to take care of the dark spots inside the buildings, which is not the at present focus. For the outside the buildings, we have number of standards. We have basically very focused from the TRI and all the stakeholders, even from the operators. But focus inside the buildings is almost negligible at this moment. So that is the prime objective of this workshop. Keeping in mind, we want to bring the awareness among the various stakeholders. We are with you, sir. We will support fully. And thank you very much. In order to make the future-ready buildings, smart buildings, we are with you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So now I'll request, I'll introduce first our session chair, Dr. P.S.N. Rao. So he is an educationist and academic leader, urban researcher for 3.5 decades of experience he had. Had been a director of the SPA, School of Planning and Architecture, and after completing his term of 5 years, now he is Dean Planning and Development. He had been chairman of the DUAC, Delhi Urban Art Commission under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. He is a C-suite university leader. He is trained as an architect, engineer, urban planner, and registered with the Council of the Architecture. So, sir, welcome, sir. I'll also introduce the co-panelist who will be with Dr. P.S. Rao, sir. Mohit Lohani. Mohit Lohani is the country head of the Mojak. We call him one of the rating men. So because he does a lot of work outside the country in the rating of the buildings, with the 25 plus years of experience in the telecom and IT, multiple role in the consultant, sales, marketing, and the engineering. He's presently co-founder of Mojak and general manager of India, a specialist in measuring of the quality of experience. That's what we are talking on this subject, quality of experience of application and telecom networks. Worked on platform using the cutting edge technologies with more than 30 plus clients across the globe. That's what he's working on. So let us have a big applause for him. Vishal Bahari, he is the CEO of the Rennext. Vishal is renowned for having effectively led and managed Radius Infertile Private Limited, has experience in variety of industries including office automation, real estate, most notably FTTS business. He has worked with the companies including Xerox, Hitachi, Fun Cinemas, Radius Infertile, Franchise India. Vishal has demonstrated credibility in the areas of the acquisition, contract negotiation, and the management. He possesses comprehensive 360-degree experience in the directing corporate. Welcome, Vishal. Kaushik Gupta. He is the CTO, Crash Digital Private Limited. With more than 3 decades of the experience, has worked across geographies as CTO, head planning and project management. He has also associated with the Alcatel-Lucent and CCI Canada. In a brief stint in the NUL, he was engaged with the leading government customers like BSNL, MTNL, Railways, GAIL, and the ONGC. He has rich experience in the wireline and the mobile technologies, microwave, so all the diverse, including the fiber. Last but not least, Rahul Tyagi. So let us welcome Rahul Tyagi. Rahul Tyagi is one of the implementer of the various projects, the large projects. He has implemented central government employee welfare housing organization projects. He is the one, the very well-known building in Delhi, Dr. Ambedkar International Center at Janpath, which is adjacent to the Meridian Hotel. So he is the one who had been the architect for this, and this building have got the International Design Award. So let us give a big applause. With over 20 years of the on practice, a GREHA certified green building evaluator and trainer, he has designed various projects. His philosophy is to create sustainable buildings with a new architect language. So welcome, sir. And now I'll give the floor to Dr. P.S. Rao, sir. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shivkumar. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and the panelists who have assembled here. I think this is a very important and topical area. Digital connectivity, I think we look for it 24/7. In fact, we are often told that digital connectivity is actually even robbing us of our sleep. But nevertheless, we need connectivity all the time and at all places, irrespective of whether the building is a school for children, or is it a hospital where complicated procedures are happening, or maybe a scientific building where researchers and scientists are working, or maybe a university, or it could be any office, any bank, in fact, any and every building requires a digital connectivity of a reasonably high degree of sophistication. Now, you will all recall the days when the internet started penetrating. Today, we are one of those countries where the internet penetration is very, very high. And in fact, there are figures, I don't have to remind you, about the relationship between digital connectivity and contribution to GDP, which is very, very positive. So, whatever be the device, I think every one of us has a device in our hand, if not more than one, at least one. Whether it is the servant lady coming to the house or to the building, to the office, anywhere, whether it is school children, whether it is workers, every one of us are having handheld devices. It can be laptops, it can be pads, it can be mobiles. And then what are we using it for? Not just for buying food and transferring some money here and there, but then for highly sophisticated activities. So there is a lot of data that is being transmitted, and without that you can't actually work today in an office. Without digital connectivity, everything comes to a standstill, and therefore it is becoming very, very important. Are we becoming more and more dependent on digital connectivity is another matter, but then the fact of the matter is that if you have to maintain buildings, large parking lots, what have you, and shopping malls and security systems, monitoring the building services, for all of these you require a lot of connectivity of a high degree. This connectivity is not just within the building, but also within a group of buildings, maybe in the plot of land, and going further in a market, in a colony, in an area, in a neighborhood, whether it is commercial, institutional, residential, or whatever it be. So therefore, we also have to remember that we need to adapt to changing technology, because we have all seen that when these technologies started coming in, first generation, second generation, and so on. So even today, we find that we are amidst a large number of wires hanging all over the place whenever we talk about technology, and then walls being punctured here and there, and you are having all kinds of equipment which we have not designed for, except for a few buildings which are designed perhaps by people like Rahul Tyagi. Most of our buildings are actually retrofitted with digital technology infrastructure, and therefore we really don't know where to put what. I will recall some time ago when I was in the Delhi Urban Commission, we had the entire New Delhi NDMC area, we had to make it Wi-Fi connectivity, and these poles where the equipment was supposed to be put was to be put at several places. So the question was that where do we install this huge equipment? Some of it, sorry to say, is rather ugly, and where do we actually put it? So can we put it in the service lanes? In the central NDMC area, there are a lot of service lanes where you can put a lot of this equipment. But then you also have a lot of green cover, a lot of trees, and sustainability enthusiasts are saying that you are not supposed to cut down the trees. So there are so many issues, and while we are talking about green rating of buildings, we are also now talking about digital rating of buildings, because that will also tell you what kind of a tenant that you are going to get. Because he will, when he is examining, should I take on lease 2 lakh square feet, 50,000 square feet for my office or for my whatever equipment, for whatever purpose I need to, then I will not only look at the green rating of the building, I will also look at the digital rating of the building, and maybe that is how the lease rentals are going to be decided in the days to come. So there are all these issues. And we have, of course, building bylaws which regulate various kinds of things that need to go into a building. But now we need to also incorporate the digital part of it. When we have building, we also have standards. We have a national building code. And Suresh ji is here. He is looking after a complete revamp and modernization of the national building code. And hopefully next year, the revised, updated, modernized national building code is going to come out. So he has just now said that we are going to incorporate a full-fledged chapter on this digital connectivity. So with these opening remarks, let's now move to our very experienced persons in the IT sector. We have Mr. Vishal Bahari, Rahul Tyagi, Mohit Lohani, and Kaushik Gupta. I've got some questions for you, and we will perhaps do 2 rounds if we have the time available with us. So the first question is addressed to Mr. Vishal Bahari, who is the COO of RA Next. How important is reliable internet access for daily activities within the building? Well, I think we all know the answer, but then we want to hear it from you. Mr. Vishal, how important is reliable internet access for daily activities? In your own words, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rao, and good morning to all. You see, when it comes to the reliability of the internet in these days, I think it has to start from plus. I mean, gone are the days when we could rate it from somewhere from 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's something completely ruled out today. And when again Mr. Rao and Mr. Singh has already, I think, laid the platform for all of us to build upon it. When it comes to buildings, the reliability factor, irrespective of our home environments, our office environments, and I would say somewhere it is relating to our lifestyles and moving towards a digital lifestyle. I mean, digital lifestyle is purely, I would say, an outcome of a combination of our lifestyle having blended, the technological adaptation towards, devices and connectivity. And reliability, and it has a, I would say, the maximum role to play when it comes to, the increasing demand of content, when it comes to, the 8K and talking about 16K of, the content resolutions. I mean, there's no way you can, imagine it with the experience that you want it to be at your home or at your office. Having said that, I think, the reliability factor is something that we have to rely upon, and we have to build it as a, the responsibility lies on the service providers, and I would say the infrastructure providers to say, and unless it reaches with that kind of an, experience to the end users, I mean, the entire ecosystem would not really work. So I think the foundation of very discussion, which is customer-centric, starts from the reliability itself. So there is no two ways, no two questions about, from where it starts. It starts from the highest rating possible today, and it goes above from there. So that's what I'd like to put it across.
I think that's a very good point, Mr. Bahari, because without reliability, we will be getting very much frustrated in the way in which we need to operate. So, Rahul Tyagi, can I ask you, what are the most common frustrations that we face, when digital connectivity in buildings, for example, slow speeds, dropped calls and things of that sort? Can you throw some light on that?
Hello? Yeah. Sir, I think I'll just point out some generic frustration points, which is like weak and unstable Wi-Fi signals, network coverage is not proper because in buildings we have a lot of walls and we have dead zones. Also, there's overloading of network. Normally, we don't have inadequate infrastructure in the buildings. The internet is not, most of the devices that we have are IoT devices, so there's a lack of connectivity. And the cost of upgrading the existing buildings is also pretty high. Then there are security concerns. But I think the most important frustration point that I can put on as a user perspective is the experience. Now, when we design buildings, we think about electric connections, we think about water connections, drainage, and even solar. But it's seldom that we think about internet connection, and it's often left on to the user. When he comes, he takes on the position, and it's his problem. Now, I'll just give an example. We did a project for the Ministry of Housing in Greater Noida, which was done around 10 years back. So at that point of time, I proposed to the stakeholders that when we are doing all these services, why not internet? Because it's a building, it's a 40 acres project which has 36 towers. Now imagine 2,000 apartment owners going for internet connection on their own would be a disaster for the housing. So we went for a FTTH in the tender itself. But at that point of time, our frustration was that there was no service provider who could actually give us the, kind of the resources or the costing. But we still went ahead with the infrastructure, and we are lucky that when we handed over in 2018-19, we had a lot of service providers who could just get in, and now the users are using the internet without any, problem.
Thank you. So I think there is absolutely no doubt in our minds that we need to mainstream digital connectivity. While we think about connectivity for various other things, digital is as important or perhaps even more important than some of the other connectivities. We have Mr. Mohit Lohani, country head of Moza. I'm sure you would agree that we have come now, we have traveled a long distance in a very short period of time, and today it's extremely important that we need to go for a rating system. So what are your views on how do we go for a rating system for DCI, digital connectivity infrastructure in buildings?
So hello everyone. Nice to see a room full of nice, learned people, and so I think just to give a context to this whole rating system, I think TRAI, like Mr. Tejpal said, is doing a. Hello, is it better now? Yeah. I think Mr. Tejpal alluded to the rating system and how important this whole rating system is going to be. Now, if I have to give a small analogy to how the rating systems are presently used as consumers by us today, we have this whole rating system of hotels. Now, it has evolved over time, and the importance of rating needs to be both qualitative as well as quantitative. I think if both the aspects are well looked after, then I think we are looking at a rating system which will be very understandable by the end consumers and equally by the stakeholders like the property managers and things like that. Now, we have to make it something which gets in the normal day-to-day conversation. I think that's the most important part that we are all trying to struggle and figure out here. And I think we've taken immediate steps in that. I think the consultation paper from TRAI is already out. We've all given our comments, and what we've tried to do is we've tried to look at just key aspects. We have to look at it as a black box, but further bring in technology to make it simple. So the end consumer looks at it as a black box, but so it needs to be having all important things like it should be measurable, it should be easily adaptable, it should have some trust factor, and that's what the government agencies will bring in. People should believe in those rating engines. And given these 4 or 5 points, we have suggested a very elaborate process of how the digital rating should be done. And I think it covers the entire qualitative part of, so there are a lot of bylaws which need to be met by buildings. There are a lot of resilience part where backup, whether there is power backup, whether there are multiple players. Mr. Rahul mentioned about how he was struggling to find internet players, and that's been a big problem now. So we once start rating things on a qualitative basis, I think we can then go on to a quantitative rating, and a combination of the two will be what I think will be understandable by consumers. It will be a star rating, it will be, people will understand. And the whole idea and the premise behind, Mr. Rao, that what we are trying to do with the rating is, it leads to what you referred to, that it will enhance the property prices. The property owners will start adapting this only if it leads to an industry where people find these ratings and are ready to pay a premium for it, and it makes life easy for all. I think that's the reason, that's the method we are using.
Absolutely, Mr. Lohani. I think it is very important. While on the topic of rating, I think the communication of the rating and making it, or maybe if I can use the word demystifying rating and making it very simple and easy for the common man to understand, I think that is extremely important. Mr. Kaushik Gupta, can you throw some light on communicating ratings?
Yeah, hello. Yes. First of all, thank you for giving Crest Digital a chance to speak over here, and we are really delighted to be here and to work together for making this journey really appreciating. Fact is that yes, these ratings are must. Unless these ratings are available, it is very difficult for consumers to choose what is right and what is wrong. And even if it is a right, it is up to what degree of right it is basically. As Tejpal sir already touched upon that, even a Wi-Fi is required in building as a requirement. But we also understand the difference between a cellular coverage and the Wi-Fi coverage as well. Offloading of cellular voice to Wi-Fi, it is to some extent is okay, but not fully. Reason being, we understand any IP technologies, there are certain parameters, like one call it is guaranteed bit rates, and this GBR is not available in Wi-Fi. That's the reason we experience not a very good communication, or rather voice communication, whenever we try to speak from our house. So in that case, unless the consumer is aware whether this building is only an Wi-Fi enabled or a cellular connectivity enabled, he will not able to take up perfect decisions whether he is going to get a great experience or he will be having a moderate experience. So that is absolutely must. And how to communicate to end users? Yes, obviously we understand. Almost in current days we see almost many buildings, those are marked as the green buildings, and primarily those are being rated basis their energy management, water management and solid waste management, all those stuff. Over and above, now we are going to add it, and this is really a different ball game. I consider it, because unless this ICT is available in every building, whatever whether it is a voice based or a data based communication, and that too, it is not only we users or the human being who are using those IoT gadgets, those are going to be used, those are having actually a direct and indirect benefit as well. Conservation of energy, if automations are there, water managements are connected with so many IoTs, that will absolutely give a very, very big benefit, not only the builders as well as the users who are going to stay over there. Their energy consumption will be lower, their water consumption, the moment they will use lower water consumption, automatically the consumption of electricity will be less. So it will be a direct and indirect benefit them. Not only that, beside that, they are currently people have started working from home. We know many such responsibilities or jobs that can be managed from home, and the pandemic taught us how we are supposed to do all these actually as a new normal. So those are only to be given information to the end users, then they can really choose a perfect buildings. And already 95 acres are there, other that building purchase platforms are there these ratings can be done. One portal can be formed. Even there are so many portals nowadays basically on various aspects, so another portal can be created for even the building ratings as well from the ICT perspective, so that people can have a complete 360-degree view and information on that particular building, so that they can really choose a right staying arrangement basically.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I think some very good suggestions coming there on creating a portal. Mr. Tejpal Singh, you are an advisor, a very senior person in the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Do you see any room for some kind of incentivization in the policy for this kind of connectivity?
I think the incentive will be the rating. If we bring out this rating platform, there will be indirect incentive that the value of that building or the house will increase based on the digital connectivity. I have quoted that via this score, they have estimated around there is 5% enhancement in the rent. So basically, rating will bring that incentive, and that will drive the property owner or property manager to go for a rating, and especially the transparent platform which TRI is trying to bring, as has been pointed out by Mr. Kaushik Gupta, that how we demystify the ratings, so that we will try through transparency. So the platform what he was suggesting is already proposed in our consultation paper, complete digital platform based ratings and transparent system. So probably that will be the biggest incentive for the property manager to go for digitally connected buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Tejpal. Coming back to Mr. Bahari once again, on this issue of transparency and informed decision making. I think information is the key, as has been put by several people at several places. So today we don't have building information, but once you have good digital connectivity, you have building information, you have all the numbers in your hands, and then you can do informed decision making. Not just in buildings, but several other activities as well, because you have to have the information to take decisions. So what is the role of DCI in informed decision making?
Okay, so if you look at, how DCI is, currently positioned in, while the shaping up of, framework from, regulatory authorities is, happening, and there is a time frame attached to it. There is a natural evolution that has happened around this, this industry. So to say, when you're talking about buildings that has been, constructed by developers, and I'm happy to see, the developer community taking interest in such forums is really encouraging. I mean, that part being said, this evolution has already, reached to a stage which is pretty receptive to the whole idea, and they are ready, I would say, to jump to the to getting into maybe the rating system, or lining up for competing with other their I would say counterparts. And when all this ecosystem is already evolved and reached to a stage, with my experience that I see both sides, which is consumer as well as the builder. Both of them have already reached to a stage where they have scaled their, I would say, expectation. They have scaled their offerings, and they have already reached to a stage where they are, using their own means, positioned themselves as amongst other. So they are rating themselves, in the absence of, the currently regulatory, which is much awaited. Having said that, this information is currently being floated through their own private means and used by the consumers, end users, and aspiring buyers of going towards, the connected world. And the most connected world is obviously, where like my friend said, where the IoT, where, the seamless connectivity, where, the experience of having multiple service providers already being available to that building in itself playing a vital role in decision making. Like of course we all know, post-COVID, there is an era that we're talking about, these are not homes anymore. These are obviously, home offices, and we all are, eyeing to, continue to contribute from our respective places, to far-fetched, or a distant offices, or a distant working. So this information is not only vital, but yes, playing a very, very important role in decision making when it comes to your residence, your office, or any other place, including the education institutes for maybe the child who's going to start his education, or reach to a stage where you're going to a postgraduate systems. So this ecosystem, with this kind of information being available to the consumer, is already playing that role, I would say. So it is evolved and more than ready for maybe our Singh Saab to give some green signal.
Absolutely. Home is not just a place to live, but also a place to work. So home is becoming a home office. Very nice. So now, Rahul, if I can come back to you again on seamless digital connectivity and how it's going to impact productivity, human productivity. Some thoughts on this?
Hello. So I think now it's a given that digital connectivity is directly linked to your productivity. Like you also mentioned that digital connectivity has a link to the GDP of the country. Now, I think the world is changing and changing drastically because now the style of working, the way of working has changed. The biggest advantage that digital connectivity has given is now there's nothing centralized. There's no centralization of resources. There's no centralization of in fact, somebody was mentioning that the commercial aspect of ratings. With digital connectivity, sir, nowadays the pressure on the real estate is going down because people don't need to actually invest in expensive real estate. They can actually have, like sir mentioned, home offices. And this has become a norm. I think the pandemic has told us, has showed us the way, which is a very interesting way of working. But yes, we are doing all this depending on a very reliable digital connectivity. We don't want to hear the very famous phrase during the pandemic, am I audible? So, I think, hello? Yeah. I think that productivity has a direct link with the digital connectivity. We are today depending upon cloud-based services. We are today depending upon international collaborations commercially. Now, coming to the home level also, digital connectivity has a huge impact on our productivity. You can't work 24 hours, you need time to relax, and you don't want the Netflix to buffer at the time of a crucial movie. So the experience part also makes a lot of difference. Usually the user ends up blaming the service provider, but sometimes it's the infrastructure which is at fault, sometimes it's the coverage which is at fault, or the overloading of the infrastructure. So I think, and the biggest impact of productivity would be on the competitive edge of people who have real good connectivity and who can actually exploit this to their benefit.
So people who have better connectivity can be more productive. That is, I think, the sum and substance of what Rahul Tyagi is saying. So while on this, so obviously when we do rating of buildings that get better ratings, obviously will do better than buildings where the ratings are not so less. So what kind of competitiveness is this going to bring in, and how this will lead to innovations in telecom technologies? I think Mr. Mohit Lohani will be able to throw some light on this. How can this rating bring in innovation in technology and competition?
Yeah, I think one important part we've already agreed is that there has to be transparency in the rating. I think with a website, by a regulator or by any other government agency, once that is put in place, that takes care of the trust factor that users are going to build on this rating agency, right? So I think that's one thing we've all established. I think how will this rating now lead to technological innovation? Is I think up for grabs for all of us to think. I think it's the Mr. Tejpal and everybody else also in fact referred to the commercial aspect of these ratings, how it will bring in democratization of real estate prices with a very level playing rating agency which is everybody can refer to, relate to, understand well. So that's one part. Where I see technology moving is, and what we are seeing as trends globally now, is a common platform for smart buildings. I think that's one thing which is something which we've all alluded to, but until and unless there is a common platform for each building which not only takes in information from the sensors, from IoT devices, it's connected to the Wi-Fi. And so just to give you a very small example, let's say there is a temperature sensor. Now today a temperature sensor is being used by an IoT company just for managing his sensors and his devices. Once I think there's a common platform where all of this information is being brought in, data can be then interoperably exchanged with other platforms. which kind of leads to us going to a digital twin. I think that's the essence of where technology needs to take us. Once the digital twin is established, I think then we are all talking, we are all in a comfortable zone, the ratings will make sense, the technological innovations will take care of that digital twin, and we'll all be able to exchange data as and when different people need it. So I think that's where we need to go.
Absolutely, Mr. Lohani. Now that we are more or less agreed on the importance of ratings, and ratings have to be there because ratings are also going to do some value addition in terms of the property values and so on. So how do we ensure building owners and building managers, facility managers, to ensure that buildings are rated? Mr. Kaushik Gupta, would you like to take on this? Is there any, do you think any incentives are required, or do you think it's not required, it will catch on its own? Because the whole idea is that we need to do it quickly. Is there any need for additional financial commitment to go in for rating, or you think that will pay off in the long run on its own? Some thoughts from your
I
side?
think if I see in current trend, already all builders, whether it's a commercial or residential, they already spend some amount of money for this kind of infrastructure. Like, earlier they used to put, copper cables, right, using a duct and all this stuff for the well-in coverage. Of late, fiber actually taken over, though it's very limited, not all builders are putting fibers, but yes, if they have started seeing, yes, this is a new requirement from the, owners who are coming to, take or buy these flats or this, commercial premises. So that's the reason. That means they are spending something from their account as well. Here the best option is if they come for a partnership with subject matter expertise, like neutral host that we consider neutral digital connectivity provider. If they are come in picture and they joint hand with these builders, I think that really work fine when they can take care about their regular activities like civil, electrical and construction part, beside other facility management, and the infrastructure, the DCI part can be managed by a specific authority or agency under a regulation or the way we can think of basically, so that it will be a win-win for the owners, the property owners, as well as this agency, common provider, who can take all operators actually on board using a common infrastructure, and that is really a smart one, so that all kind of whether it is a wireline or wireless, all services can be extended to the end users, because ultimately end users are going to pay to either the ISPs or the IP operators basically. So this infrastructure provider can be just a conduit in between, just to offer the infrastructure services to the end users basically. So it can be done through a new way of arrangement basically.
So there is a need for a paradigm shift now to look at new arrangements, and whether it is institutional arrangements or corporate arrangements or what have you, so that we move into this era of improved, seamless, reliable digital connectivity. So we come to the end of this session, but before we close, we have a learned audience with us here. So anybody who would like to pose any questions to our learned panelists, please, Mr. A.K. Jain, former Commissioner Planning from the Delhi Development Authority. Can somebody give him a mic, please?
Thank you,
Jain sir,
Dr.
please.
Rao. Very interesting discussion, but still I am very unclear what we have to do in terms of buildings and building standards and development control regulations, etc., to introduce this digital connectivity infrastructure. So if someone can explain how we tackle these 2 or 3 major problems, the gap between planning and implementation, the use of digital twins in terms of interface with the public in terms of, say, building plan approval or development control permissions, etc. So if that can be explained in very clear and simple words without technical jargons, that will be very helpful.
Rahul Tyagi, you are an architect, I think you can do that. Yeah, there is a full-fledged session on that, but you can just take a minute.
I think, sir, you're talking about ratings for the buildings, right, sir?
How can you make... Hanji, please. Please, I think...
Let me give the perspective what TRI has recommended. So we have broadly recommended that planning for digital connectivity infrastructure has to be right from the inception stage, at the project stage, like we do for the water, electricity, and now gas. So this has to be integral part of the design. For that, we have suggested few amendments in the model building bylaws as well as the National Building Code. We are working closely together in that regard. Now, for the government to lead by example, we have recommended that certain category of buildings should be mandated to bring the digital connectivity. So, like public places, government offices and other things, so that people can experience the impact of improved digital connectivity. Third aspect, what we have brought is the rating framework. So, to nudge the property managers or the owners so that they automatically, rather than mandating, certain minimum things are mandated in the NVC and the model building bylaws, and then incentivize them to you come for the rating and improve the digital connectivity, so that the whole digital connectivity infrastructure in the country can take quite a jump and improve at the global level.
Thank you. I hope that answers the question, at least for the time being. But there's a full-fledged session. We'll get into that. Any other question from anybody else? Question or comment?
I think one area,
Sure.
of course, will be coming, especially within the building is not a problem. But then when you require the township level, layout level in a large way, and then while each telecom providers, 4 of them will be able to put within the building over there, but within the particular, like Gift City has done, I'm sure he will open out. We ourselves have done in the 2 townships of Chennai and Panvel for Hiranandan is laying the complete optical fiber on behalf of the builder and then giving it over to various towers. Each telecom provider will come depending on whomsoever they want to adopt. So you require flexibility. So that leadership for that particular initiative to do that external of not within the building but within the old township, the information highway to be laid over there. Tejpal, how would you like that to be done? And that, of course, the builder himself has to take role with a great provider for doing that particular one, like Gift did it, or a builder like Hiranandan did it.
Yeah, please.
You can answer.
Sir, rightly pointed out, in fact, the TRI recommendation names itself is the recommendation of digital connectivity on building and areas. So we have factor the areas also. Areas means
Without areas coming, building can't get it.
building can't come. So the seamless experience is not required inside the building. It has to be complete township because that is under the control of that property developer. So we have taken care of, sir, that aspect.
Just to add what sir has asked actually, how to relate it with that, to make it a compulsion actually. While NVC 2016 speaks about the intelligent building and a dedicated detailed chapter is being brought in NVC 2025, committee is working over it. What we have done at GIFT actually, we have connected it with the occupancy certificate, sir. We have issued supplementary building IBMS guidelines and the cabling guidelines for the all buildings. Unless and until the developer doesn't comply to those guidelines, he won't be issued the occupancy certificate. So if you connect it with the OC, developer is bound to do it actually.
That's what we have
Exactly, sir.
in the model building.
Please.
On 2 parts, I would like to share the actual example. One is the innovation what the digital connectivity can do. During pandemic, you all must be knowing and experiencing that it's difficult to reach from one place to other place because of the various restrictions imposed by the government and various other safety measures in terms of the health, etc. One of the leading television channel, television group, let me say, they utilized the connectivity portion as to decentralize their call center operation. Earlier, their call center was operating from a particular location, and since it was difficult for the agents to reach that location, he simply extended his CRM view to the different users sitting at home, so not users, different individuals sitting at home, and tried to do some sort of the registration, something like Uber kind of thing. If anybody is willing to serve that particular call center, he has to register on that thing. That fellow was given basic training how to respond to the consumer in the local language, not limited to a geographical region. And that experiment was very, very successful. It was very, very receptive to the even the callers who were having the issues with that service provider. And in fact, that has been becoming some sort of norms in that organization. Now they have started using this thing. So that's one of the innovation done during this. Second part is that good morning. Regarding that area and clusters, the TRI framework covers not only rating of the building, it also is going to cover rating of the cities, rating of the villages, rating of the state as such, and similar to the smart city kind of the rating. Later on, once our maturity level grows for the rating of the buildings, we'll expand our scope towards the city, state, and other ratings also. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think with these interventions, we can close this particular session. So the quality of experience with better digital connectivity was what we've discussed. So I would like to thank all the panelists and the audience for their interventions. Different dimensions of connectivity have been discussed. It is not only the infrastructure in terms of technology, but also how do you integrate that with the buildings, and to what extent guidelines will be useful, to what extent mandatory requirements are absolutely necessary in order to make it mainstreamed into the entire construction system, and how it is going to provide us with better productivity and better contribution to the GDP as a whole. I think these were some of the points that we've discussed in this session, and thank you all very much. I think we'll close this session, and over to Dr. Shiv Kumar.
Thank you very much, Dr. P.S. Rao. What an involved and in-depth discussion, and thank you all the audience. You made it really very lively. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone. So now, just a minute, sir. I'll request our session chair, Dr. P.S. Rao, to hand over a memento to Vishal Bahari. To Rahul Tyagi, next. To Mohit Lohani. To Kaushik Gupta. And our keynote speaker, Tejpal ji. He really made the session very, he gave the pitch very nicely. Thank you, Matt. Now I'll request Satya and Gupta sir, Dr. S.N. Gupta, to present a memento to Dr. P.S. Rao.
Great job done,
So can we have a group photo, sir? Please. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll take a couple of minutes bio break for arranging the stage, setting the stage. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Inaugural session to please come up. the dais, ma'am. Shri Mahendra Srivastav, Principal Advisor, TRAI. Sir, please come up on the dais. And Madam Isha Kalia, Director, Mahua. Ma'am, request you to please come up on the dais. And Mr. V. Suresh, President, Good India Governance Foundation. Sir, please do come up. I request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran also to please join us on the stage. And I will hand over to Brigadier Anil Tandon, Director General, Broadband India Forum, to give the welcome address now. Thank you.
Shri R.S. Sharma, CEO, National Health Authority and former Chairman, TRAI. Shri Mahendra Srivastav, Principal Advisor, TRAI. Shri V. Suresh, former CMD, HUDCO. Mrs. Isha Kalia, Director, Amrut at Mahua. Srimati Aruna Sundarajan, former Secretary, DOT and Chairperson, Broadband India Forum. Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum. Delegates from the government, various ministries, policy makers, academia, and friends from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a hearty welcome to this unique seminar on neutral digital communication infrastructure, DCI, for the buildings. Broadband India Forum is an independent policy forum and a think tank for digital transformation. Our mission is to facilitate formulation of policies and regulations which support growth of high-quality broadband for all in a technology-neutral and non-partisan manner while fostering the principles of competition and liberalization. COVID-19, which we talked about in the impact it has brought about, it was talked in the earlier session, a big change in our society in both our work and social interaction norms, and a consequence, need for good connectivity inside the buildings has become a necessity for people across the globe. As many others have earlier stated, statistics show that 70 to 80% of the data consumption today is indoors. Thus, having good communication connectivity inside the buildings is not a matter of choice. It has become a necessity and as essential as water, electricity, and other basic amenities. And as Mr. Tejpal brought out in the last session, TRAI has already taken cognizance of that and want to include the DCI also, or communications, as part of it. The pandemic introduced the concept of work from home or work from anywhere, which necessitates the need to access various services such as banking, e-commerce, citizen-centric services, infotainment like gaming, social networking, etc., all while sitting indoors. These services are feasible only with good, reliable, and high-speed digital connectivity while indoors. For that, the implementation of a neutral digital communication infrastructure is a must to enable the consumers to avail the services of the provider of their choice. And all service providers shall be permitted to have unfettered access to the neutral DCI by deploying their services inside the building. Hence, BIF felt the need for organizing and hosting today's workshop with the objective of creating awareness about the importance of implementing neutral DCI amongst the various agencies involved in the same. Neutral DCI enhances building aesthetics while delivering savings in time and cost in implementing various services and quality for the consumer at the same time. This conference is going to be deliberating on government initiatives, including those by TRAI, DOT, MAUA for DCI in buildings, and dwelling upon technology systems, fiber and cabling infrastructure, in-building wired and wireless access solutions, and ratings of buildings based on readiness and availability of digital connectivity infrastructure. For the purpose of neutral digital communication infrastructure, BIF has been working with TRAI, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and Department of Telecommunications for last few years to make it a reality on ground. We are also working with the Bureau of Indian Standards, which is the national standards body of India, for standards on DCI in buildings. In fact, BIF has recently also tabled a paper at the ITU-T, which is the standards organization to globalize the concept of rating in buildings for the evolution of a single standard worldwide. This paper has received initial round of acceptance and progressing forward with the APAC and may go beyond. I'm also pleased to say that the interest and support provided by all the three nodal agencies, that is the DOT, TRAI, MOA, and the kind of work being done in this direction by various government departments will definitely result in people of India having access to world-class quality of experience of telecom services inside the buildings, both residential and commercial. However, much remains to be done to achieve the same. As a first step, we believe there's a need for creating awareness amongst all the stakeholders, state government agencies, town planners, execution authorities across the states, municipalities, and not the least, the builders, the architects, the civic bodies. With the main focus of creating awareness, today's day-long workshop will have 3 technical sessions, in addition to this inaugural session and a curtain raiser, which was conducted just before this inaugural session. All the sessions will have eminent personalities from various relevant segments of the industry sharing their experiences and views. I hope the deliberations in the workshop are going to be very useful not only for the general public who are users of the services, but also service providers, builders, and government authorities. I wish the participants a fruitful day of deliberations and discussions. Over to Arun for inviting the next step.
Thank you, Brigadier Tendon. I now have great pleasure in introducing our first speaker, Shri V. Suresh. He is the president of Good India Governance Foundation and former CMD HUDCO. He has a vast 59 years experience in housing, urban and rural development, infrastructure and real estate sectors and sustainable development. As president of Good Governance India Foundation, he looks after good governance initiatives for meeting the challenges of urbanization and making smart, green, sustainable and vibrant cities through work on Municipalika and CAPEX, which last year he introduced BIF2 and we participated. He is now a member of the Kerala Urban Policy Commission and member of Government of Tamil Nadu Housing and Township Policy Committee. He is the chairman of CII Indian Green Building Council, Policy Advocacy and Government Relations. He is also the chairman of the BIS Housing and Planning Committee, as well as chairman of the National Building Code of India and member of BIS Smart Cities Committee. I must say he is one of the first people I've met who has the same energy levels as our president, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran. Sir, I wish to invite you to give your address, sir. Please join me in giving him a very big hand.
A very happy good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and to have the distinguished presence of Aruna Sundarajan ma'am being there, along with R.S. Sharmaji is a great source of encouragement for me, and also finding suddenly Mahendraji also joining, Srivastaji, also along with T.V. Ramachandran. It's a great pleasure to join this very important program on digital connectivity infrastructure, and the wonderful program done by Tejpal Singh in the morning of the keynote that he gave, as well as PSN Rao's well-moderated discussions with the right level of technology providers and the distinguished panelists. It's a great opportunity, therefore, to discuss this in minute detail. And this is an area where the whole work, the BIF initiative on Broadband India forum has taken is equally important. And to me, we were really brought very close to it thanks to Tara ma'am, who said that we got to get this as part of the National Building Code. Of course, I did say that the NBC 2016 version, now the 2025 version is going to come. The information communication technology already came as a separate section in Part 8 Building Services, and Section 6 had already created quite an amount of ripple over the last 8 years time period, but I'm sure we'll build upon that in a big way in the 2025 version, on which work is going on. And happy that we already have BIF as part of the panel member. to give all the positive inputs, and whatever outcome that comes out of this will do find a place in the 2025 version. Even though we call 2025 version, work on is already started, and by 2024 end, the shape of all the 12 parts and 22 sections all will get finalized. Very briefly, PSN touched about that in the morning. And we are very happy, therefore, to associate in this particular very important journey. And a lot of discussions were there by many people to talk in terms of contribution of this to GDP. I ventured to make one or two guesses. As per World Bank, every 10% increase in broadband penetration leads to nearly 1.4% increase in GDP. Just one information, growth rate. ICRIER did a wonderful, Ms. Dalwalia's time when she was there, said that every 10% increase in internet traffic delivers 3.1% increase in GDP per capita, and also in telecom infrastructure will increase GDP by 3.3%. So you have a broad thing about 1.4, World Bank's one, and within Indian context about 3.3% already identified. More important thing is very clear. I mean, connectivity and information is power. And anything that you want to happen in this country or any part of the world, it links upon how you are able to do your decision making faster and how you are able to communicate that. And that cuts across everybody, right from the young child in the school, the whole COVID times, the schools are all run from the residences and the college. You've got to see that. And working from home is equally an important aspect which has come, and everybody started doing all their office work. Still, many of the IT companies, only about 30% have come back to the office, 70 are still working from home, and you require all the type of connectivity and your internet connectivity, whether it is going to be on fiber, all those information becomes a very important component. It comes through education, it comes into the work, in terms of entertainment, without the Netflix happening in the evening or various other OTT platforms, you can't have any of the homes run. And the penetration is phenomenal, around 28%. Getting into the internet connectivity is a phenomenal database information that we have got, and India has done phenomenally well in this particular area. And therefore, I'm very happy that the Government of India brought out this National Digital Communication Policy in 2018, a very important policy document for groundbreaking initiative for mandating installation of telecom infrastructure, cabling, and also in building solutions in all commercial, residential, and office buildings, including government structure. We should health infrastructure also we should bring in a larger hospital, as well as the hospitality, also an equally important thing where substantial amount of people coming all over the world, they require access to it in a very large way. And TRIA itself has done a phenomenally wonderful work, as you could see from Tejpal's good presentation. Thank you, Tejpal, for that great presentation that you made today morning. And this rating is an important component of buildings, especially me, working in the issue of rating of building for the last 20 odd years as part of the Indian Green Building Council rating, like the US Council lead rating is there, Terry Graha rating is available, IGBC rating for green building rating of either a silver or a gold or a platinum is a very important to see how green is your building in terms of water management, energy management, waste management, as well as quality of air, as well as a carbon footprint reduction is a very important rating. Therefore, to that layer, when you want to bring in a rating for the digitalization of the building, how good is that particular building is very important. And let me tell you, the demand is now coming from all the consumers in a large way. Anybody want to get good space that you want, any of those big IT companies or even international corporates want their first question they're asking, is your building a green rated building? Number one. IGBC or lead rating, or is your building also having the complete digital infrastructure? That's a fantastic information. That's their requirement. So those who are able to provide that particular thing, the demand side, when that comes out, the supply side has got to respond to that in a big way. That's why increasingly large number of good discerning builders, if I use a word, have already started putting. In the session that you had before this morning session, I did talk of the two major townships, one at Oragadam and the other one in Panvel, about 610 acres development and about 350 acres in Panvel. Both these particular projects, when you want to, is integrated self-contained townships, when you want to do that with around 4,000 to 5,000 houses, and as well as all the commercial and other infrastructure, including health, education, facilities, etc., like Powai has done over there. And we were very, very keen that just like water supply, sewerage, drainage, power, landscaping, equally important, right in the beginning on the drawing table level, we got in the digitization infrastructure. So therefore, along with on two sides of the road, we have the duct which is there, provided the particular space for the optical fiber through cable one, right we provided for all the township in the beginning stage, even before all the towers came over there. And let me tell you, it was a phenomenal experience because that itself gave a big marketing edge. So just like giving 24/7 water, 24/7 power, etc., which are all good facilities that we give over there. This information on the internet facility as well as the connectivity and facilities and within the building, even though we are saying only within the building, I thought we should slightly change the definition with my experience of so many years, which called built environment is the right word. Building really will say only the building proper. How do you do that within a building, right from the foundation to the roof over there? But understand a series of buildings coming over there with infrastructure there at the level of a neighborhood level or a campus level or even going up a township level. So built environment would be a larger word, so it's for consideration whether we should expand this particular term for digital connectivity infrastructure in buildings should be there, or built environment should be there, because that's what the NBC is doing. Built environment is a new word, even in respect to the green building rate, not green building alone, but green built environment to cover even at the level of township and campus, and including that of cities even. Rajkot city has got a green city rating at the platinum level, so they provided all this. And I was very happy to hear happy that I know about the good work being done in the Gift City program. Dolera is also there planning. There's a big name. All these are new, wonderful, new smart townships which are coming, and all that cannot come like smart building. The last one, which Tejpal showed over there, is going to be smart built environment, and there the digital connectivity is going to be an important component. So coming back to the rating, I'm happy that you have really brought out a good document on the regulation of rating framework for digital connectivity in buildings or areas. You also talked of the international company called Wire Disco. Am I right? The name is right, Tejpal? Or one of you, one of our participants talked about. They are the one dealing with the digital rating coming. So understand, if you have a rating for the green building component being done by either IGBC or Griha or done by LEED or whatever, along with also digital rating also if you can. But we should finalize that fast. It's a document still open to everybody for comments. We should firm it up, and what are the levels of quality level things to be done. And that's rightly brought out in the last session there of how fast my internet is very slow. You know, that we don't want that. We require a certain amount of quality of delivery of the digital infrastructure serving the people, and in a very large way. And especially the accuracy and also consistency of delivery of the particular one. It also will depend upon the internet provider, how they are able to do that. All the telecom service providers with the big four between the Reliance group or the Bharati group or Vodafone Idea. Vodafone Idea started first, isn't SR's group first before the others came, if I'm not mistaken, right? And the last one, of course, BSNL also cannot be left out, even though number-wise it is much lower. We have between around 450 million connection for Reliance, and maybe Airtel have about 350 million, Vodafone about 250 million, and BSNL about 100 million connection of that order. So what I'm trying to, that's going to increase. Take my word. Don't be carried away with the small numbers I'm giving over there. Presently I'm taking. That's an area where quantum jump in growth is going to come over there. Increasing number of years, even a 2025 projection, 2030 projection shows all this is going to exactly double. That is the type of scenario that you're going to have by 2030. So we got to get geared on that. So on this rating system, earlier we should finalize that. If you want the digital rating component to be brought in, please bring that in a good way. And I'm very happy that I call our ministry, because I was part of the ministry for a long time, HUDCO being that. Ministry itself has taken a wonderful initiative. They got out a good document which they brought out, which has been shared with all the states, and that will be an important component which will help every state to deal with the type of service. Now, how do you make this happen? One is the work which telecom Telecom, TRA and Telecom Ministry and Department has done a wonderful, thank you Arunaji, and all your team has done a great job. But the built environment is looked after by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Urban Development, Local Self-Government, Municipal Administration Departments in various states. Do they know about this? To happen that particular thing as a quick fix is one thing, but to plan for it right in the beginning stages and provide for that, just like your water line, your sewer line, your gas line, your power line, your TV line, also have the digital connectivity right from the beginning, not only in the infrastructure line, information highway to be laid, along with within the building itself being provided to each floors, so that each one can take that for all the spaces, is a very, very different thing. So how do you deal with that? So neutral digital communication infrastructure is an extremely relevant one, because especially with competition coming with various service providers, we've got to be very clear that we should not have a monopoly coming for the service provider for want of better services. Competition is coming, rates are coming down, and that also brings from for the building owners or the township developer or whomsoever is taking the lead in a very large way. All these are very important. And the authorities dealing with this particular aspect for giving the building permit, including up to, obviously, once building permit is there, occupancy permit also will come. So let me salute Haryana government for a wonderful document they got. They already brought this document as part of it. And thanks to initiative when PSN was the chairman for the model building bylaws, effort was made to add, that was in 2016, pretty long back, 6 years back. This digital connectivity has found a little amount of place, but not in detail the way it should be there. Haryana document is a little more better in terms of that particular thing. But as I said, the NBC gives a good framework. Part 8, Section 6 is very important, and that has provided substantial amount of the information. But that's going to get leapfrogging of information in the 2025. It's a great opportunity, therefore, what all good work done by the Department of Telecom and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This will be the right place for us to push it through so that they'll then become part of all the city-level building regulations, development control rules, building bylaws. There's a question that was Jane was asking in the last session over there, AK. Right question, sir. And therefore, how the practicing architects, the builders, engineers, right from the conceptual level of planning of the building itself, in the design level itself, provide for those particular, not then tinker, son, put a wire there, where shall you put, let's put it on top, that type of information, that will not come. Consider that. I'm very happy to indicate that Part 0 of the building code identifies 18 specialist people over there, besides architects, civil engineer, structural engineer, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting expert. The telecom people also has been brought in. I thought you should know it as an important infrastructure without which nothing can happen. Even if you get the best possible water, best possible sanitation, best possible power, if you don't have the telecom infrastructure in your particular building over there, it's as good as good. Right from the children down to the old one, offices, all space need that. So you got to do that particular thing, how to provide that. So our idea should be that by 2025, by the time the code comes out over there, simultaneously we are getting all the state governments associated and to put that. It is not only the aesthetical aspects, as PSN said. Well, as chairman of Delhi Urban Arts Committee, you're more worried. It should not look monstrous, that particular thing hanging wire, but provide that as a proper design integrated within the one, but also in terms of the right level of spaces required in a distributed manner, depending upon the building overlay or the housing overlay, etc., in a very large way. I'm sure all this would require a very integrated and a coordinated approach. Two important points I thought I'll add on is an important component, because digitization of construction is coming in a very large way. And I thought the building industry and construction industry and real estate industry are really coping very well with the building information modeling, BIM, through not only concept level, construction level, completion level, and commissioning and occupation. You told assets and facility management, very, very important. How is the building functioning 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, etc. Therefore, along with BIM, there is a BMS or building management system coming for the assets and facility management area. And you're aware, NBC also has included the new chapter. No other building code has done anywhere in the world is on assets and facility management, which is a part of the NBC which is already there. So therefore, it will all fall in beautifully well. The Part 8, Section 6 in building services and the assets and facility management program over there, and electrical power as an important input required for the telecom one is also an important point that's brought out there. So Part 8, Section 2 along with this, the read together will give you the right level of input coming on that. And as somebody rightly said, I don't know who among that, DCI should be a USP. Now, I entirely agree that it's a USP for the building or even for the environment or the neighborhood or for the township for that matter, or the way in which already Gift City is trying to market that in a very large way. It becomes very important. The productivity efficiency is phenomenal. They wanted a figure on that. There's some information which is given by Infosys and Wipro in that 25% is the increase in productivity and efficiency because of the very good connectivity over there. Leave alone, I'm not talking about exclusive call centers and other one. I'm talking even within the other building. Banking service people already have indicated this is going to get into so much amount of area. Like for example, it's going to be in education, it's going to be in entertainment, it's going to be economy, it's going to be in commerce, it's going to be in all areas, banking and financial services, a very major one. Success of every operation is going to be in that particular way. And the way in which Honorable Prime Minister has made, so even for the vegetable seller and the UPay and all that payment related gateways are very, very important. It can all succeed only. This digital infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure is really in place at all levels, through mobile and all that. It's a great opportunity. I shouldn't take much time. There are so many important people to speak immediately after that. But some good initiatives have happened in this particular thing. Are you happy? Not entirely. Maybe we can give ourselves maybe a 5 out of 10 marks at this point of time. How to make it 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 or 9 out of 10. That should be what our approach should be over the next few years time period. All have to work together. The telecom sector has done their job very well, but the built environment sector under the housing, urban development, other city level development in a very large way, including rural for that matter. It should also go, now that the connectivity has gone up to village all over, so we should be able to do that also in those particular things, especially the type of distance learning and distance activity taking place in a large way, literally a video conference in every particular office for literally alternate days is happening because it's not always possible to have physical meetings and all happening over there. All of them will be a success when this particular thing comes into place over there. And the last message would be that possibly in addition to what will come into the code over there, a joint area promotion should be done. Maybe BAF can take a little lead on that, along with you don't have to wait till the printed copy of the NBC should come in 2025. Even the approach on what type of things are going to be there, we can share that through a common seminar wherein the concerned people dealing, the municipal commissioners, secretaries of urban development, secretaries of municipal administration, local self-government being involved, they also get sensitized right in the beat. Now itself, in 2024 itself, you can plan about 3 months or 4 months time period there. I'm sure they'll get a lot of interesting feedback. Do they also have the capacity to deal with that particular thing when such plans come over there? There's always an issue. So therefore, NOC comes in the picture. Now, that's an important aspect. When you want to make it in building and the built environment, who will say it's done or not done? And to give a building permit based on that or an occupancy permit. So you also require capabilities within the local body, or you should outsource that, or you should give an NOC or no for fire clearances, height clearances, so many other clearances. You get NOCs for lift operation, etc. Like we do that, this also would require a certain amount of institutional mechanism and processes, even if that capability is not available within the municipal corporation or a municipality or a development authority or a township authority. How do you create that particular one through appropriate mechanism? It can easily be done. And whether we should depend on wire disco, and India who will do that particular rating is also, we don't have one. First of all, the rating should be finalized, then you should have institutional mechanism to do the rating. That's also another important action on which we should work on. So thank you very much for the opportunity given for me to share some of my thoughts. Very happy that I could come over from Trivandrum to participate in this program. We were in the part of the urban policy, and incidentally I'm very happy to know the first state commission wanting to do on urbanization policy after Charles Correa Commission on urbanization report of 1980 to 86 to 90, and their digitization is going to be an important comment. That's an important point I want to just tell. The last 2 days they said along with your other infrastructure, water line, sewer line, gas line, power line, please put the information highway as also part of your development in your future. Next 25 years planning is what is being done. Not only all municipal corporation, municipalities, but also including town panchayat. They want to go up town panchayats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of guidance for this workshop. I now have the pleasure to introduce guest of honor, Ms. Isha Kalia. She's director in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and with a master's in law. She is an IAS officer of the 2009 batch. She was working in the state of Punjab for around 12 years on various important assignments as director, collector for around 5 years, and in various departments like Department of Health, Investment Promotion, Department Water Supply and Sanitation, Department of Education, and Department of Urban Local Government. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Isha Kalia. Ma'am, please.
Respected Dr. R.S. Sharma, former Chairman TRI, Shri V. Suresh, former Chairman and Managing Director HUDCO, Shri Mahendra Srivastava, Principal Advisor TRI, Srimati Aruna Sundarajan, Chairperson Broadband India Forum, and Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President Broadband India Forum. First of all, I would really like to compliment Shri V. Suresh Ji for his amazing energy and passion about the subject that you shared. So I was just listening and, very carefully, and the kind of points and the passion you can actually make, the way you speak, the conviction you have for something. So I really want to congratulate you for that amazingly supercharged inaugural address. So first of all, I would like to thank the forum today, the Broadband India Forum, for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to be presenting my thoughts. I think it's a very, very relevant topic for all of us. Today, we live in digital India, digital age, and I think connectivity, the digital connectivity is integral to a part of existence. And we can't imagine a day going by without being connected. And I remember as a collector in one of the districts, we had a major law and order issue, and we imposed the orders of curfew. And one day was a curfew, everyone was fine, there was no such reaction. Next day, we also turned off the mobile connectivity and the satellite TV and the local cable channels because of some issue being snowballed. And immediately our control room got flooded with calls that, we can't go out, it's, the schools are off, the colleges are off, we can't go to work, what do we do at home? So everyone, all the parents, everyone was up in arms against us that, please restore our connections back because we just can't survive at home without any of such gadgets working. So I think it is such an important part it has become today, and every sector, be it, accessing your mobile banking from your bank, doing shopping, all your infotainment, every sector of our today's economy is in some way or the other linked with the digital connectivity. And I think in COVID times, we did realize that how this concept for work from home, video conferences, it really changed the way we see things, even in government. Most of our meetings, even today, we prefer to do through video conferencing so that people don't waste their time in commuting. So it has become such an important part of our day-to-day lives now. And I think it is important that seeing the government policies in the telecom sector and the way the penetration of the telecom service providers, they're mushrooming, and they are just, we have so much of presence in this sector and a lot of enabling policies government has taken out, that how we are also integrating it in our built environment, as the term you coined. So I think it's very important that in planning, I'm talking from the housing and urban sector, it's very, very important that, when we are designing a building, it's just not water supply, electricity connections, it is also about the digital infrastructure. Because so many times you would see in administration, you would get complaints of people erecting the mobile towers, having commercial agreements, mobile towers are getting put at different places, and then people are up in arms that it should not be here, it should be somewhere else, and these are private agreements that you have. So if you have an institutionalized mechanism to, have a legal framework on how to go about it, how your interiors of the building are structured so that everything is aesthetically beautiful and also a very functional environment it provides to you, because it's so important for us to think about it. And it's a new perspective that even now, thanks to such discussions happening, we also get, and we also are now planning that a lot of such workshops are also required to be held with the states, because the urban local government, the urban local bodies, the municipal corporations and authorities, they have to be sensitive to this. And the starting point of this was the model building bylaws. It got amended in 2016, but a lot of states have to inbuilt and have to adopt it in their building bylaws. And once it happens, the trainings are happening with the various stakeholders. I think it is a collaborative effort. So the urban local authorities, the administration, the builders, the developers, the telecom service providers, everyone needs to come together to put forth a mechanism to ensure that every building that comes up is also digitally enabled. And it is so important because everywhere, even in the best of the localities, if you have a problem of connectivity, it really, really impacts your quality of life these days. So it is important that this discussion has started happening in different forums, and we would also try and take it forward with the states to engage them meaningfully and trying to convey to them the importance of this, because everyone realizes it, but somehow institutionally it has not been built into our scheme of things. So this is what I think is required to be done, and surely I think we would seek cooperation of the forum to actually help us organize such workshops in different parts of the country so that we can take this message forward to them, to the authorities who actually would be implementing them. And once they're sensitive about it, I think half of our job is done. And then gradually you would see that people would start demanding for it. So once people start talking about it, the authorities are also conversant about it, then people would start demanding for it, that once they go and see a building, they would ask that, is this building, digitally enabled? Does it have everything inbuilt? So this could be one of the checks that we really need to put, and we need to move in that direction. Create demand for this from the people who are the users for the technology. So talking about this, I think National Building Code, how it is being amended, you have already, that is an exercise that's in process. But I think what is important right now is to ensure that all such mechanisms are put in place so that, we reach out to the maximum people. And I think with this, all the sectors, because when we talk about every sector, be it economy, banking, health, education, it gets benefited with this. And creating such spaces would definitely be beneficial. And from the end of the ministry, we would provide full support in this endeavor and would definitely take it forward. In the sphere of urban planning, these days in ministry, we are absolutely focusing and doing a lot of things in that. This time, we had a separate scheme of around 15,000 crores in which we incentivize the states for taking steps that could be enabling for different things. For example, creating riverfronts, creating the rejuvenation of your water bodies, creating some town planning schemes, doing building bylaws amendments to have some innovative provisions, like some people have gone for cool roof policy, some people have gone in for some solar policy. So a lot of different enabling schemes are going on in the government right now, in which we are incentivizing the states that you do that particular reform, and then we would provide you an incentive with. So that ways, it is pushing the reform agenda and incentives are being given to them. And a lot of states have taken a lot of interest and done really good work in various sectors, be it transit-oriented development, be it, amending their old building bylaws that required amendment. So I think we can also try and build in such features next time when we, for the next financial year, when we are planning this policy, that's having such amendments inbuilt can also be incentivized. So this is one of the things definitely would be a takeaway. And I would also recommend after, the discussions, at the end of the day, once the discussions are over, the final actionable points and could also be shared with us so that we can see that what are the things that as ministry we can push and give a emphasis on. So that could be really useful for us as well. So I would again thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. And surely, I think this topic is one topic that requires a lot of focus, a lot of attention, and we definitely need more sensitivity about this issue amongst our city administrators for sure. And for this, we would definitely want to collaborate and take it forward to the states. Thank you so much and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Also, thank you for your words of assurance for support of the ministry. I'm sure it will give confidence to everybody here, not just Broadband India Forum. I have pleasure in inviting guest of honor, Shri Mahendra Srivastav. He's the Principal Advisor, CAQS and IT for TRAI. He's an ITS officer of the 1987 batch with more than 35 years of rich experience with the Department of Telecommunications, BBNL and BSNL. He's currently associated with the Telecom Regulatory Authority as Principal Advisor, responsible for, as I mentioned, quality of services, consumer affairs, and IT systems. His experience includes project implementations of long-distance digital radio and fiber-based systems, policy framing on spectrum management and radio, and satellite planning for DOT, cellular mobile service planning, deployment and its O&M, and planning and deployment of the world's largest rural broadband network on fiber and satellite-based VSAT deployments at GPs and remote locations using high-throughput satellite systems. Welcome, sir. Please give Mr. Srivastav a warm welcome along with me.
Thank you, and very good morning to everybody. Respected dignitaries at the dais, dignitaries in the audience, my colleagues from DOT, industry, and various other ministries, friends, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I must thank BIF for giving me this opportunity to express our views on the framework what TRI has submitted to the government for creation of a digital connectivity infrastructure as a part of the each and every development plan. I thought I need to emphasize the importance of the digital connectivity, but the previous speakers in the first session have given enough input and enough importance for the digital connectivity. I need not to emphasize those things again. But we have to look into that. Things have changed since, say, early 2014-15 or maybe 2010 onwards to the current scenario of what we have. Earlier, there used to be requirement for connectivity from anywhere to anywhere at any time. Now the requirement is that the communication has to be there from anything to anything at any moment to any place. So it's machines which are going to communicate, it's devices which are going to communicate, it's a manual who are going to communicate. The medium of carrier of the transmission have also got changed from earlier GSM to switch-based technology to the IP-based technology. All these technologies require very good quality of service at every place, at any moment. There is a famous document from ITU and UNO which defines universal and meaningful connectivity. Once we call it universal connectivity, then the connectivity has to be available ubiquitously across all household, individuals, business houses, education institutions, and every nook and corner of the world, and confining to India, let every nook and corner of the country. But the meaningful connectivity has a different thing. Whether the connectivity provided has got the sufficient quality to utilize the same thing as what we need. The meaningful connectivity differs from the individual to individual also. What are the measures we are taking to ensure that meaningful connectivity is also affordable, both in terms of the device's compatibility as well as its usefulness? The government, through various measures, have taken various initiatives for provision of the universal connectivity through Digital India Mission, through Broadband India Mission, through use of projects, etc. But Coming to the meaningful connectivity portion, if we look into, here comes the question, now coming towards making my discussions limited to the today's topic of discussion, that is in-building solutions. So if the connectivity is not good inside the building, who is responsible? Is it the service provider? Is it the infra provider? Is it the building developer? Is it the user who expects more than what was provided? And whether the current framework available in NBC or building bylaws are good enough to ensure that the meaningful connectivity is provided to each and every individual, and whether it is good enough to ensure that whatever the provisions are there, those can provide the incentives to the developers as well as the service provider to ensure that the proper connectivity is available in the buildings. There are the framework which provide, based on the, in fact, under leadership of Dr. Sharma and under the leadership of Madam Sundararajan, the recommendations of the TRI had gone to the government, and government had implemented rightfully to many of the recommendations, which paved the path of the creating the telecom-related infrastructure in the NBC as well as the building bylaws. But telecom-related infrastructure portion was put into the building bylaws and NBC. That did not define who is going to create the infrastructure in that. There is a duct provision. So who is going to lay the fiber? Is it the infra provider? If the infra provider lays the fiber, what he is going to earn from that infra provider? In fact, the provision are like such that even the residents who are utilizing that infrastructure, who are residing in that particular complex, they want to monetize the extending the access of infrastructure to the service provider, whereas they are not interested to monetize the extension to the electricity and as well as the water supply and other agencies. All these have resulted into many bad practices which have come out in the practice. These are the monopolistic attitude of the infra provider. If the one infra provider gets the access of a particular premise, he tries to maximize the revenue, and many of the service providers are not coming forward to utilize the infrastructure. Though the infrastructure is there, but services are not available from many of the service providers, and we have seen and we are experiencing on day-to-day basis even in the national capital. You'll be surprised to know that the infra provided at one of the leading airport in the country was not upgraded to meet the requirement of the 4G once launched in the country. Sir, you are well aware that under your leadership, the things have started later on. So who is responsible for upgradation of the infrastructure for meeting the new challenges? We are at the stage of the 5G. We are going to have the 6G standards. India is going to lead that thing. And once we are going from 5G to 6G, we have to ensure that devices are as lighter as feasible, because many of the processes, if those are going to be defined in devices will become bulkier, costlier, heat generating element, and much more radiations are required. So we have to strengthen our network to slim size the devices as well as the cost, optimize the cost of the devices. TRI had started its study as a regulator. Study was started when the sir was chairing that, he was the chairman TRI, and that continued for 2-3 years. An extensive study was done across 300 cities, across different infrastructure in the country. And finally, we had come out a detailed framework for provisioning of digital connectivity infrastructure in building. And in building, once I say, it is building as well as the area. Here, area is just not limited to the campus, society, and colonies. The area is the city, state, we mean to that level. So we have requested the government is under active considerations to formulate a strategy to make a part of the development plan that DCI should be made as an intrinsic part of the each development activity, whether it is building construction, whether it is development of any township or development of any cluster. In fact, we had suggested that based similar to the smart city rating, we will go for the digital rating in future. I will come later on. Now coming to the framework, what we have recommended as a regulator, there are the few stake players in the whole system, ecosystem. And this framework has been designed based on the collaboration, cooperation for co-designing and co-creation. Collaboration and cooperation is there for co-designing and co-creation of the digital infrastructure. Once we say that co-designing and co-creation, then design right from the building plan conception stage, the design of the DCI has to be included in the development plan. The framework also suggests how to empower the development authorities to ensure that these designs are as per the required plan or not. We have also suggested that for different kinds of the building, there cannot be one size fit to all kinds of the building. There has to be different standards for the different kinds of the designing of the DCI solutions. And once a plan is designed, not plan is designed for the standard 5 or standard 2, there has to be some basic kind of the plan requirement should be invariably be available in a particular building. Later on, this design can be enhanced based on the financial flexibility of the user of that building. So some basics are to be there so that the minimum connectivities are there. Now, who are the stakeholders? It's the property developer. It's a user who are the prospective user who are going to use. It's a DCI designers, DCI developers, DCI evaluators. Once we call, I will explain each term separately. And then it's a development authority who has approved the various plan. And the most important is the infrastructure provider and the service providers. So once the building plan is going to be finalized, the stakeholders have to come together. Getting stakeholders coming together will be a difficult thing for every building development which is happening across the country in different parts of the country, because it's not feasible that every type of the expert is available to say in Guwahati or in Shillong or maybe in Bharuch or anywhere else. So there has to be a complete digital platform where the accessibility of the information should be available. The developer in the smaller city of, say, Simoga can know that who are the designers available in that area, who are the solution providers who are available in that area, he can engage that thing. So the framework defines each and every complete thing. The information, what the user user are expecting, those are to be shared, and those are to be also taken care of the while working out the plan. There has to be capacity building programs for the coming out various kind of the requirement, and this capacity building program is going to generate huge employment opportunity in the country. Because similar to the electrical engineer, similar to the other experts like Mason or other experts, there will be huge requirement of the telecom professional as a DCI designer or DCI evaluator or the DCI development. There has to be a body which can look after all these things. We have suggested Council of DCI similar to the Council of Architecture. We have, in our framework, we have also suggested that there should be minimum obstructions to the current processes where the DCI design itself should not delay the building project. If anything is going to add the cost to the builders, anything is going to delay the project things, it is not going to be starter. So it has to be fit in within the ecosystem what is currently available. So we have suggested to empower the local bodies, urban bodies, to be equipped with the DCI evaluator who can evaluate these things as a part of the similar to fire protection or electrical installation, etc., etc. So those things we have included in our part. We have also included that there has to be a close coordination between the ministry handling the job for the telecom development in the country, ministry, urban development ministry, what the ma'am has just indicated, town and country planning organizations, service providers, and other agencies who are also involved, like local bodies and other things. So all these have to come together to review the thing and to see that academia, in fact, ACTI and other things are also to be part of the whole ecosystem so that the capacity building, etc., can be done. So just I'll try to. So these are the things which are to be included as a part of the DCI development. We have the framework completely take care of the every requirement what the DCI is looking for the future. Moreover, once the DCI is developed, it has to have the upgradation facilities as per need of the users in the future. And the mandatory requirement can start from the government building, public public buildings and other things. Later on, it can be extended to the other individual buildings. DCI rating framework had already been suggested that Mr. Suresh pointed out. We are at advanced stages of coming out the rating regulation in this regard, and soon, maybe in the next 1 or 2 months, you will find the regulations on the rating. So with these, with the limited time available, I wish that DCI framework should be properly implemented. We have suggested a complete chapter on to be included in MBBL, not as a part of the annexure of some document. And I am happy that NBC has already taken up to review the various practices of what standards to be adopted in this. TRI as such is conducting large number of the awareness program with the support of the various state government. We will try to get associated with Ministry of Urban Development and other organizations to promote this infrastructure, and we have already been associated with some of the state government in this. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable words. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Madam Aruna Sundarajan, Chairperson, Broadband India Forum. She has served as the Secretary to the Government of India in 3 ministries, which is Steel, IT, and Telecom, and was Chairperson of the Digital Communications Commission. During her tenure, Madam Sundarajan played a pioneering role in steering various important tech policies and initiatives across the domains of telecom and hardware manufacturing, e-governance, digital payments, data protection, cybersecurity, and tech startups. With that, ma'am, please, I request you to come up and give the floor. Please give warm welcome to her.
Thank you for that introduction, Arun. Dr. R.S. Sharma, my eminent colleague, and as has been often said, the father of many things digital in this country, Sri Mahendra Srivastav, Principal Advisor, TRI, my young colleague, Srimati Isha Kalia, Sri V. Suresh, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President of BIF, Mr. Anil Tandon, Director General BIF, delegates from various government departments, TRI, other guests, urban planners, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you as Chairman of BIF to this very important and topical subject that we are here to discuss today. This subject for me has a very special resonance, one because, of my background in IT and telecom, but also because I started my career after my initial years in the district in the Urban Development Department. I started in the Cochin Development Authority, and my acquaintance with Mr. Suresh goes back to almost 38 years. And I can tell you that his energy remains undiminished. So we need that kind of energy for the kind of agenda we are taking up. And I completely echo what was said here, that he is one person who can give Mr. T.V. Ramachandran a run for his money. Although I'm not sure the jury is out on that one yet. But we need these two strong men, and women to lead this. You see, I think people really have not understood that while on almost every aspect of digital India, we are probably, out there or even ahead of the world in many areas. And for example, the digital identity, many projects with which the CoWIN project, many of which Mr. Sharma has personally spearheaded. We are really out there and giving a model to the rest of the world. But if there is one area, if people were to ask, where is it we are lagging behind the most, I'm afraid it would be this area. And I can say that because Mr. Sharma has, with conviction, when I was in DOT, we tried. Because this is an area where people are not recognizing that the loss to GDP in India would actually perhaps be very significant if someone were to do a study. Even in the very initial opening remarks that Isha gave, you could all tell that she got it. She got it because she's much younger than all of us. Anybody who is as young as her will tell you that we don't also need digital infrastructure. In fact, we need first digital infrastructure. Ask any of your children. You want to book an Airbnb? You want to go on holiday to some place? You want to go meet your friend for a cup of coffee? The only thing they're asking is, how's the connectivity out there? Without that, see, it started with something that we needed to work. Then we saw that we needed to play. All entertainment became digital. Now we needed to live. That is the kind of paradigm change that has happened. And we cannot have a situation where in India we're still talking about, whose responsibility is it to provide digital infrastructure? I mean, that question is an absurd one if we are asking it at this level. I think almost every country in the world, and Mr. Suresh can throw more light on this, it is mandatory that digital connectivity is provided if your plan is to be approved. How can you think of giving approval to a plan if there's no digital connectivity? That is the stage at which we are. And people here cited some numbers on GDP. Let me share a couple of numbers that I happen to look at. It is expected that, each household will be consuming 1,000 GB of connectivity by 2030. Do we have the kind of infrastructure that will permit a consumption of 1,000 GB per capita? Or rather per household? See, that is the kind of requirement that we need to start planning for. Similarly, we are seeing that not only is there this total exponential explosion of content, there's also going to be an exponential explosion of IoT, and Mr. Srivastav referred to it. It's estimated that by 2030, you'll probably have a conservative figure of 30 billion devices connected in the world, given that the population of the world is 7 billion, and we'll have at least 4 devices, per person. We already have probably that many number already in 2024, and we're still 6 years away from 2030. So you can imagine, and this is not going to be confined to the elite, to the rich, to the urban. No. We already know in India that this is going deep into rural areas. It is going into pockets where people may not be consuming today, but that is not because they don't want to consume or cannot consume. It is because they are unable to access that. So this seminar or conference, in my view, is absolutely of the highest importance. And I'm delighted that we have Isha here, who has, realized that this needs to be planned for, it needs to be designed, it needs to be baked into, urban development and urban development standards, rural development building standards also eventually. But since this is the parent ministry that looks at all building standards, I think they have a pivotal role to play. And so this is not going to happen by accident. A huge body of work needs to be done. Planners have to get into it. Designers and architects have to get into it. Standards bodies have to get into it. And most important of all, we need to figure out how to effectively unbundle. That's why you will see in this workshop, we're speaking about neutral digital connectivity infrastructure. The sooner it is unbundled, the sooner we will find a resolution to these problems. And it is only when it is unbundled that consumers can start getting the kind of services they need. Anyway, I don't want to take up more time. I am very happy to note that all of these topics are being discussed extensively. And even though this is a small gathering, I think most of the influential people who need to play a role in this are already here. And certainly the BIF and the people here would be delighted to offer their help and assistance to MOHUA to take forward this agenda. And with those few words, I am again delighted to have all of you here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wise words of advice and guidance. With great respect and regard, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Sharma to deliver the inaugural address. Dr. R.S. Sharma has been former regulator with TRAI, with a PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, with a master's in computer sciences from the University of California, a master's in mathematics from the IIT Kanpur, and a bachelor's degree in law. He is a retired member of the prestigious Indian Administrative Services, the 1978 batch. Dr. Sharma headed the Telecom Regulatory Authority from August 2015 to September 2020. During this period, he brought consumer focus and ensured availability and affordability of telecom and broadcasting services to all pockets of the country. He advocated policy changes to the government wherever regulatory action was insufficient. He also introduced data-driven policy making in the telecom sector. Before joining TRAI, Dr. Sharma worked as Secretary, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, where he spearheaded the Digital India program to develop India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy. However, Dr. Sharma is best known for the role he played as Director General and Mission Director of the Unique Identification Authority of India during 2009 to 2013, working closely with Mr. Nandan Nilekani in overall design and implementation of Aadhaar. He brought to fruition Government of India's ambitious project to develop a unique identity to all its residents. Today, it is the world's largest identity system. Madam Aruna Sundarajan has already mentioned his activity in CoWIN, so I will stop here and welcome him, sir. We all welcome you, please, sir.
Well, good afternoon to you all, friends, and thank you very much for a very generous introduction. Aruna ji, Isha ji, Ramchandran ji, Mr. Suresh, Mahendra Srivastav, friends. I was, very proud of the fact that, I have spent 45 years in government service. Till I heard Mr. Suresh. He has spent 59 years in the whole, and still, I don't think I can match even, nearly also his energy and his articulation. The way, I mean, at this age, I forget the names of people, I don't remember many contexts, but his things are just, sort of coming out effortlessly. I mean, that basically shows his passion and commitment. And thank you very much. I've really had the privilege and pleasure of listening to you. I think all these speakers, especially Mr. Srivastav and Arunaji and others have, Isha also, have basically dealt on the issue of digital connectivity infrastructure in the buildings. So I will really, and I may also be quite obsolete in that sense because I had left TRAI in September of 2020. Of course, I was again called back to do this COVID stuff, and in the kind of did the National Health Authority, so Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. But then I think in many of these areas, I may have, whatever TRAI had recommended and how it has played out, I may not really be familiar, so pardon me if I am, speaking something which has already been done. When I came from Jharkhand in 2014, and I joined as Secretary of the Department of Electronics and IT, it was DITI in those times, not the MITI. So, there, our Prime Minister, who had also kind of taken charge on 26th of May 2014, and I had taken on in May, around the same time. So he then asked us to, sort of devise or articulate the Digital India program. And, we all bundled like typical bureaucrats do. We said, yes, we have NEGP, we have a number of other programs, so we'll all bundle them together and took it to the PMO, saying that this is what is Digital India. So he said, no, this is not Digital India. This is not, I don't want a bundle of projects to be called Digital India. You must have a vision. And basically the vision should not really be on projects and programs. Of course, that should also be part of it. But largely it should be basically an articulation of how you want to see India in a digital sense over the last, over the next 25 years or 10 years or whatever time frame you decide. And don't worry about the money. The money will come. Money is not important. What is important is how do you articulate it. So we sat down and, we said the first vision to develop India into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy, as you said just now. Then, of course, that question came, how do you kind of divide that whole structure? How do you give it a structure? So we, sat down and see that first of all, the fundamental structure, fundamental area is digital connectivity. Without connectivity, there is nothing, there is nothing digital. It is not the 1980s where you could have the DOS operating system and sit down in a place and you can program and stuff like that. It is not that. Today is a connected world. And therefore, what is important is digital connectivity. So the first area of Digital India, if you read the document, is connectivity as a utility to citizen. Digital infrastructure, in fact, to be more precise, digital infrastructure as a utility to citizens. That is the first vision area of Digital India. And digital infrastructure, of course, is of two types. We were very clear on that. One is a hard infrastructure, which is a telecom infrastructure, connectivity infrastructure, optical fiber cable, Wi-Fi, broadband, whatever. And another is a soft infrastructure, which is basically digital identity, digital payment, for example. These are the soft infrastructures. So essentially, that is one part. Second area was software and services on demand, which is basically on that digital infrastructure, you develop a suite of services which will serve the people and you can continue to develop. But that is second area. And third area was the citizens' empowerment, digital empowerment of citizens. So this is something which basically was articulated. There, of course, we had certain milestones to be achieved in each of these areas. It was not basically a vacuous kind of statement of purpose and objects. It was also, sort of broken down into various things as to how much we will do in each area. Electronics manufacturing also was one of the pillars of that Digital India program. And therefore, when we started this, and then I was lucky enough to get into TRAI next year in 2015, And we all continue to remember, the first paper which actually my predecessor, Dr. Khullar, had brought out is basically proliferation of broadband. And how can you proliferate the broadband into our country? And from there we took off. And the TRAI brought a number of, policies, which I'll deal with a little later. But let us say in the digital infrastructure, and today, of course, you had that G20 where you talked about digital public infrastructure. DPI became a buzzword. This India has really, leapfrogged into these spaces, as Arunaji rightly pointed out. So, we have today, for example, we have Aadhaar, the digital identity. We have the payment system. We have the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. We now have the ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. So we have a number of these kinds of areas. So not only we built what is called a horizontal digital public infrastructure, which is Aadhaar and payment, which is required for all kinds of domains. We also started to build various stacks in agriculture sector, in the commerce sector, in other kinds of sectors. And some of the fundamental principles of those infrastructures is essentially, interoperability, scalability, openness, open APIs, open, source even, open standards. This is, and frugality. So these are some of the basic overarching principles on which we built the digital infrastructure. Of course, shareability. Sharing is a key word of that, because once you have digital public infrastructure, which means you are going to share it. And the beauty of these DPIs is that the more you share, the more they're inexhaustible in some sense. They're not really, once you put an optical fiber, you can virtually have infinite bandwidth flowing through it. Depends on the terminal machines. So therefore, that is the kind of structure which we have been able to build. And today, even if you remember, back in 2015 or 2014, the data 3G at that time, it was selling at 275 rupees per gigabyte, right? Today, data is selling at 7 rupees per gigabyte. India is per capita data consumption, the last I read was 20 gigabytes per capita per month. India's mobile networks are transporting more data than the mobile networks of US and China put together. That's a factual situation. So there are, we have really gone much ahead. But then it is also a fact, as Aruna rightly pointed out, that this is one area where we are really lagging behind. Because the way, things have developed, people have a very distorted sense of, sort of how to prioritize. I'm not sure whether now what is happening, but a couple of years back, the RWA, Resident Welfare Association fellows in the buildings and societies, they were charging money from the telcos or from the infrastructure providers to put that thing. Imagine, that was the distorted priorities. In fact, on the other hand, they should be paying money to put that infrastructure, which can be, used. So this whole issue of sharing has been central. In fact, we were the first country in the whole world which actually shared the mobile towers. That whole concept of now the tenancy on a tower is more than 3, right? This is what had happened. So we have progressed in many areas. Obviously, there are other issues. For example, when we think of digital hard infrastructure, which is connectivity infrastructure, we typically think of telcos. That's not really the correct way to think. And now I think, I'm not criticizing any particular sector, but what I'm saying, let's not think that telcos are the only guys who will provide us. They've done a great job. Today we have 1.2 billion mobile connections, we have cheap data rates, we have everything. But then there are limitations. Today, a small school boy, he also needs a couple of gigabytes of data to download his books, to study. So while the data delivery has increased, the demand has increased manifold. And therefore, if you want to keep up with the demand, we have to think of all the possible ways of, getting the connectivity, getting the data. So we have to think of optical fiber cables. We had BharatNet project which Arunaji had done, and we were together in that. Unfortunately, I don't know what is the usage of that because I am a little obsolete, as I said. But BharatNet was one of the potential providers because it could have provided connectivity to every panchayat. So that's something which could have happened. Then, of course, there are multiple areas. Satellite. Now, fortunately, we have a new satellite policy which will actually ensure, because there are many areas in the country where you can't lay the optical fiber cable, and where, because of the population density, people are not able to, the telcos are not interested in going there because the cost will be much more than the income from that. So therefore, we have to go to satellite, we have to go to fiber, we have to go to Wi-Fi hotspots. PM Vani, as it is called now, we had given that recommendation way back in 2017. And then, it finally, I don't know, cabinet approved it way, just about 2020 or 2021. It took 3 years. And the COAI gave in writing to the government saying that by September of something, we will have 1 million hotspots. The today number is 150,000 only after so many years. And obviously, they have not done it. Somehow, everybody feels कि अगर मैं दूसरा कोई कर लेगा तो मेरा सब चला जाएगा. This whole turfish kind of situation. Everybody thinks मैं कर दूंगा ना. Why are you bothering? I will take care of your requirements. This is what I found when we were doing Aadhaar. Aadhaar, when we used to go to the people saying that, we are doing this. Oh, you're doing this? It has already been done. Why are you doing it? Then we used to say, no, this is something digital infrastructure, next generation, you should accept it. Yeah, but I think it has been done. But in case you are doing something, it's really worth doing. Because why are you spending so much of money, additional money? So it has been done. If you answer that question, then they say is it worth doing? Thirdly, it is impossible to do. Just not possible. You can't make 1 billion people's digital unique identity. How the hell can you do it? Even the highest body of the parliament, headed by Mr. Yashwant Sinha, the Standing Finance Committee or some parliament, which is actually a mini parliament, they trash the project like this is a useless project going in a completely useless direction. So basically it is impossible to do. And there was some Professor Ram Kumar from TISS and who actually said, he basically gave his idea about technology. He's a social science professor, but then everybody in this country is authorized to speak on any subject. That is the beauty of this country. So they get, it cannot be done. And lastly, you have no authority to do it. It is actually Ministry of Home Affairs who will do it. Similarly, in this digital connectivity also, telcos tell, "Bhai, kyun aap pareshan hai? Hum to kar rahe hain na. We are doing it." They don't realize that, there are many, many more things to be done. The requirement cannot be fulfilled by one agency. India is an extremely diverse country. So therefore, you need satellite, you need broadband, you need Wi-Fi. Now, public Wi-Fi hotspots, today we just have 150,000. That also about 100,000 have been created by these PM Vani players. And PM Vani there was so much of opposition. Let me also say one more thing. Mr. Srivastav is here, and I think I can now be a little, I am a retired fellow, right? हमारे टेलीकॉम डिपार्टमेंट में जो लाइसेंस जो है ना, लाइसेंस बड़ा सेंट्रल शब्द है. They are all fascinated with license. Everything should be licensed. We should have even an authorization is also like a license, authorization. I am authorized to give it to you, right? I am authorizing you. So you have no authority to do it yourself. But this is the problem. So therefore in PM Vani also, now PM Vani is happening and I got associated with one of the companies because Nandan Nilekani told me, bhai, tumne ye chalu kiya tha PM Vani, to isko chalu karo, isko kuch banao. So when I talked to some fellows, then they said, abhi to rule banaye ja rahe hain. And those rules actually go beyond the cabinet. The PM Vani had to go to the cabinet, while it did not require to go to the cabinet. It had to go to the cabinet, and cabinet said no permission, no license, nothing. Still they say there should be rules, because without regulation we can't have anything. So this is another problem. So therefore, I think we have to come out of that mindset. We have to come out that, this is a collective work, and this cannot be done by Department of Telecom alone or Department of Urban Development alone. It has to take a national movement type of thing. And I think the time has come now. Everybody realizes the value of connectivity. Because connectivity today is not only making a phone call. Connectivity today is doing banking, doing everything. I don't think there are hundreds and thousands of applications which are coming. This actually requires connectivity, and therefore it is not telephone, and therefore people are ready to spend money on mobile phone. I mean, today we have about 650 million mobile smartphones, and they are growing at the rate of 25 millions per quarter. So this is the rate at which we are growing, and therefore I think what is required is everybody should put in their efforts to do that. The regulator has to give. We gave the policy on. We actually gave proliferation of broadband through cable TV infrastructure. Now, I don't know what has happened, whether it is now allowed or not. They were saying, look, they are now done? No, that Doxin or many janta. But what I'm saying is, see, the issue was not technology per se. The issue was actually who governs what. The Ministry of Broadcasting was governing the Cable TV Act. And the Ministry of Telecom was governing that connectivity and broadband and licensing framework. They said if on the same pipe you can pass the television signal, you can also pass the broadband. So then the fellow has to do two things, that is that 8% AGR has to be done. And he has to maintain two accounts, one for television fellow, one for broadband. I mean, this is the kind of... Imagine, I mean, today, if you get something and that particular structure can do more functions, then you cannot do more functions because the other thing requires licensing, other things requires AGR, other things. So that actually we all have to collectively sit down together and say, look, this is where we are really behind. India was behind. We just have 20 million fixed lines in this country. Maybe the numbers has come down. People are they are cutting them. And we have now 1.2 billion this thing. So we need fixed line. And fixed line is not for phone. Fixed line is for data. And therefore, one more thing is unbundling. As Arunaji rightly said, unbundling of infrastructure from service. That is what has happened. That is what we are doing in ONDC. ONDC is infrastructure from service unbundling. Unbundling is the name of the game. So therefore, that is how we can scale. That is how, for example, in Aadhaar, we just did not do anything except proving X is X. That's all. The other things are just plugged into it. Unbundling enables you to plug disparate kind of modular structure into creating a solution. That's what happens. So therefore, it is important that we do unbundling, that we do neutral digital infrastructure. That's what should happen. And that will basically enable, of course, we need to make a rule that the neutral fellow should not also become a monopolist. He can't have his bhatija doing the, whatever broadband in this thing and say, "Main kisi ko nahi dunga iske alawa." That should not happen. Those rules have to be there, and I'm sure, the TRAI has already, fortunately, TRAI, and I'm proud of the fact that I was chairman of TRAI. TRAI is one of the most, sort of forthcoming and most progressive regulators in the whole world, let me tell you, because I've been participating in the entire sort of GSR, Global Symposium of Regulators. So they are really, and the way we do it, the way the TRAI does it, is fantastic. Issuing a paper, having a consultation, nothing is done secretly. Everything is done in a very, very transparent manner, and I think that's one of the best regulators, I think, in the world in the telecom sector. They are much ahead in terms of thinking, recommending, and going ahead. And they have given a number of progressive recommendations. I'm sure Department of Telecom also, I'm sure, must be following it up and must be kind of accepting them. So I think that's what I wanted to say, that it is very, very critical that if we want to remain on top of the world, and we are on top of the world in terms of digital public infrastructure, I think we should become top of the world in the connectivity infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's always a great learning experience listening to you, and I'm sure your words of advice will go a long way in enthusing the gathering here, sir, in the sector. I now invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, to give the vote of thanks. Sir.
Thank you, Arun. It's my very pleasant duty to propose a vote of thanks to this fantastic set of speakers we listened to. Before I do that, I must first thank the supporting ministries and departments and regulator. Entire concept of DCI was innovated by our TRAI. He was too modest to mention that, Dr. R. Sharma. It started there. They did the first trial of Vani, the proof of concept demo, in fact, not a trial, in their building in Old Minto Road. And then did the next one in Noida, third proof of concept in Andhra, and thereby they took it on. And that has been happening from 2017 or 2016. So he is a real innovator of Vani. Of course, it got worked upon, modified, improved, rules brought in, and it became PM Vani. DOT adopted it and saw the strength of it. So he is an innovator of the concept which is going to give us good DCI in buildings. Every speaker has highlighted the need for digital infrastructure, digital infrastructure in buildings. As connectivity is getting more and more important, it's important to have it everywhere, particularly in buildings where 70% or more of data is being consumed today. And many specialists there are who will tell you that connectivity is not just the old passé voice connectivity. Today, even platform connectivity. My friend Mohit Lohani is here. He has done a lot of work, research in this area. Platforms, different OTT platforms have different levels of connectivity in buildings. And it would be great to have an index which rates the connectivity, brings in sense of competition between buildings, between developers, and between providers. So that's a great concept. First started by TRAI, their concept of DCI and Vani and PM, everything. Then taken forward further, and today we now have a situation where we have to bring the awareness of this concept everywhere, because people take it for granted. Oh, in-building coverage nahi hoga, acha, theek hai. That's the standard thing. No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. There are things like powerful Wi-Fi, modern Wi-Fi. And India is still on sort of obsolescent Wi-Fi. We need to move to modern Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, which inside buildings can give you 5G-like connectivity. And Mr. Suresh pointed out very rightly, it's not just buildings, in-building environment, built environment rather. In that sort of environment must get proper connectivity. So all of these were beautifully brought out by this distinguished panel. And like I said, my first thanks is to DOT, to TRA, to DOT and MOHUA, because they have made it happen along with Bureau of Indian Standards. They have supported us and encouraged us to do this. Without their encouragement, we wouldn't have jumped into it. So having done that, I would acknowledge the great learnings from the speakers. First, Mr. V. Suresh. Everybody said, what energy, what passion. I think that's a gross understatement, sir. He was a tornado. It was like a tsunami hitting us. And, sir, is absolutely fantastic. What statistics he was reeling off, I tell you, 1.39 or 1.4, which was the broadband GDP effect. That's, he said it very correct. ITU had said 1.39. He was there about 1.4. bang on. How many people know it? Nobody. It's actually very good. And he said, India a career under Isher Judge Alwalia, they found 3.3%. I don't know how he gets all these things so well. And that shows the importance. If 70% of the data is in buildings, so 70% of your GDP growth can happen only through buildings. If you don't have good connectivity there, you don't get it. So he brought it out beautifully, sir. We are very, very grateful to you for coming all the way from Trivandrum. He's come in just for this. And he's flying out tomorrow morning for, again, another important engagement back down there, I think in Kerala, in Trivandrum. Thank you very much, Madam Isha Kalia. Excellent, supportive words you have given to us. We'll carry forward this sort of program, awareness program. Mr. Mahendra Srivastava, he's brought out beautifully the work being done by TRI in this area of DCI index, and that's really going to spark off a lot of innovative improvements. Madam Aruna Sundarajan, thanks for your inspiring words of encouragement in this. And of course, the great Dr. R.S. Sharma. What profound points he brought out, and such a nice way, very impactful way, half humorous, but very serious, very impactful. All of them sink in. And sir, we are ever grateful to you for the way you have brought in DCI, you brought in PM Money, you brought in Aadhaar, everything digital, or like Madam Aruna Sundarajan pointed out, digital means Dr. R.S. Sharma. He was the one who brought in Digital India. He's the one who brings in digital connectivity. I would request a real standing ovation for him. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you very much to the earlier panel, the curtain raiser panel. They also spoke beautifully, brought out all excellent points, very good, vibrant, interactive discussions. Thanks to all of you and to my team, everybody for making this happen. Thank you, all of you. I hope you have a very good sessions. The further sessions which are here are also going to be taking forward this discussion. And as Isha Madam also requested, we would be preparing a proceedings document out of this, which we'll share with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request the speakers to please stay seated on the dais for a moment, please. I request TV sir to please present mementos to each of the speakers. Yeah, thank you, sir. I request TV sir to give a memento to our chief guest, Dr. R.S. Sharma. And also one to Madam Aruna Sundarajan. To Mr. Mahendra Srivastava. To Srimati Isha Kalia. And to Shri V. Suresh with thanks. Thank you all. We will break for tea, coffee for 10 minutes. One moment, please. She would like. You wanting to say something? Yes. Please, just one moment for a group photograph. TV sir, join the group. A group photograph. Yeah, sure. Me, sir.
Come,
Shiv, please come. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will be heading for the lunch. Give us the 5 minutes to set up the lunch and everything. So allow us to go for the lunch in 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is a change from the earlier plan. Have one more panel before lunch.
Yeah.
But since we are running slightly behind schedule, we thought we'll have lunch.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all the cooperation. Thanks.
Thank you.
To take the chair, please. Yeah, yeah. No, yes. I will do that, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Next, may I request Dr. Nilesh Pure, Senior Vice President and CTO, Gift City from Ahmedabad. Welcome, sir. Sri Arun Kumar, Scientist E and Director, Civil Engineering Department of the BIS, who is responsible for the NBC. Welcome, sir. Sri Devansh Deolkar, Scientist D and Joint Director, Electronics and IT Department of the BIS. Sri GD Singh, CEO, Mobility, iBus. Sri Mohammad Shahid Khan, Global Pre-Sales Lead, Connectivity Solutions, STL. On the back side, can you please? Back side, please, can you all of you can come? Please come inside. Sachidharan sir, can you send everyone? Yeah. Allow me to start, please. This session will be chaired by Sri A.K. Mittal, a well-known figure in the telecom industry. Many of us, or many of you at least, may not be of the age that we have today we had V. Suresh ji, T.V. Ramachandran ji, then we have Mr. A.K. Mittal. He has a career in telecom spanning over 5 decades. 5 decades of experience and is still going on. He is the advisor on the networks for the TS-DSI, a standard body, the SDO of the India, with a special focus on standardization in wireless and wireline systems, and handles standards-related activities of TS-DSI in 3GPP and the ITUR. He is also the convener of the BIS panel, that's what Suresh sir was mentioning, on the ICT-enabled buildings. So, the DCI, whatever we are talking here, the standards being built up by the BIS. So, BIS, the people who are in charge for the NVC course, they are here. We have the convener of this BIS panel, Sri A.K. Mittal sir. He did his graduation in ENC in 1976 from IIT Roorkee. He worked in various telecom domains, R&D, satellite, microwave, mobile, switching, whatever. Means, I think he has not left anything. Network management, licensing, regulation, standard, testing and certification, wide experience, very wide experience. He has been the head of the Telecom Engineering Center. He has also headed the National Telecom Institute of the Policy Research, Innovation and Training of the DOT. So, next, may I request, now I will go to the Nilesh Pure, Dr. Nilesh Pure. I will request him for presentation. Before that, I'll introduce him. Dr. Nilesh Pure is Senior Vice President, Information and Communication Technology with Gujarat International Finance Tech City, known as GIFT City. He is also Director in charge of the Smart City ICT Services Limited, a joint venture of the Government of Gujarat and Telecommunications Limited, Tata Telecommunication Limited. In his past assignment, Dr. Pure has worked with the companies like IBM, Aircel, Reliance Group, British Gas. He has done his doctorate in smart cities. He has designed the fiber optic infrastructure for Delhi-Mumbai Expressway for the NHAI, part of the committee designing smart building in the upcoming NBC 2025, won the board of the studies for the BK School of Management. He is a part of the FICCI committee advised government of the Gujarat for designing Gujarat state. So we have a very renowned and very learned and the people, those who have been really working on the ground. Before I go to the other panelists, I'll request Nilesh Pure to make a presentation. But before that, I'll request Mr. A.K. Mittal to say a few words for his panel to begin with. Then I will start asking the presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar, and namaste everyone. And maybe that post-lunch session will not be too heavy. We will try to keep it light and more practicable. I think this chapter in NBC on ICT-enabled installations, the way it happened, I will just briefly recall that somewhere in 2013, while in 11 to 13, I was in licensing division of DOT, and that time we used to get a lot of feedback from the service providers about the difficulty in accessing the buildings and sharing the infrastructure and all. And Mr. Srivastava also explained one of the operators of the airports also created difficulty in sharing the infrastructure for ICT connectivity. So all that was in mind. And we were thinking that how to get this enforced through a proper system. And when I came to TEC after that, while we started working on technology part, that how the infrastructure inside should actually work, all that. But parallelly, we then thought that let us talk to BIS whether this can be made part of the National Building Code. And then we came to know that BIS is going to revise its existing NBC, and they were also thinking on the similar lines somewhere. But I think there was no meeting point arrived at by that time that how we joined forces. And so immediately, that cross connection was established, and a panel was made, and we started the activity. So, and at that time, really nothing was known where to start. So we had some very distinguished participants in the panel, and we had our own experience in telecom, my own, and I shared my experiences with other colleagues who have worked in the field, difficulty and some service providers. And then we started developing, and over a period of maybe about more than a year, 1.5 years, we worked on that, and we arrived at a chapter in due time. And after it was made part for the very first time in the NBC, I think it became quite popular, and BIS did a good job of evangelizing NBC, and as a part of that process, they also had a special session on the ICT-enabled installations, and I traveled with BIS teams to some states and cities to make people aware, and had the opportunity to meet developers and the local administration and others just to satisfy their queries. So I think now that seed which was sown at that time has become a plant and started bearing some fruits, because people have noticed that provision. They have started implementing inside their buildings at different places. Of course, lots of gaps might remain, because that is something which very first time we tried. I was really, it was a pleasant surprise to know that GIFT City was, entirely, they have taken this chapter into account while implementing. And probably we will learn more from their feedback as to what they found that what needs to be done more. And now we have the revision for NBC for 2025. We have started the panel again. And the very first thing which we did in the last meeting was, apart from what we have done in the buildings, we also thought that not only for campuses, also the street furniture on the public roads. And we should cover, because as was being said in the earlier two sessions also, that connectivity should be seamless. And that seamless connectivity should, and that the way technology is progressing, the 5G and 6Gs, we will have lots and lots of millions and millions of hotspots on 6G technology, and maybe a mix of Wi-Fi and all that. But the way technology is to be delivered, so it may not be only on Wi-Fi, on the street furniture it will be on 5G and 6G. So we should be prepared for that, and whatever gaps have remained, those we should cover. So, and so what we are, aiming at this time, and we will actually wait for the feedback. A lot of feedback has come in this workshop, and we expect much more to really update our document. But what we see is that as we are progressing towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, the call given by the Prime Minister, so we should also be progressing towards the Atmanirbhar DCI. That means how efficient this should be, that we should have a Atmanirbharta on the DCI and put similar, kind of effort and priority to do this. And probably, and also everybody has realized that the real last mile is now the DCI. Earlier we used to, talk a lot about the last mile connectivity is not there. So the connectivity up to the home is now available, or up to the building is available, but what is inside? And the options of technologies are too many. But someone might think that we are on a wireless world, so why do we need, inside the building, wireless is penetrating, then why do we need? Actually, even if the system is progressing to wireless, the back-end communication all happens on cables. And in the foreseeable future, we will never be able to get rid of cables. They are essential part of the infrastructure, and they will remain the essential part of infrastructure. And while the last mile connectivity in the public property or the public roads, along the public roads, is all what we say right of way, for which regulations are there. But now this is right for pathways. Pathways within the campuses, pathways within the buildings. So when we say right doesn't mean that because they are private properties, so that right has to be somewhere through some lighter regulation and somewhere through nudging the people and to become competitive. So all those things have to be brought in. How much part of that we can cover in NBC, we have to see when we work in consultation with so many experts, including TRAI and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So I think we have a lot of job to do at our hand, and we need lots of inputs from all those who are present here and from many other sectors who need connectivity. So with those short words, I will end my initial remarks, and also I will request the fellow speakers and panelists in this distinguished panel also to kindly keep time, and what we have seen, that maybe around 8 minutes will be available for each speaker. Though we want to listen to everybody so much more, because they are, are a bundle of information and knowledge. But I think here, keeping in view the time which is allocated to the panel, we will try to keep that time.
Thank you, Chairman sir. See, you said that you have traveled with the Bureau of Indian Standards officers to the different part of India in the last NVC code which was made, and I'm sure you have already planned that for 2025 also you are going to travel to different part of India, and starting with the gift city, for which Dr. Nilesh Pure is kind enough that he has already agreed that he will be organizing, and he will also helping all of us for the presentation and demonstrating the gift city. The NVC code was made, but they are the first one to implement it and set up the processes of the approval, OC and CC to be issued. So they are the first one. We want to learn from gift city, and we want to take it forward. So allow me to read the profile of the other panelists so that I need not to come again and again, and then I will hand over to the chair and the Nilesh Pure. I just forgot one thing to be tell about Dr. Nilesh Pure. Recently, Dr. Nilesh Pure have made a presentation to the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister of the Gujarat, Prime Minister of India and Chief Minister, and the other key people. And it was for 20-25 minutes. He has one-to-one or some sort of one-to-one presentation he has made. So thank you, congratulations for that, Dr. Nilesh. We have Arun Kumar. He is heading the NBC codes. He is the scientist and director of the civil engineering department from the BIS. So very instrumental for all of you, basically all the ministries, because he is the one who will be heading and who will be facilitating making the NBC code. He is a postgraduate in structural engineering, 18 years of the experience in the field of national standardization. Then currently he is heading the NBC cell in the civil engineering department of BIS, thus engaged in the revision of the NBC code as a member secretary. He is, along with the Devansh Deolkar, scientist D and joint director, he will be making the technical presentation along with the Mr. Arun Kumar. He is from the Department of the Electronics and IT Department of BIS. He is a joint director and scientist D in the Bureau of Indian Standards. He has been with the BIS since 2012. He is now working in the Department of National Standards in the field of electronics IT. Vast experience in product certification. He worked for various conformity assessment schemes, auditing under hallmarking scheme laboratory audit. Then we have GD Singh, Mr. GD Singh. He is the CEO of the Mobility iBus. He has also traveled from Bangalore for this particular event. He is a CEO credited for incubating and pioneering telecom and data ventures and high-end security solutions. Over 30 years of experience in managing and leading P&L, strategy development and deployment, monetization, technology transfer, sales marketing. He led as well as supported the fundraising process for both newly incubated businesses and as well as the existing old portfolios of the business. Have significant experience in launching new business ventures successfully. Welcome, sir. Mohammad Said Khan, he is a global pre-sales lead, connectivity solutions from the STL. Welcome, sir. He has worked with network solutions, IBM, Tyco Electronics, now Comscope. He oversees telecommunication passive network design, application engineering, PLM waste, developments as certified SME of land passive cabling solutions. In current technical and AE's roles, he explores the possibility of new product development based on the solution and field exposure. He represents STL for various standard committee forums, including TIA, BIS, TEC, PIXI, and IWCS. Welcome to all of you panelists. Now the floor is yours along with your chairman, session chair, Mittal Saab. Thank you, sir. One by one. I will want to inform this session especially has been designed that everyone will be making a brief presentation. Other sessions are purely on as a panel discussion. Thank you, sir. Maybe Dr. Nilesh Pure, you can come on, please. So, Chair, you can call one by one, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries present in the hall. Very good afternoon. Dr. Sharma, thank you very much for nice introduction. And one request, please change my photograph from the background panel. Actually, that's not me. I never wanted to look like that. So that's someone else. It's not me. And no, I love these mistakes actually. This allows me to break the ice with my audiences. So I'm Nilesh Pure. I represent Gujarat International Finance Tech City, GIFT City. As I come from GIFT, it is pertinent for me to introduce what GIFT is all about and what we are doing here. GIF was the name which was proposed by us way back in 2010-11 to then Chief Minister Mr. Modi. As Mr. R.S. Sharma told, that Mr. Modi has habit of putting his own things in the whatever new comes up. So when we proposed the name GIA, Gujarat International Finance City, he said, technology से चलता है भाई, आपका बैंक चलेगा, आपका जितनी BFSI segment की companies है, किससे चलती है? Technology से चलती है. So he himself added that T in the last of the name. The gift name is given by himself, Mr. Modi, our Prime Minister. We are situated in triangulation with Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. As of now, we are spread across some 886 acres, but given additional area of 2200 acres more. The city is being developed as India's only IFSC, International Financial Services Center. There are certain special tax advantages which are available only in that territory of the India. It is being developed on the lines of similar kind of business districts like Dockland Yard in London or La Defense Paris or Dubai International Finance City. So on the similar lines, we are developing this city also. The city is all about the city is all about vertical development. As you can see, this is the original master plan comprising of 886 acres, where almost 67% is dedicated for the commercial development. We have residential buildings also, and 11% is dedicated for social infrastructures like club, hospitals, schools, etc. Earlier, the master plan was to develop 62 million square feet of developed area, but now with additional 2200 acres, I think we will be doing many times more than that actually. We are a UDA, Urban Development Body. That means we don't have to approach Gandhinagar or Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation for our plan approvals. We have our own building laws, own GDCR. We are also mentioned as the model Greenfield Smart City in the Amrit document. The project started much before. In fact, we used to call it Intelligent City. The Smart City term was coined later actually, after emphasizing the city, the concept of gift city. Today's session is more about connectivity within the building, but my presentation will give you a different perspective of the high-rise building. That is about the intelligence building basically. What kind of challenges we faced while designing the building guidelines for a high-rise building, bringing in the element of intelligence or the smartness in the high-rise building, what challenges we faced during issuing the guidelines for implementation of the intelligent building. We'll talk about it one by one. So, looking towards the quality of audience, I don't need to explain what the intelligent building is all about, but just for sake of it, sensors, these are necessarily the IoT devices which talk to various physical infrastructure installed in the building, convert it to the digital form, take it to the building management system, and again take it up to the centralized building management system. Communication system, which basically provides not only the connectivity to those IoT sensors, but also telecommunication services for the occupiers within the city, the businesses you all are into. Security system, definitely intelligent building or the smart building secured enough, which includes access control, video surveillance, perimeter detection system, etc. Energy management system, with the sustainability being on the topmost priority of everyone, energy management system have become a very, very important part of the intelligence building. Then again on top of it, BMS, which is again system of the systems, various smaller systems are connected to it and monitor and manage via the building level BMS system. Let's come to the challenges which we have faced while we were issuing building design guidelines in the year 2012-13. There was no DCR. In fact, there was no definition of intelligence building per se. No fixed definition. We have to evolve what exactly is required to be done. No DCR, lack of consciousness. People were, as I said, no fixed definition. OEM agnostic specification. So we are basically a government body. For issuing the intelligence building guideline, our specification should also be OEM agnostic. We can't specify a particular agnostic that you go with Honeywell or you go with Johnson Control or you go with Siemens. No. Our guidelines are OEM agnostic. That means any OEM who is involved in the business of BMS will be able to adhere to our guidelines. The initial cost of the constructing intelligence infrastructure was really high at that moment of time, and that is still a challenge as of now also. Security is a major concern for anyone who implements intelligence building or IBMS system in their building, and we as a city authority have to address it in a very, very serious manner. Compatibility issue, that issue we will discuss in detail. Need for specialized person, this requires specific skill set, and resistance to change. As said by my earlier panelists in earlier sessions, there is always a resistance from the developer to implement these guidelines. But we, by virtue of being an urban development body and bringing it to the part of the DCR, we were able to implement it in all of our buildings. As I said, there was no fixed DCR for that. We work in-house, we hired consultant, we designed guidelines. What we have done actually, we have issued intelligent building management guidelines. These guidelines are the supplementary guidelines along with our GDCR. So any developer who is willing to construct a building in Gift City is given training on the BMS guidelines, IBMS guidelines. These are the Intelligent Building Management System guidelines that you have to implement all the system while constructing the building. Just like any other infrastructure, water, sewage, etc., you also have to implement the BMS system in your building. Along with this, we have also understood the importance of having a passive cabling, because in the beginning, in the year 2012-13, we lost a very, very important American bank client because the buildings were not cabled properly. There was no redundant cable shaft in the building. There was only single cable shaft, and that was the reason for the rejection from that bank, Straight and Stout Bank from the New York basically. They rejected Gift City just because of one reason. So we have included the cabling guidelines also in the year 2013-14 as part of the DCR. Now, adherence to IBMS and in-building cabling guideline by the developer is a mandatory requirement in the GIFT. Any developer who needs an OC, occupancy certificate, which is required to make the building live, he has to adhere to these guidelines. What we do actually, we work closely during various stages of the building construction. We do workshops with them. We do quarterly audit of the ongoing construction of the building. We ensure that whatever construction is doing, that is in line with normal GDCR as well as with the Intelligent Building Management System guidelines and the cabling guidelines also. So that ensures that the building is, when we issue the OC, the building is ready, fully ready for the uses. Now the challenges which we faced, these are challenges which needs to be addressed by the industry, and most of these challenges are still persist. One of them is lack of interoperability. When I say this, I mean that any component which I procure from Honeywell will not work with Schneider IBMS. Any access control system or the sensor which I procure from Siemens will not work with Honeywell. So that interoperability is very much required. Though there are industry bodies, UA, ASHRA, etc., but none of them allows, most of these OEMs basically manufacture the devices which work on a proprietary technology. They don't talk to each other. So that is one of the challenges which we faced. Second was continuously evolving technology. So across the globe, intelligence building, the smart city concept was taking up at that moment of time. And on the communication side also, there was a migration happening, though it's still not completed, from IPv to IPv4 to IPv6 actually. So what we have ensured that whatever guidelines we have issued, all the element which a developer put in the building has to be IPv6 compliant, whatever component he puts it. And that's as the buildings which were constructed in 2013-14, till now every building is IPv6 compliant. Every component which is installed in the building for the public uses, whether it is access control system, elevator management system, fire and smoke detection system, perimeter intrusion detection system, whatever is there, it has to be IPv6 compliant. And it should be able to talk to building level management system. Another challenge which we faced was the availability of the manpower. So most of the OEMs normally don't provide sufficient training to their manpower at that moment of time. So we faced that particular problem. The designing, nowadays we have so many IBMS consultants, but at that moment of time, we don't have IBMS consultants. So developer was in much of the trouble that there is no one to guide us how to implement the IBMS system. So, and there were people who were coming all the way from Bangalore, Hyderabad, even outside of the country also, to help them to implement the IBMS in their buildings. Another challenge, as I said, market domination. 2-3 players, they as of now also most of the bigger players don't allow smaller ones to proliferate in the market. We are still dominated on the IBMS side, intelligent building management system. Market is still driven by 3-4 major players. So that's a big challenge for this industry. Another one is lack of open standard. Everyone say that we support Modbus, we support OpenUA, but frankly speaking, even after supporting the standards, none of them talk to each other. You need a protocol analyzer, protocol converter to make the devices talk to each other. Now, lack of common platform. That's one of the biggest challenges which I have seen. For example, I implemented a Honeywell system. If any of the subsystem in the building goes faulty access control system, I put the access control system from Siemens. That won't talk to the IBMS system installed by the Honeywell earlier. So that becomes a major problem. So there is a dependency on a particular OEM. Once you go for it, you are married to it actually. So that becomes a major challenge. Then again, integration challenges. So this challenge I would like to discuss in detail. What we have done in GIFT actually, all the buildings have the intelligent building management system, but what to do with that actually? So we have implemented a centralized IBMS system, which is capable of talking to every BMS system. Basically, it was not an IBMS system. We have bastardized it over a period of 2.5 years and able to make it with so much of functionality that is able to talk to every BMS available in the world as of now. We have provision of almost 350 various protocols used by the various OEMs. Those protocols are built in this platform, and that platform is live now. Implementation challenges, reluctant developer. IBMS is an extra cost. Developer doesn't want to invest in the IBMS system. The cost, I would say, is around 1.5 to 2% of the overall building cost, but still they are not ready. They don't understand the importance of having a intelligent building in place. For them, they just want to construct a building, sell the real estate and move out of that actually. But that should not be the way. We are constructing a smart building. We can't allow dumb buildings in our city. So we have to pursue a lot. We have to work very continuously with the developers to implement the BMS system. Readily available platform, as I discussed, common platform was not available. Cyber security, one of the biggest challenges which we have, and one of the resistance also, and one of the points which developers always raised, and even the occupiers also, that what about our security, what about the privacy? So this is one of the concerns which addressed by GIFT as an authority at the building level as well as at the city level also. Lack of skilled manpower, as I discussed. Now revenue model also. There is no proven revenue model for BMS system installed in the building. There's actually nothing. These are basically the savings. There is no revenue, but there are savings which are given by this system, which basically ensures your OPEX over a period of time. There is a small capex involved in implementation of BMS, but over a period of time, you actually save significant on the operational cost because your buildings are more efficient. We have also issued, this is more pertinent for this particular conference. We as a GIFT authority have issued passive cabling guideline for the developers. Every developer has to compulsory implement this cabling guideline, these cables which are there. For every dwelling, every flat, we have prescribed 6-core fiber cable. There is also provision for the copper cable, which nowadays we are giving it bit, we are going relaxed on it, frankly speaking, because now voice services are also easily available or fiber optic, but earlier there was POTS connection were coming only on the copper. So copper was also one of the mandatory things, but now we have removed the copper component from it. And coaxial cable also, because CATV, somebody wants to have the coaxial cable infrastructure also, are given as a compulsory thing. Along with this, we also have guideline for telecom room. Every developer has to construct a telecom room which is equipped with raised floor, UPS, sufficient number of earth pits to connect the telecom equipment, and all the fiber optic cable going up in the building has to get terminated into the telecom room. And all operators come from our meet me room up to the telecom room, and from there, connectivity is taken to every office or every flat, every residential. This is basically a future-ready network. The reason we call it a future-ready network, because these are the passive cabling. You just change the electronics on both the sides and you are good to go from 5G, 6G, whatever technology comes up. So this whatever we are doing is basically future ready. It's a passive cabling only, nothing else. It's a pure fiber optic. There is no active component we have prescribed to any of the developers. Advantages, as said by earlier prominent speakers, ready to use services. So like when a building goes live, you have to have electrical ready, you have to have water connection ready, you have to have sewage also connected to it. On the similar lines, this IBMS guidelines and the cabling guidelines ensure that the building or the users can occupy the building and start consuming the services. Centralized monitoring. Intelligent building have a centralized system which allows it for a monitoring purpose, so building efficiency increases. Proactive governance by predictive maintenance. Now this is the key actually. This is the motto of implementation of IBMS in the GIFT City. Not only the building management system, all the utilities in the GIFT City are centrally monitored, managed. They are connected to a centralized command and control center, which we'll see in the next few slides. So we have concept of predictive maintenance. All the utilities and the building level parameters are critical parameters are configured with a threshold value. The moment those parameters reaches to that are reaching to those threshold values. For example, water supply, the pH level, the TDS level, correct? The electrical input, the harmonics in the electrical. If they reach that critical, that particular parameter reaches to the critical level, we get an alert in our city command and control center, which is proactively addressed. And our aim is that we should resolve the problem before the citizen know about it. That is the predictive maintenance. Talking buildings, intelligent buildings, they continuously generate lots of data. We have, truly speaking, GIFT has last 5 years data of every floor of every building, what kind of energy consumption these buildings are doing, how much amount of water these buildings are consuming. And this data is of much use, frankly speaking. For example, if I know in this particular month, my electrical consumption is this much, I can get into a advanced future power procurement agreement, because of which I get my future power at a very, very discounted price actually. So I have commitment to the power generating units and I get discounts on top of it. That is based on the data collected from the buildings. Safe and secure living. Safe and secure living, intelligent building enhances the safety because everything is monitored, CCTV is there, fire and smoke detection systems are installed. Energy efficient operation, as I said earlier, this basically reduces the energy consumption. To give you a perspective, we provide cooling as a service by DCS, district cooling solution. You don't have to buy the air conditioning. So we actually know which floor, and because of the access control system, we know what kind of occupancy is there on a particular floor of a particular building. So we can actually switch off the air conditioning of that floor. That saves energy. We do it proactively. In fact, not we, but the building manager does it very proactively and is able to reduce the operational cost. These are the few of the buildings. The picture tells you about the types of the building. And the bottom you have SBI commercial. You have a school from Narsi Munji. We have a data center. We have GIFT City Club. A Lilavati hospital is coming up. So our guidelines, the BMS guideline, the cabling guidelines are designed considering all these types of various buildings, the uses which are going to happen in this building. This is our digital twin where I can proudly say that this is one of the unique implementation of the IoT. This is for our aim for this platform is that for every brick out there, we should have a byte here actually. Correct. So every sensor, every smoke detection system, every access control system, each camera, the elevator installed in the building, I have live feed from that actually. And there are actually advantages out of it. Because of this platform, in last 1.5 years, we were able to avert a minor fire incident into a major fire incident actually. That we were able to stop it. So on the 14th, I'll give an example also, on the 14th of August, there was fire in GIFT City Club and at 2 o'clock in the night. The people, this place is 24/7 manned, by the way, and these guys are equipped with the critical contact details of every building, the nearby police station, nearby fire station, hospitals, and all critical details. Gujarat State Disaster Management Cell. So we got an alert at 2 o'clock in the night that there is a fire in the basement of Gift City Club. We called up the building manager. He actually picked up after the second call. We said that there is a fire in the basement. He said, "Sir, I don't have any alarm." But when checked, someone actually left the utensils in the dishwasher, and it catch the fire at that time. So we were able to address it. Our fire tender reached there in 7 minutes, and we were able to dose the fire actually. So with this platform, we are able to avoid major fire incident. And the alerts which are coming here are also replicated on a real-time basis on our fire station also, which is also 24/7 manned. And these alerts are not only visible, these are audible alerts also. So anyone is sleeping in the night will also wake up and act over the alarm.
Can we
finish? I'll just finish up, sir. So this is BMS. The BMS is all the BMS from the various OEMs are integrated here, and we are whatever images you are seeing are live. We are able to do it on a proactive basis. Meet me room from in which all operators come. They terminate their electronics, and from there we provide last mile connectivity on the fiber optic cable at a discounted rate. I think that's all. I've been asked to finish up. Thank you very much for the attentive listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nilesh Pure, for bringing out so succinctly the advantages, the challenges, and the way the alarm systems and the emergency handling systems are equipped. So I mean, we are eagerly looking forward to see your city and the implementation of the ICT in your buildings. So now I request Shri Arun Kumar and Shri Devansh Deolkar. So there is one session for 8 minutes, of course, for both of you. So kindly self-regulate your times and try to see that as early as within the limit we can do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much to BIF and the organizers, and more importantly to Dr. Nilesh Puri for highlighting the basics particularly and the advantages which we can directly see even though in this even in the short period of 15 minutes or so. This building code, as you all are aware, addresses 4 pillars of safety, but today I think that we should also have this 5th pillar of, it need not be safety, you are empowering people through digital connectivity and more importantly addressing the security aspects also. So that's what in a short time I could guess from this 2 hours of attending here. So the basic, this is how vast our building systems are being monitored or approved in the country. So this is the vastness you can see at urban level and at rural level also. The building code is not only catering to the urban areas but also for the rural areas, provided they also have this enough manpower. So whatever is the provision of the National Building Code of India, which was first formulated in 1970, is the basic premise for drafting or updating the building bylaws by various authorities in the state within their acts. We have got all these 33 chapters, and as you see in this next screen, Part 8, Section 6, Convener Dr. A.K. Mittal and Session Chair for today also did mention. In fact, BAS once again takes this opportunity to thank Dr. Mittal, because that was the first panel which on their own, they came up with the first version of the draft in the year 2014 itself. They were the first one to come out the new chapter on Part 8, Section 6. Although it's a very, very compact chapter of 40 pages, but it did pave way for how to go about in case of buildings which have to not only be safe within itself, but more importantly, it should give some data to the building manager or the owner. In the case of complex buildings, it is the building owner, it is a manager who is going to get the crucial data, some of which were already explained by Dr. Nilesh Puri. And this is that simple 40-page document. What does it contain? And the scope is sort of listed here. You can very well read for yourself. I will not explain for the paucity of time. And more importantly, there are three main concepts. Meet me room was just mentioned by Dr. Pure. So we have this two concept of equipment room and ER and TR concept which has been given here, telecommunication room and equipment room in this code. And as rightly mentioned, that we need to have all these systems, say for example firefighting systems or smoke management systems or security level, who will enter into the building or exit. For example, the lifts. Today, most lifts are fireman lifts, and regular lifts are also attached with CCTV cameras, etc. We need to have, we need to monitor them either physically through human or also these days to use of computers and technology. We need not hold a lot of manpower for it. And in this particular chapter, the other provisions also talked about these special requirements and general requirements apart from access control and video surveillance. This is the coverage of that particular chapter, and more importantly, coming from the standards organization, our request will be that the cabling system, whatever is being done, should always be a thoughtful idea, so that 20 years down the line or 30 years down the line, that cable should preferably continue to work, or the system should be such that that cable can be comfortably removed and replaced without doing major structural changes. So that means the part 0 of the code, which talks about an integrated approach wherein the architect, the MEP of engineers, the structural engineers, fire engineers, everybody is supposed to speak to each other even during the conceptualization stage. Our the ICT engineer should also be brought to that table right when the project is conceived. So that was the idea right in 2005 itself. That particular chapter was introduced, but because we are in the revision of this code, we will be putting in more prominently in this revision, because we want not just one gift city to come up, but every state should have such iconic provisions in various parts of this particular country. So wherever possible, we will be addressing explicitly in this particular code that I would like to mention here. And more importantly, there is a concern of, say, too much of information is coming. It is good for that owner of the building. What if somebody intrudes that? So what happens to the security system? That should also be touched upon. For that, we have both our colleague from the electronics department and then his own colleagues in the electronics division. So we'll be jointly working within the BIS also, jointly with NBC committee and the respective committee, so that not only apart from the smart cities, every building should be safe and secure with respect to its own data, because the data is not only for, rightly mentioned by Dr. Pure, that what was it 1 year ago or 2 years ago. You should be able to predict in future also, and then address any shortcomings which are likely to come. And more importantly, part 12 of asset and facility management, that is also talking about how these services or this equipment room and then cabling system, the backbone cabling system, the horizontal cabling systems, plus the wireless, how do you maintain them so that your building is live and function all through this particular, it's 70 years or 80 years offline. I'll stop there, and more importantly, because my colleague will also be mentioning, and we are here for some more time, and my colleague Abhishek Sharma, who is the person within the BIS, is also here, who will be sitting with you all through the day, and we'll be getting your inputs directly from here, and then we'll be also sharing our contact IDs and email IDs as well. I will leave this presentation. I request the BIF organizing team to share this particular copy, because somebody during lunch also mentioned about this regulatory document released by BIS. The information about it is also given in these particular slides, and we are available in this particular mode. And and more importantly, I'll take this opportunity for everyone that you kindly be in touch with us. The first meeting of that particular panel for Part 8 Section 6 has met. We have started receiving the inputs, and whatever additional and what do you think as an industry expert or industry service provider, you let us know, so that we will be happy to include in this particular revision with a vision that this code should be comfortably used for next 8 to 10 years time, starting from 2025. I stop here, and I request my colleague Mr. Devansh to continue. No, I have sent to Mr. Shivkumar. Okay. Good afternoon all. I am Devansh Devlekar, Scientist D in Bureau of Indian Standards, working in the Electronics and IT Department. First of all, I would like to thank BIF to give me this opportunity to speak on this very relevant topic. There is some glitch with the uploading of my presentation, so I will deliver my. It would be a kind of. The presentation is right now not there, but I am having the slides as a printout, so I'll speak what I have with me. So, Electronics and IT Department has overall 35 committees which are working to develop standards in the field of electronics and IT. Out of which one of the committees is LITD 13, which develops the standards for interconnection and information exchange among IT equipment and systems. So it has one of the scope of development of standards in home and building electronic systems in residential and commercial environments to support interworking devices that is IoT related and applications such as energy management, environmental control, lighting and security. So I think the work what LITD 13 does and the scope is relevant to the topic for which this workshop is being held. LITD 13 also licensed with the international committee, that is the Joint Technical Committee of ISO, IEC, JTC 1, SC6 and SC25, which formulates the standards on this relevant topic at international level. That is the IEC standards. So this committee has in total formulated 30 standards and 2 standards are under print. So the standards which are relevant to today's topic for DCI are generic cabling for customer premises. For what we have developed 2 standards. One is the general requirements and another is the office premises. The part 1 generic cabling for general requirements and another is generic cabling for customer premises, part 2 for office premises. There are 2 documents which are under print, which have been finalized and are under print. Those cover the industrial premises and data centers. And we are also working on further 2 documents, that is distributed building systems and single tenant home. So these standards basically describe about the configuration, the structure, the functional elements, the channel performance requirements like environmental and transmissional requirements of the cabling of the premises. So the ISO IEC 11801-1 2017, that is the general requirement. It covers the fundamental structure and configuration of generic cabling requirements, channel transmission and environmental performance requirements, link performance requirements like insertion losses, return losses, noise from various sources, attenuations, etc. And also it has enlisted the test procedures to verify conformance to the cable transmission performance requirements enlisted in various ISO and IC standards. Similarly, as I have already told, there is a part 2 that is for office premises. It covers it is optimized for premises in which the maximum distance over which telecommunication services can be distributed is 2000 meters. The principle of this document can be applied to larger installations. Cabling specified by that document supports a wide range of services like voice, data, video, and can also incorporate the power supply. Similarly, the 2 documents which are under print, that is for industrial premises and for data centers, they also provide a robust service to the automation islands in industrial premises or industrial spaces within other types of buildings. So, and the generic cabling for customer, for data centers, they are for the performance requirements for cabling, links and channels, the implementation requirements and options, the performance requirement for cabling components, the conformance requirements and verification procedures. So the issue of interoperability, as Pure sir also discussed, and as he was telling that the need of standardization is there in the field of cabling. So these standards definitely cater the same, and they may provide a level playing field for the manufacturers if the same cabling requirements which are mentioned in the standards are adhered to.
So, with these words, I would like to conclude my presentation. There are further different standards for optical fibers, optical fiber cables, power cables, coaxial cables, Ethernet cables, which have been formulated by BIS. And for Ethernet cable, that is IEC 61156-5, QCO has also been issued, and it is going to be mandatory. So all these standards are available from the Electronics and IT department, and industries and the relevant stakeholders may refer them time to time, so that the seamless interconnection and data transfers can be made. Thank you so much. This is from my side.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Arun Kumar and Mr. Devansh, for providing this very important peep into the BIS standards. First is on NBC and other on the LITD department's efforts to create standards on various aspects of connectivity and cabling. I think in our exercise on revision of our chapter, these standards are going to be very important. And I think Devansh or somebody from the department should be continuously participating in our panel.
Exactly.
So it will help us to upgrade that. Thank you very much. Now may I request Mr. GD Singh, CEO Mobility IBUS, to make his presentation.
Good afternoon. In fact, after lunch is always a very heavy session. A lot of people don't want to listen to the speakers out here, but okay, great. So, Honorable Mittalji, August gathering on panel, and my telecom gurus sitting in the audience, Duaji, Umang Das ji, and TVR. So I've lived emulating them. They have been mentors for us, and of course, other members in the gathering. I'll start with a small use case to understand. I'm a guy right from the battlefield, that what we are doing, whatever we're talking, we are actually implementing. We are doing in the ground what we are. A grandfather in a hospital, he's sitting on a bed on a recovery. He wants to do a FaceTime, or he wants to do a WhatsApp video call with his grandchildren. He can't do it. There's no connectivity inside. There's no optimal connectivity. He may be able to talk on a phone, but he's unable to do a FaceTime, which is currently a very sort of an important element while we are talking about digital connectivity. He calls his son and grandson to the hospital to meet him. The grandson meets him and he wants to run out because there is no digital connectivity. He wants to check his Instagram, Facebook. He can't sit with his grandfather for more than 5 minutes. He'll say, Dad, thank you so much. I've loved meeting you, but can I go out? My friends are waiting on my WhatsApp chat and all. So this is the reality. Actually, the Gen Z, or this is the reality of today. If we are unable to serve our customers, whatsoever we may talk, we lay out the digital infrastructure, but if it is not connected or it's not working, it is of no use. Why the hospital is not doing it? Why a hospital finds it unviable to do a public Wi-Fi? He cannot set up a public Wi-Fi and give internet free. It's a cost to him. Why telecom is not inside? Because the admin head of hospital wants money as rental for telecom to come in. He says, I need 1 lakh rupees per month if you want to provide connectivity inside. Now, who is suffering? The sufferers are the citizens, or sufferers are people or consumers. So this deadlock has to go off. We have to get into a situation where we make the ecosystem so conducive that we should have every building covered. With 5G coming in now, the problem goes manifold. 4G was 2300 megahertz. 5G is 3300 megahertz. The physics is against in building. At 33 megahertz, we all did physics, mu is equal to n lambda. Frequency is inversely proportional to wavelength. As the frequency increases, wavelength decreases, the waves cannot penetrate inside the building. You need to have in-building connectivity to make sure that the connectivity is there. So this is where my topic today is. Of course, I'll try to be within 8 minutes, but I'll just go on. What is IBUS? IBUS is a connectivity provider. We are agnostic of telecom, Wi-Fi, IoT. We do everything. So that's what we do. In fact, the room where we are sitting right now, Lalit, we have done the Wi-Fi for them. So we are the back-end providers to them. We don't come in, on the front, but we are at the back of lot. 50% of 5-star rooms in India, we provide managed Wi-Fi services all across. We provide all the software, LI, lawful interception and all. And that is how what we do, even in our portfolio of in-building solution with telecom operators. So that's what we are as IBUS. And of course, we have #1 market share as a composite for in-building and Wi-Fi as a total. We do almost 1 billion square feet in India. That's what we are. IBUS was founded by Mr. Ram Selatharaman and his colleague Subhash, and all they're based out of Bangalore. It's a 46% company owned by Morgan Stanley. And currently we're in our next round of fundraise. Hopefully we should close in within March itself. So what do we do? Of course, 4 things. In building solution, we work with telecom operators, building owners to provide DAS, MIMO small cell solutions on the top of the building. We do IoT, like what Dr. Nilesh said, Gift City, the IoT marvel. I want to replicate Gift City in every building in the country. That's what our endeavor is. We have done it. We have done some Taj properties. We have implemented on air conditioning system. We have saved 23% electricity bill for our customers. We are doing this similar kind of attempt, and that's what we want to do. We do, of course, Wi-Fi, which I told you, we were one of the largest. We do all educational institutions, universities. We go there, we wire up, we own the infrastructure inside the universities. We ask for per student per month, sort of a connectivity charge, and say, leave it everything to us. The software is ours, routers are ours, switches are ours. We bring bandwidth from 2 different directions, and that is how we are serving. We have done multiple universities and colleges across India. Manipal, you talk about MET, all of these, we have done managed Wi-Fi as a service inside. So what DCI in a building, of course, all these kind of categories which we serve, public transport, education, airports, public healthcare, all these hospitals, we are there. We have done Supreme Court of India. We have done the new, the convention center which has come in Dwarka, Yashobhumi. It was a large project covering the entire in-building solution. It was a massive project we did, and Prime Minister inaugurated on 17 September. And by the time, all the operators were live inside that building. So that's what we do. So, of course, there are 2 models while we talk. Individual operators also want to set up their networks inside the building, or a neutral host like us. We call ourselves neutral host. 1 network inside the building, all of them come, connect to my network. That's it. It's capex saving for operators. It's also national saving on capital. Everybody putting their cables, infrastructure, it's just duplication of infrastructure inside the building, not required. A neutral host is the key of the day. That's what we are, as a neutral host, as of now, serving these markets. So, what is this? It enhances the mobile network inside the building. Like I told, the mobile signals cannot penetrate inside. So you have to bring antennas right inside the building for the network to be connected. And we are all 5G ready. For last 1.5 years, we have been deploying all networks on 5G MIMO inside the building so that we are ready. Even if operators have currently not done within the building, they are coming now, switching on their 5G networks. Of course, this is the advantages of a DCI from their perspective. And from a builder's perspective, of course, his shaft has a limited space. So he would not want all telecom, Vodafone, Jio, Airtel, BSNL, MTNL come and put their cables inside it. So he would prefer a neutral host. For a building owner, it is very, very viable. And he talks to 1 person for any kind of a problem. And of course, operators also, they gain out of the capex saving which they have to do in that building. And the network is shared between multi-operators. So, but I have to actually address an elephant in the room. Where are we heading towards? Why only 30% of buildings in the country are operators have gone? Why not all? TRA has been mandating that every building must be connected. Here is the problem. Now, for delivering a digital communication infrastructure in the company, what a capex is, a BTS, a telecom operator has to invest into a BTS. He brings the BTS inside a building. He invests in fiber, he brings inside the building, or a microwave network. And in terms of operational costs, he has to pay IP fees to people like us. He pays on a monthly basis. There is a rental charge which a building wants. There's an energy charge which the building wants. So if you see in the current scenario, 50% is IP fee on operational costs and 50% rental and energy charges. This is the biggest detrimental to the digital connectivity inside the building. Now, if I do a parallels between Wi-Fi as a connectivity and IBS as a connectivity which is mobile, in Wi-Fi, builder invests. He puts money on internet bandwidth, energy charges, switches, routers, access point. He puts money. in IBS, builder makes money. Now, both are digital connectivity solutions. In one scenario, he's spending money, on other, he's making money because he's charging, the builder is charging a telecom operator to come inside. The building, he charges for rent, he charges for energy, and all those kind of things. So, in fact, somebody was saying, like in the initial session also, that there are RWAs who ask for monies for coming inside. Government is also asking for money. Government is coming out with tenders to come out, and railway station में आना है, आपको metro में आना है, आप tender है, जो ज़्यादा पैसा देगा उसको आने देंगे. But now situations are changing. 5G MIMO is involving large capex deployment inside the buildings. Operators are hesitant to come with that kind of a cost and all. So what is important to seek is that how we can address this issue at a government level. So what is the conclusion which probably comes into mind is there are high traffic sites where operators would be interested to come inside. But of course, they are not interested to pay energy rent and all. If today 20-30% buildings qualify from operator's perspective in terms of traffic in the building, because operator will always see business case. Kitne log roz andar aa rahe hain, kitna traffic hai, whether I am making money out of it, then only enter the building. If not, he will not enter the building. But as a building owner, if we decide these energy and rental charges should not be levied to telecom operators getting inside. And now I am talking from both the perspectives for making that 20% or 30% eligibility to 60-70%. That if we want 70% of buildings to be digitally covered through IBS or in-building solution, that is something which we need to all work on. Low traffic sites, believe me, telecom operators will not enter that site. They will say there is no business case. For me to spend 25-30 lakh rupees on infra, fiber, BTS, and there's no traffic. They look at some traffic levels, itna GB per month, per day se niche, to it is not making sense to them. There, perhaps the building owner will have to invest in some solutions like Wi-Fi, ORAN, these new standards are being developed for ORAN solution. They'll have to invest on those kind of solutions and then talk to operators. So it's a chicken and egg story. We have to come to some kind of a senses that what should be our next strategy going forward. Otherwise, even if we build the infra within the building, but the operator will not come. Believe me, we handle that day in, day out, every day with operators, with building owners. We try to convince both sides that why don't you come on here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. I think this is a first-hand view of what are the challenges they are faced, and whatever you do, whatever model you adopt, there is some issue to be addressed, and that is where we have TRAI sitting, and they've already probably taken note of this and maybe take more notes on it, and whatever regulations come on this or the framework which are created, they should take care of that. So it is really a fantastic presentation for bringing to the notice of all of us the challenges. Next, may I request Mr. Shahid Khan to kindly share his thoughts.
Can you put the presentation? A very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible? Yes. Great. So, first of all, I would like to thank BIF for giving me this opportunity, and I know there's a lot of things been already spoken about, and it is my honor, talking in front of all of you, being the digital world champions, I would call it, right? So my topic again is going to touch some of the topic which has already been spoken about, and yeah. So there are some facts and figures. So we all know that there is a lot of real estate development happening in our country, and the contribution to current GDP is around 6 to 7%, and which is likely to go around 13% by 2025. So, and we all talked about that large part of our connectivity, data consumption happen inside the building, and 80%, 70 to 80%, many people have quoted 70%. So I still perceive that it is going to be around say 80% of the traffic is going to be indoor, and it is likely to go even 95%. So in terms of the growth, we see that every segment, large scale infrastructures are coming up, data centers are getting built, big spends happening on entertainment and sports, hospitality segment, and hundreds of mid-size data centers are there. So there's a lot of facilities are getting built around us, and it is no more the same world we live today. I think Aruna ma'am talked about that billions of IoT ports are going to be there by 2030. I think 30 billion IoT ports. So with the kind of devices around us. Like we are getting instrumented by lot of devices around us, and those devices are no more dumb devices. They are intelligent devices, and they are all interconnected. So 3 I's: intelligent, instrumented, and interconnected, making the world smarter where we live today. So and the best part about is that the lot of services which we consume as a end user are getting integrated with one platform, are going to be called as a converged network. So if you go to any building with be it elevator, access control, surveillance, your lot of IP connectivity which is there, it is all integrated and it becomes part of one network. And that's the beauty of the convergence, which actually it says that leave many application connectivity types to one type, and it can be twisted pair, as Nilesh was talking about horizontal cabling system or a backbone cabling system. Even standard BI's team was talking about same thing. So with the convergence, what is happening is that we're getting a lot of advantages in terms of capex and opex, and we are replacing multiple media types with a selected fiber or a copper media types. And many times we confuse ourselves that wireless will replace everything. It is actually going to be a combination of wired and wireless network. And many times we use all the services together, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that structured cabling as a system is very, very critical. And it adds a lot of benefit when we design it as a system, rather than looking at us just in silos. Many times we talk about network and perceive fiber as one of the big element. But when we go inside the building, basically it is a combination of a copper and fiber. And in fact, inside the building, the major portion goes with the copper. And backbone get restricted to the backbone level, fiber goes restricted to the backbone level. So, when you look at the entire structure of OIS, open system interconnection, the physical layer which sits in the bottom, is very, very critical, the foundation of the network. And 50% of the network problems get reported just at the physical layer. So if we fix it well, we manage many things together. And the lifetime expectancy and the good, you see here that the network infrastructure investment, starting from the software layer to equipment layer and operation layer, the minimum investment which goes into the network is around physical layer, which is 6 to 7% only. But the life expectancy of that network physical layer is around 15 to 20 years. So if we are not anticipating the right product, right mix today, we are going to have a much bigger replacement and upgrade cost. Because it is not only about cable, it is about your infrastructure inside the building, your pathways, containment, many other things. So this is very critical element, and just a typical representation of a one campus education campus network here. You see that there are many buildings which is connected to data center over the fiber backbone, and the important part is that we need to relate that how much occupancy and how much traffic we are going to generate today or maybe in the future. So likewise, we have to build the redundancy level, starting from the first design itself, the core level, sheath level, and path level, so that my redundancy at all building blocks are there. And when I enter into the building, as few of my panelists talked about, that there is an entrance facility where multiple service providers are coming in, and then from there we are taking connectivity to the floor. On those floor, we have intermediate connects or cross connects. So those are getting enabled by hybrid. Now the new concept is hybrid cable, where copper and fiber traveling together. And from there, that DAS equipment or a Wi-Fi equipment or horizontal connectivity happens on a twisted pair. So there are many customized or I would say that standardized subsystems are there for the connectivity inside the passive network infrastructure. There are 7 subsystems as per the standard. And every system defines that protocol to adapt the right fit to the application need. So this is like one example. If we are sitting in one hotel, you can see that in one hotel room itself, the digital mirror or your IP connection or a lighting, even the digital, now the concept is about digital ceiling. So my ceiling, whatever is coming, the fire alarm, fire sensor, occupancy sensor, blinds, all are getting controlled by LAN copper or a fiber coming as a backbone. And these are all, even inside the washroom, your washrooms are digital, mirrors are digital, smart enough. So everything is getting smart, and it is all connected, wired by connectivity solution what we consume today. So there are many people already talked about, so I'll just skip this slide. There are definitely a lot of guidelines coming in, and it's a good news that we are collaborating at this stage. I am representing here Sterlite Technology, where we make a lot of innovative product, copper cable, data cable, fiber cable. So I'll talk about that. I am part of ISO IC committee from the BIS itself recommendation. I am part of LITD 6. I represented India in TIA forum and ISO forum a few times, given certain contribution outside India in TR 42.7 committee, which is again talking about TIA standard and ISO standards. So there are some equivalent standard which we are working, which is, let's say, IAC 61156 equivalent 1499 is there already. So we have all these standards working in, and we are trying to upgrade as per the latest thing. And now new standards coming up like single pair Ethernet. So instead of a 4 pair, probably we will be using 1 pair of twisted pair, and which can go up to even 1 kilometer length, which was not there earlier. It was 100 meters. So there are new applications coming up, which we need to adopt, which will definitely change a lot of value to the network. So Ethernet is definitely driving the world, be it enterprise network or service provider network. A lot of things is getting automated. Speed expectations are very clear. It is definitely going to go up. Copper as a media having certain benefit when we get inside the building, because it is wired, providing not only the network connectivity but also the power over Ethernet. So this is one survey from Ethernet Alliance says that almost 90% of Wi-Fi units and camera units are going to get PoE enabled, power over Ethernet. So one cable will feed network as well as power, and power also is going even up to 90 watt, which is the latest standard IEEE 802.3 BT. So even now people are talking about 100 watts, which is PoH standard for high density bandwidth video display connects. So things are happening, and I'm very excited to talk about certain regulations which needs to be brought in terms of fire regulation. NCRB says that in last 5 years, we lost almost 14,000 people just because of fire incident. And many times this fire incident is not because of the fire, it is because of the smoke people inhale during the period. So if we can regulate all those with certain protocol, regulation that in high-rise building or where people are more like crowd places, strict regulation has to be there in terms of fire regulation on the copper cable or fiber cable or other media, whatever we are using. So one last few recommendation, which talks about in-building application. People wanted, as I said, that we need to anticipate the technology trend. Copper solution has gone even up to 40 gigabit inside the building. So one twisted pair, you can go even up to 40 gigabit connectivity, which is category 8 solution. So, but if you look at the India consumption, we are still consuming category 5E cable, which is 20 years old technology. And then how do you expect that that installation happening today will sustain after 2 to 3 years? Because the bandwidth is only 100 megahertz, whereas we have already moved to 2000 megahertz bandwidth available solution in the market. Or minimum for that matter, category 6A, which is 500 megahertz and 10 gigabit solution. So fiber, a very important element of the network. We are still consuming a lot of G652D fiber, which is a legacy fiber, but whereas we have a latest technology available, which is G65A1 and A2, which is bend insensitive and gives a much better power budget calculation and performance and life expectancy from the network. So this is with all few last recommendation. I just want to quote one example here. So G652D fiber, if I give a one mandrail of 7.5 mm, 1 ton, and bandwidth of 15 nanometer wavelength, I get a 4 dB loss. While as when we shift from to A1, we get around 3 dB loss, so almost 1.5 dB loss lesser attenuation. And if you go to A2, we go to almost 32x less attenuation. So there are solutions available. It is only thing that we need to come up with the right spec into market, so that whatever we install is going to be sustainable and usable for future networks. So with this all few recommendations, I will end my presentation here. Thanks for listening me, and I really appreciate your patience. Just one disclaimer in the end, the profile picture what you saw was not me, but I am still happy because that gentleman has a better hair compared. So, thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, Mr. Khan, for that enlightening presentation. And so we have heard, hardcore telecom company who is now in this business, infrastructure provider company. We have a smart city deployment organization, and we have the Apex Body First Organization, BIS, all here. In fact, there is a question answer session, but I am told that we are running late. And next session also is to start. There will be a 2. So my suggestion would be that because all of us are here, we'll be during the break we can have 1:1 interaction with the speakers and panelists here. And so we had a wonderful session. And the takeaway is that there are deployments based on the current standards. The technology has progressed. The technology is available in India. There's a capability inside India. And we are ready to take the leap in the next version of the standards. And there are lots of learnings which have happened in deployments and in terms of technology, how different kinds of scenarios can emerge for different verticals, different implementations, different sizes of buildings, campuses, and all kinds of things, whatever you can think of. So what we need probably after hearing all the stakeholders who are going to deliver the standard and the network and the devices and the cables and the connectivity, is that the connectivity is the most important part, and various scenarios for different dimension of connectivity, and that too keeping future in mind, the safety in mind, and also the security of the data inside the buildings. And wherever we have a secure data, safety, and also futuristic plan in place that should not become obsolete in a very short term. So whatever we do should take care of at least next 10 to 15 years. Of course, technology, nobody can guarantee how it will change. It has changed over past 10 years, and it has, in fact, if you take 20 years time frame, past time frame and account, it has changed 10 times more than what it was maybe in 90s and then what we did in 2016. And now there is a leap in technology. 6G is on the doors. And maybe by the time people start implementing, they become more curious about it and more motivated to implement. Probably we have a next round of technological jolts with us. But in any case, what we can learn from the previous 2 sessions and here is that this is now the awareness is increasing. And as we see, like yawn is infectious, right? So probably we hope that implementation of ICT-enabled installations will be infectious. So people will, see and say, okay, why if they are there, why should we not do the same thing in our buildings? But then there should not be a mad rush. It will be followed by some standards, regulations, guidelines, and in that the role of all the stakeholders is very, very, very important. So with those words, I think we can close this session, and I thank all my panelists, Mr. Devalkar, Mr. Arun Kumar, Mr. Pure, Mr. G.D. Singh, Mr. Khan. Thank you very much for your deep insights. Probably we wanted to learn more. There's so much of information available with you, but I think we will interact more, and we have here and the tea breaks, we can interact more with the people who have questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Mittal sir. Now you have to do one more job. You have to, being the part of the, you have to honor your panelist, and I'll request G.D. Singh first. Mohammad Said Khan. Dr. Nilesh Pure. Next, Dr. Nilesh Pure. Sri Arun Kumar. Sri Devans Deolikar. Now, I will request Sri Umang Das ji to please present a memento to chairperson. Yes, please. Sri Umang Das ji to the chairperson. Followed by a group photo, please. Thank you, sir. Both of you are brilliant. Thank you, sir. Everybody seems to be tired. Please take your seat. We are starting the session now. The session is on the provisioning and implementation of DCI in the states, UTs. As you are aware, addendum to building bylaws has been issued. So we will be reviewing the status of the guidelines implementation in the various states and how the certification process for the occupancy certificate and the completion certificate is being obtained. The session will be chaired by the Sri T.R. Dua. I will request him for the keynote address. The presentation will be made by Ashok Kumar, Sri Ashok Kumar ji, Director, who will be giving on the various policies, then how the approval process is going to be for the OC and CC. Then we have the panelist, Sri Ganesh Vakade, Director NBM. We have Sri B.S. Nagar, Director Rural Haryana LSA. Sri R. Srinivas, former Town and Country Planner, TCPO. So may I request now first Sri T.R. Dua sir for his keynote address. One by one you can call everyone?
मेरे पास है ये नया वाला नहीं है
ठीक है one by one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at still the more than 75% of the attendees, the subject matter definitely seems to be of interest. I like to thank you, BIF in particular, और हमारे गुरुजी हैं श्री रामाचंद्रन in particular. So, thank you very much for giving the opportunity. I think the very, very important subject which has been taken. You might think of 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, whatever you're thinking, IoT, M2M, AI, AR, VR, whatever you're thinking, I think, as somebody in the previous session did say, we need to keep things future ready. I think future ready will only be possible if you have the last mile connectivity. So therefore is important subject today to make sure that we have the last mile connectivity available so that people could connect themselves where the most of the traffic inbound and outbound is almost close to 75. There's a bit of, somebody says 70%, somebody says 80%, but most of the traffic actually it gets generated inbound and outbound is only on the in buildings. So let me just give you a bit of idea before I give the session to this. The Indian Telecom, actually, first of all, let me tell you that what is DPA, that is erstwhile we used to call it TIPA, that is the Tower and Infrastructure Provider Association. This is an association which represents all the major IP players like Indus, ATC, Summit, and our associate members here, the Signovox, CloudXtel, Pratap, Crest, Renext, IBAS, Suyog, and many more of them are there. Now, first of all, let me just explain to you what is the difference between a neutral DCI and a traditional DCI. It's very important. In case of a neutral DCI, which is the theme of the workshop today, in case of the neutral DCI, it provides open access to multiple service providers. It is designed to provide competition and innovation and allows for flexibility and customization. In case of a traditional DCI, it may be tied to a single service provider or a proprietary system. Less flexible and may leave it option for the building occupants. Now, we've been talking of various technologies, which I just say, as the technology evolves, the necessity, what is the necessity, The necessity for digital communication infrastructure in buildings become increasingly important and apparent. From the point of view of the seamless data transmission to interconnected system, a DCI serves as the backbone for modern digital interactions. Neutral digital connectivity infrastructure, which refers to a framework that allows multiple service providers to coexist within a building network infrastructure and provides open, non-proprietary environment that enables seamless integration of various digital services. Neutral DCI in building has what does it mean? What does it benefit? Why do you need it? Is the enhanced connectivity, flexibility, scalability, and improved tenant satisfaction. Neutral DCI will enable seamless connectivity across smart devices, ensure efficient communication and data. Now, if you talk of the smart building will harness neutral DCI to integrate systems like security, lighting, HVAC for optimal performance. Some of the challenges that we come in, what is required is to cater to such network challenges within the building. The infrastructure provide, deploy an in-building solution as an operator-agnostic neutral host. The word that I use, operator-agnostic neutral host, which provides the dedicated coverage to each area of the building, dedicated capacity, which is very important to this. Now, investing in the digital communication infrastructure, it not only enhances the value proposition of the real estate, but also offers a range of benefits that contribute to higher return on investment for developers. Digital communication infrastructure serves as a backbone, even if you look at the work from home, empowering organizations to maintain productivity, collaborations, security. We were talking to many of these real estate developers when this paper came. One of the important association, that is a CREDA. Now those questions which came, we also talked to answers, we also talked to DLF. One of the questions which comes, okay, why should I do it? What is that I get out of it? Very simple to explain to was, it becomes your unique selling point. If at all, when you give all this and you say, make an advertisement that internet friendly, and if you look at this car today, the MG, which comes the Morris Garage, it is written internet inside. You remember that? And everybody initially thought, what is that so great about it, that internet inside? And it's there in every car, you can use that. So therefore, the value proposition, because this is part of the ecosystem. Builder is also a part of the ecosystem. Infrastructure provider, builder, telecom service provider, they're all ecosystem. Unless he sees the value in this, probably he would have said, I will not do it. So therefore, I think in the new buildings, commercial buildings, smart buildings, and also the whatever the further apartments are coming, I think they are definitely thinking of providing all these plug and play network there. Now there have been various amendments, various guidelines which have been coming from time to time. If you look at NDCP 2018, then a few ROW amendments, if you look at November 2016, then 20, 21, 22, many of those, which over a period, intention was to facilitate the connectivity itself. That was the intention. So with that, I think, those are the amendments which came. Now, TRA also came out with certain recommendations. Just to summarize, TRA gave the recommendation in sometime February 2023, which emphasized creating a framework of digital connectivity infrastructure to be an intrinsic part. Very important word is the intrinsic part of building development plans, co-designed, co-created along with the building development. It also proposed a new chapter on digital connectivity infrastructure in building. There are many recommendations. I is still lying various places which doesn't. And then it's important to highlight what are the international practices that we have. It's very important that why did we come out with such kind of paper which was there. The TRA came in February 2023. If you look at some of the best practices, give a few of them. In US, the operators are adopting a called layer cake approach to spectrum and cell types, deploying full macro layers in midband. In Singapore, the code of practice for Infocom facilities in building called COPIF, which was issued by IDA, the regulator, mandates provisioning for Infocom facilities. Europe, new buildings, Hong Kong, and many of them. Now, all that, you have the various reforms which came, then you have various international practices, you have various requirements. Now, what is that is lacking? I think there's little more of push, although I would like to thank DOT regulator coming out with such recommendation, but still a little more push will be required in terms of providing the right of way, which is an ongoing process. A lot has been done, and it continues to be done. Building codes, I think there are a lot of recommendations, and I think the almost close to around 17 states and 3 UTs have already modified and implemented the building code. Rating of the buildings, which is very important. You need to give some tax benefit to incentive to building owners who can invest in this kind of infrastructure. But it is always, once the provider is going to get a return. Then training programs. I think it is very important to create a training program for this. There are also need for standardization and interoperability. And there are, most important is the fast track approval. And this is a little bit of brief that I gave. I think with this, because of the paucity of time, I had a presentation, but I think we'll paucity of, I will request my fellow panelists to start the work. I will call them one by one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now this session will be moderated by Mr. Gopakumar. Gopakumar is the CEO of the RANNext, having a long stint with the various multinational private organizations. He has worked with the Nokia into the services, global services, into different departments. And I'll request him to moderate the session. So, Gopa, would you like to read the profile of your panelist? You have or I can? So I need to just brief. आपके पास है सर ना प्रोफाइल सर? Do you have the profiles? मैंने लास्ट में दिया इसी. The Gopa has more than 2 decades of the experience. Global process director, he drove key business process area, including order to the cash, engaging with the IT sales, various CEO organizations, global business. Through his transformational leadership skill, strong people management skills, in addition to transforming the businesses, he has mastered in behavioral skills. You would witness how he mixes the technology with the humor. That is his specialty I have observed while working with him at the Nokia and otherwise later on also. So I'll request him to take the charge for the moderator, but I'll read the profiles of the various panelists. Sri Ashok Kumar, Director, Access Service Department of Telecom. He's an ITS officer, a cyber security expert. Currently, Director Access Services at the Department of Telecom Headquarters, focusing on telecom licensing policy and regulatory framework. Over 22 years of experience in various areas, including cybersecurity, telecom operation, administration, regulation, enforcement, anti-money laundering, and counter-financing of the terrorism. He has worked on the deputation as a director, Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, Ministry of Home Affairs for the 3 years. He developed the framework for National Counter Ransomware Task Force and was part of the 13-country ransomware task force. Nice to have you, sir. Sri Ganesh Vakade, ITS 97 officer. He has traveled from Ambala to be the part of this. We requested him to, he is a director at the NBM, National Broadcast Mission, National Broadband Mission. He worked on various aspects of the telecom network like planning, deployment, operation of the digital switches, microwave, OFC, transmission network, MPLS, mobile infra, broadband services in DOT and BSNL. Was in central deputation in warehousing regulatory body under Department of Food and the Public Distribution since 2015 to 2021. Now working as a director in the NBM DOT since May 2022 and looking after the right-of-way matters, Gati Shakti Sanchar portal, call before you dig, app, etc. Nice to have you, sir. Sri B.S. Nagar, Director, Rural Haryana LSA DOT. Worked in Bharat Electronics for 3 years before joining the Department of Telecom. He's an ITS officer, 1997 batch, served in BSNL, Guwahati, Ahmedabad in the various capacities. Also, he had been the part of the ALTTC, Training Center, Ghaziabad. Also served in the Cabinet Secretariat for 2007 to 2011 on deputation, posted in DOT field, term LSA at Shillong, Dehradun, Meerut, monitoring, and now it's at the Haryana. So, sir, nice to have you here. Last but not the least, Sri R. Srinivas. He has more than 3 decades in urban planning and the management. He is a former town and country planner, TCPO, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, heading the Metropolitan and Union Territories Division. Presently, he is engaged with high-level committee on the urban planning of the Mahua. He had been instrumental in guiding the preparation of the model building bylaws 2016, the popularly we have been talking about. He is also visiting faculty to the SPA, that is the School of the Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. He has more than 30 publications to his credit. So let us clap for all the panelists and the dear moderator. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
आवाज कम आ रहा है?
Give it closer to you. You have power.
everyone, and to the fellow panelists. Great to be here with you, all of you. So since morning, we heard how important it is to have a building digitally enabled. More importantly, with a neutral infrastructure, and how that has an impact on the overall quality of life. So this session is talking about the role of, as ma'am put forward, the urban local authorities as well as the city administrators and the regulators. So what kind of provisions do we need to look at? That's what we want to debate in the next 1 hour or so. I'm going to start with Sri R. Srinivas. Sir, how effectively are current building bylaws catering to the requirements of DCI infrastructure development? Are there any specific areas where amendments are needed? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to BIF for giving me the opportunity to participate in the workshop. As far as your question is concerned, I would like to highlight, the model building bylaws were amended by adding in the inaugural session, it was stated that there should be a separate chapter on DCI, the provisions for DCI. But we had amended the model building bylaws by including in the annexure. So it will be too early to tell that we should go for another amendment, because right now around 12 states have adopted around 12 states they have adopted the provisions of this DCI. Now it takes a lot of time, for amending the bylaws. Let me also tell you, most of the states have a pan-state building bylaws. Banning few cities like Mumbai, Bengaluru, they have got their own bylaws, city bylaws. But they're all, most of the states have pan-state bylaws, and it takes time. Why? Because if they propose for an amendment, it goes for objection suggestions. So they'll have to give minimum 60 days for inviting objection suggestions, and thereafter, once they consider the objection suggestions from public, then they go for final notification. So it's too early to tell whether it should the provisions should be amended. But let me also tell you, I am really thankful to Mr. Nilay. In his presentation, he said that they have got the GIFT city has got their own development control regulations, and in addition to that, they have gone for development control regulations for intelligent building. So I think I will request BIF, while making the the recommendations to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, we should have a look at it, that what sort of provisions they have made for the intelligent building. Now the huge I am also giving the answer to the next question. Then how you will ensure that whether the provisions have been adhered to or not. That's a big challenge. What happens. Right now, the State Town and Country Planning Department, they are actually, we have created a lot of awareness amongst them. In fact, Isha Kalia, she mentioned about that there has to be a lot of, awareness program. In fact, BIF should go to the states and tell about this, provisions. So it takes a little bit time to create the awareness, and they should be sensitized. Now, another challenge would be how we are going to do the certification. Whether the states or the cities, do they have a DCI professionals who can really give this certification? Now in the past 5 years, there has been a lot of efforts to ensure, like from typical analog building plan approval system, we have totally migrated to online building permission system. Right now, around 3,000 towns, they have migrated to online building permission system. Now, the online building permission system, especially for the million plus cities, they have done a lot for seamless integration of different no objection certificates. You are very well aware that you require, prior to issuance of completion certificate, you require fire safety clearances, you require Airport Authority of India, National Monument Authority, and then host of the internal and external agencies. With this regard, we'll have to see. It has been clearly stated in the amendment of the model building bylaws, the building has to be certified, but by whom? There has to be, a DCI professional. Like most of the local bodies and development authorities, they have empaneled architects, and they have also empowered the architects to certify the buildings with respect to the adherence to the building bylaws. So similarly, we have recommended, in fact, in the the rating, the paper on rating, we have recommended to the DOT that there could be an employment of DCI professionals who can given the power of giving the certifications.
Okay.
So prior to issuance of completion certificate, one can even, the DCI professionals can also inspect. There is a term called joint site inspection. Prior to issuance of completion certificate, officers from different departments, they come on one day, they will conduct the joint site inspection with respect to the adherence to the different norms and standards.
Yeah.
So on the same line, the telecommunication professional or DCI professional, to be precisely, if you say, they can also certify the building that the building adheres to all the provisions of in-building solutions, or for that matter, built environment. What Mr. Suresh has mentioned, that we should use built environment.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let me go to Sri Nagar Sahab. In the morning, we heard about how Haryana is very advanced in this field, and there were a lot of accolades that were attributed to Haryana. Sir, what mechanisms are in place for certification of OC and CC, which is occupancy certification and completion certification for a DCI installations in your state? And do you feel any challenges as various ministries and stakeholders are involved in this?
Namaskar. I'm B.S. Nagar, Director Rural in Haryana LSA. Haryana LSA is the field unit of DOT, Department of Telecommunication. Actually, from the LSA point of view, we are coordinating with the state government and other stakeholders to implement the activities and objectives of National Broadband Mission, and what are the targets set under NDCP and National Broadband Mission. So in the context of building bylaws, Mahua has issued the addendum in March 2022. As per the instruction of DOT headquarters, we are asked to approach Haryana government to adopt these building bylaws. So we had discussion with the concerned department, town planning department, and there is a quarterly meeting, that is a special broadband committee meeting that is held under the chairmanship of Chief Secretary. So wherein all the telecom related issues and the other critical important issues related to NBM activities, we are taking up those issues. So we took up the issue with at the highest level to adopt these bylaws, and the state government, they had their internal discussions and consultation within the other department, and finally came up with the public notice in the February 2023, and they invited objections from the public, and after I think one month period was given. So after inviting those objections, they issued the notification in June 2023. June 2023. So they have adopted the addendum as issued by the Mahua 2022 for IBS NOC, in-building solution NOC, that is to be issued by the LSA unit of the DOT before accepting or processing the application for building plan approval. So after that, they send all the application to our office, and we received a number of inquiries to how to get the IBS NOC. Two developers, I think Puri Constructions and some Ganga Realty, they have submitted their application along with their building plan. But we are not having any SOP and guidelines to process these IBS related these things, NOC. So then we just consulted our headquarters and discussed the matter. So we then requested state government to process these IBS NOC related issues at their level. So what they are doing, they are also not having any expertise in this matter. So what they are doing right now, they are taking undertaking from the developers and along with the affidavit. So on that basis, they are processing the case for building plan approval. So that way they are issuing the building plan approval. And similarly, there is a provision for this after the completion of construction, there is joint inspection. And that time also the NOC to be issued by the term cell or LSA office. So that also we have requested them to take to handle at their level. So for that also they are taking affidavit and undertaking from the developers. So completion certificate also issuing that way.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I realized that my next question was to Sri Ashok Kumar anyways. I realized that there was a presentation that Sri Ashok Kumar was to make. So sir, you can go ahead with your presentation and then maybe I can ask the question post that.
Hello, I'm audible? Yeah, thank you. So it's just a small presentation okay. So as you are all aware that the background of this discussion why we are doing this is first of all we are as a nation going through a large scale digitalization, everything is going digital. So this was the necessity and there are certain documents in the past. One is the starting point is the addendum in the building bylaws, which DOT itself has requested to MoHUA, and then the TRI recommendations on digital connectivity, which was issued last year. And recently also this one more recommendation has come from TRI, that is regarding introduction of digital connectivity infrastructure providers. So a separate category of provider, because as at present the existing licensing framework has various issues which does not allow installation of active components and various things. So DCIP once these recommendations are accepted, then this issue will be resolved through DCIP, because as of now IP1 infrastructure providers are only allowed to have limited kind of like dark fiber and all those things. So but DAS is itself an active component as far as telecom is concerned, and only as of examinations only telecom service providers can do. So there are various issues. And another recommendations which TRI has held consultation is on rating framework, because in last recommendations there was no framework for rating of building. So these are all linked to each other, because there are certain issues which will be taken care by rating framework, there are certain issues which will be taken care of by DCIP, and then of course digital connectivity. So this I will not touch because this has been covered in various sessions. And however, as far as our information is concerned, 17 states and UTs have incorporated provisions for DCI in their building bylaws. And these are just a few basic points which TRI recommendation covered in their recommendations. One is upgradation and maintenance of DCI, then mandatory and voluntary. So there are two parts which in the recommendation, one is mandatory part and one is voluntary part. So there are also certain issues which we are looking at whether those which have been described as mandatory part is feasible or not, because initially they may not be feasible. So we are just looking at how to carve out certain portions which are mandatory and which are voluntary in nature, because while implementing, we should also look into that it should not create a bottleneck into the process itself, because this is a large scale activity of making buildings, and if we make it very mandatory, then it might slow up the process of infrastructure development and all those issues. So that we have to also look into. Then rating, as we said, that in a framework is still to be recommended by TRI. And then this requires certain amendments to various licensing conditions which as of now exist. And the scope of this DCIP, the new recommendation which have come, that is includes right of way, duct space, dark fiber, pole, star, feeder cable, antenna, base stations. These are not covered by IP1 antenna, base stations, in-building solution, DAS. These cannot be installed by IP1. So once this recommendation is accepted, then DCIP service providers can provide these kind of services. Now, you must be, there's a reason why we have multiple discussions on TRI recommendations, but there are certain issues which we are figuring out how to solve those, because while implementation there are various challenges which we have found out. The first and foremost is ownership of DCI, because there are multiple parts in DCI. So who will be the ownership? Suppose there's a builder, so during construction or he may be, but after he hands over the building to the, say, RWA or someone, then who will be the ownership? And there are certain equipments which are owned by telecom service providers, so who will maintain and all those things. So these are the various issues, because current framework allows only TSPs to install certain equipments. Second is design and installation of IBS is a complex work itself, and it's required deep understanding of telecommunication and RF engineering, because we have seen that in the new Parliament building, though IP1 and various other TSPs have provided the connectivity, but still there are many dark spots left, and then we have to, some firefighting has to be done. So this is a very complex process, and we have to look that we have sufficient manpower availability with those expertise. Then only we can recommend certain things and which can be implemented, so that once it is accepted, it should not be that we are not able to implement that. Third is, if it is not designed properly, then of course there will be issues of poor quality service, then radio interference, dark spots and all those things. Another important aspect while dealing with this issue is commercial interest of property manager, IPs, TSPs. The last speakers also before this session has covered this is very important aspect, because depending upon the use of DCI, whether it is commercial or personal purpose, it's a very important aspect. And we hope that the rating framework, once rating framework is accepted, and then that will take care, because as Dua sir has suggested that once rating system comes into picture, then the building owner can say that my building is rated, as far as telecom is concerned, rated 4-star, 5-star, 3-star, whatever it is, so that it's a unique selling point for them. So that issue can be covered from this. Second is, another important aspect is return on investment. This is a major factor in influencing the investment, because there's always a constant issue between the operators as well as IP as well as the building owner, that who will do what investment and whether I get return on those investments or not. Then responsibility of indoor telecommunication service and mobile coverage inside the buildings. So these are two different aspects. One is indoor telecommunication service, one is mobile coverage inside the building. When I say that indoor telecommunication service, it could be anything, either through broadband or through Wi-Fi or through voice over Wi-Fi. So telecom service can be provided through Wi-Fi also, voice over Wi-Fi, because now we have technology with various TSPs. You might have observed that while call is coming, and if you are connected to the Wi-Fi within your home or within your office, it automatically switch over to. So we are also looking whether this aspect can be utilized in our this aspect, because then there may not be so much dependency on the mobile coverage itself once this model picks up. And the mobile coverage inside the building also is a major challenge. And we have to define standards, that if we say that indoor coverage is to be there, then for different building we have to define different standards, what kind of, how much signal should be considered as sufficient indoor coverage. Otherwise someone may install something and he will say that indoor coverage is available. So there should be certain standards against which these certifications, these evaluators, professional, DCI professionals will evaluate the infrastructure provided by them. Otherwise, until some standard, basic standard is there against whom they will evaluate, or they will do inspections and all those things. So without those things, these are not possibles. Then we have price regulation, as property manager may demand. This was also raised in previous speaker has said, for rent for installation of IBS or TSP, or IP may also demands for capex and opex. And there may be issue of interoperability, or say suppose IP1 has installed certain infrastructure, then TSP will install their own infrastructure, and if there is a signal issue, the blame game will continue. IP1 will say that there's a problem on TSP side. TSP will say that because their equipments are not of standard, so That's why we are not able to provide. So this issue is very important, and we are also looking into how we can address the issue. Then sharing of IBS infrastructure be made mandatory or to be left mutual agreement with IPs. This is another concern on which we are working on. And then of course we have already talked about standards for IBS. And here one is standard for indoor coverage as well as another is standards for the equipment itself. Because different DCIP or different IP ones may brought equipment from different vendors. And once those are installed, then the TSP which brings his own network, whether it is compatible or how to ensure that it is compatible, because XYZ there are multiple IP ones and they will install equipments of different vendors and it should be compatible with the telecom service providers, BTS and all those things. So these are the issues which are being looked into. That's why these issues are taking time. Then we have spoken and we are discussing about approval and certification process. So as Director Rural Haryana LSA has rightly said, because for issuance of IBS NOC, the existing that is the LSA should do that. As of now, the thought process is that LSA should not be directly involved because the capacity is not such that, because it will again become a bottleneck, but yes, some kind of supervisory role may be thought of, sampling and all those things. So that is also being looked into. However, we have sent an interim communication to Mahua that they should issue certain instructions that for the interim period, before these things are taken care of, for the interim period, they will issue shortly instruction that how to issue NOC by the state governments who have already adopted. We are also developing a framework for competency requirements, training, capacity building and certification of DCI professionals, which have been recommended by TRI. Some of the thought process, this is not final, but these are just under discussion. Like we are discussing whether a DOT training institute or some other institutions may be made the nodal organization for all matters related to DCI professionals, because nodal institution is required because certain templates, certain standardization of courses, how to conduct exams, and what are the topics which needs to be covered from perspective of design perspective as well as other perspective which is required. So a standardization of course development so that that can be developed and then it can be given to other institutions all over the country who can then conduct courses from their institute itself. And these curriculums needs to be developed with consultation with various bodies, which as of now we are talking with these bodies, Council of Architecture, then Institution of Civil Engineers, Telecom Sector Skill Council and all those bodies. The courses for these designers, evaluators, then once course structure and these are finalized and standardized, they can be conducted by various colleges, institutions, as well as by various these telecom skill center councils. They can also conduct these courses. Then a development of an online portal for creating database of DCI professionals. The developing portal is one issue, but onboarding these professionals as well as empaneling them, then verifying these professionals and whether they are, suppose once they are empaneled and verified and onboarded, whether they are doing those work which have been assigned to them properly or not. So that is another important aspect, that who will look into those issues. Suppose the DCI professional is roped in for evaluation purpose or for certification purpose, then there should be a check on those. Suppose I do 100 evaluation and 100 certification, then there may be requirement of sample check whether they are doing it properly or not, or they are just doing for the sake of it. So all those issues are to be looked into. These portal which will be developed then have access to various state governments, and then they can have a list of registered professionals and all those things, and they can do their own empanel process. And finally the states or local authorities, because they are the ultimate authority as far as building is concerned, so we may guide them, but they will have to develop a mechanism for this registration, verification, empanelment, authorization and regulation, and for conduction of such DCI professionals. And state have to incorporate, because as Srinivas sir has rightly said, there are certain states who have OBPS system, online systems, certain has offline systems. So those who are already have online system, they can link their OBPS system to this online portal, and those who have no online system, they can directly log into these portals. So these are just certain thought process we on, and still we have already held several rounds of meetings and discussions, and these are already under submission for final approvals and decisions. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Ashok Kumar. Let me now move to Sri Ganesh. Sri Ganesh, continuing with this challenges topic, what challenges are states or union territories facing in enforcing and ensuring compliance with DCI guidelines within the building bylaws? Do you see any solutions that can be considered here?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Myself Ganesh Bakre. I am Director National Broadband Mission, DOT. So, as you know, most of them will be knowing National Broadband Mission is coordinating with states and okay, thank you. National Broadband Mission is coordinating with states and UTs for implementing various policies of Department of Telecom and others which are related to telecom infrastructure. We are mostly taking up issues for deployment of telecom infrastructure like right-of-way policies, aligning right-of-way policies of states with our central rules, and other like GIS mapping of various infrastructure telecom assets, and then our Call for Duty mobile app, and we also develop Gatishit Sanchar portal. So when this addendum to model building bylaws has been issued in March 2022, so after that we have pitched in into and taken up with the various states, all states, 36 states and UTs for implementation of same, for incorporating this provision of these bylaws in their building bylaws. So first, when we have written first or second letter, so there was no movement at the state. So it was very difficult to make them aware the importance of this digital connectivity or digital connectivity infrastructures in the buildings. So what after 2-3 letters from our secretary office, then we have included our State Broadband Committee, which is headed by Chief Secretary, and our LSA is the convener for that. Because this is our NBM implementation structure, and this is one layer of level of this State Broadband Committee. So we have made an agenda of this implementation of this bylaws in state in their bylaws, so that this can be reviewed at periodic. And this State Broadband Committee is supposed to be conducted every quarter. So that was the way for us to make them aware about this importance of this digital infrastructure in the building, and so that this digital connectivity can be provided to each, we can say each, if it is apartment or it is official building or any other type of building can be provided. So with the persuasion of all these things, then we observe that when they are convinced, their process, then their process of consultation with various departments is also very long. And once they do consultation, then almost all the states, maximum states are taking up these policies within the cabinet. So this is another layer where there's a lot of time takes for consideration of this type of policies. So with this, we could be able to take up with states through State Broadband Committee, and we had a mechanism of review with states for all telecom infrastructure related points, where we were taking up these issues also by our secretary sir. So we could be able to get most of the states on board, and as of now 18 states have notified these policies. But some states have made references to us about some points, latest points, what we could see in the 2-3 states. They have hold up their policies like Gujarat and Karnataka, just for clarification, what will be the SOP for IBS NOC? But in the December, DOT has already issued OM to Ministry of Urban Affairs to issue interim clarification so that the IBS NOC can be accepted from the building architecture. So this will resolve some, give some interim solution for this. So the states which are already having this made references to us, that we already communicated to them, and also we have taken up with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to issue interim this clarification so that this can be clarified. And as we are monitoring from last 2 years, I think Dua sir also is a part of this. We are regularly monitoring and taking up with states. Most of the states are in the advanced stage. I think another 6 months out of 36, 30, 35 states, they will be incorporating all this situation. They are, while making policies or implementing or incorporating these provisions, these things how in the field are being taken up, that is not coming exactly. Once policy is issued, after that only these issues are taking, that how this particular NOC will be issued, how this instruction will be issued, and as it is mentioned in our this addendum, that who will lay the OFC cable or who will lay the infrastructure inside, that optional there in the guidelines, but it is decided by the maybe state government has not made any reference as of now, but as per our understanding and what we are in touch with states, they are comfortable with that, whether building developing agency is doing it or one of our infrastructure provider doing and sharing with that. Sharing is also, sharing of infrastructure is also a preferable thing, and it is also recommended. So that is from my side. I think within 6 months or most of the states will be incorporating all this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Ganesh. The last question from my side is to Mr. Shri Nagar. Shri Nagar, while you want to add on to this, just one more question I had. The last question is, what are the best practices and lessons learned, from these states that have been successfully implemented? So, in case you know, other than Haryana, any other state as well, like Shri Ganesh has already spoke about. So, if there are any lessons that anybody can take it as a
implementation means they have state government has adopted the addendum and issued by the MoHUA. So all the provisions are in place. So builder, developer, they have to submit their building plan as per their specification. They have to make provision for common telecom infrastructure and IBS solutions in their building plan. So that practice they are doing, but because of the implementation difficulties and other manpower issues, we are not able to, from the field unit side, we are not able to process or examine those cases for IBS NOC kind of. So that way we have requested them to take up the help of DCI professional to get it examined, their building plan and layout as per the provisions made in the addendum. But the state government also saying that they are not expertise or they are not able to take the services. So presently they are taking affidavit from the developers. At the time of completion also they are based on the affidavit they are issuing this thing. But best part is that they have implemented, adopted the addendum, the provisions, and builders and developers, they are also aware of those guidelines. So they are preparing their building plan, submitting their application in compliance to those provisions. And one more thing, in respect of Haryana, Haryana has recently just revised their communication policy, CCIP, communication connectivity infrastructure policy. That is mainly with the alignment with the ROW central rules, with the latest amendment. and the application fees, compensation charges, all are in alignment with the central ROW rules. And they have made the provisions for 5G small cell and using the street furniture. That provision also they have made. And they have simplified the provision for IBS provisions in the government buildings. So as per that policy, the HOD of that premise, government premise or institutions, they take the services from the TSP and get the survey done, and they get the IBS installation from that is with their power. They need not to take the IBS NOC from the other external agency. That power they have given to HOD of that government department, in case of government department and buildings.
Okay.
And they are coming up with the new duct policy. So after that policy, they that infrastructure can be shared by the TSPs. So that will also create the facilitate for sharing of the telecom infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Srinagar. Sri Dua, final comments.
Thank you very much. I think we had a very, very thought-provoking session. I think one of the best concepts that I have seen and we've been reading is the EU, which are giving a certification called broadband ready building. I mean, you probably, when they did in the new buildings and major renovations in December 31st, 2016, they mandated that building must have an access point, and meeting those standards should be, and there should be a certification called broadband readiness. With that certificate, the developer will go and do the needful. That's one very important thing which has happened. I do not know here who is going to do that. The second one, which Mr. Srinivas said, the intelligent buildings, right? Recently, I saw the ITU guidelines, which are this in Y4463, which say the guidelines for standardization of the building as well as for the intelligent building. I think somebody can see that. I think NBM should see that line. I'll send you that line. And then the last thing which is required is, I think, is a very important role. Even though the states will adopt, as they continue to depart, the local bodies have to be local bodies have to be on the board, because unless they are on the board, the STP, town planner, whoever is there, I think they need to understand. For that, I think Ashok said there are 2-3 institutions. Telecom Sector Council is one, NTI-PRIT is another one. I think there is a need to create awareness at that level. Urban development knows about, MAUA knows about it, but the local body, who's the guy who's going to give the approval and the fast track approval, I think local bodies have a greater role to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Dua. Okay, I think I'll hand it over to Shiv.
Thank you, Gopa. Thank you, Session Chair. Now, I'll request our Session Chair to hand over the mementos as a token of love and their presence to Sri Ashok Kumar. To the moderator, Gopa Kumar. To Sri Ganesh Bakade.
They've done extremely well.
To Sri B.S. Nagar. To Sri R. Srinivas. Now, may I request our DG, Brigadier Anil Tandon, to present a memento to Session Chair. But For the group photo, sir, you have to come here. May I request? Yes, sir. You're there. Sir, great. Thank you, Session Chair. Thank you, everyone. Now, we'll have a 5 minutes break in order to pick up the tea and grab your tea and come to the table. There is no break in the session because the last session we want to wind up by the 5:15 or so. So please grab your tea, grab your snacks and come on the table. Thank you very much. And the next session, I'll hand over to Arun Mukherjee.
Thank you, Arun. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can still see some people standing at the back. Would you mind sitting down, please? Thank you. I have been given the task of updating those who have just joined this session as to what happened in the previous sessions in the day. So I'll just encapsulate that very briefly in about 5 minutes, not keep it too long. We had a very, very interesting interesting day so far with one inaugural and 3 technical sessions. And some of the highlights of the session is, I think one thing is very clear, that this is an area which demands a lot more interest, is very, very interesting to all, because of the simple fact that 70% of data consumption today is in building. Hence, the importance of in-building data connectivity, digital connectivity, is therefore increased many times as a result. And it needs more focus going forward, because precious little has been done, as has been brought out in the morning. Also, what has been mentioned is that, I think, given the fact that 10% increase in broadband penetration leads to a 1.39% increase in GDP, and that's a World Bank study, and the Indian study, which was done by ICRIER in 2017, points out to a growth of 3.3%. A potential increase in broadband penetration and the quality of broadband penetration in building, where 70% of the data consumption happens, will lead to even a more substantial GDP growth, which will be good for the country at large. Therefore, the importance of in-building connectivity. There was a need which was pointed out for having, therefore, more open standards, open source, unbundling would be the way forward to ensure that we have a higher in-building connectivity and a more disparate connectivity, where the service provisioning and the infrastructure provisioning could be unbundled, so that we achieve a higher degree of penetration when it comes to services and are not tied to a vertically integrated infrastructure and a service provider. This was one of the key things. Thirdly, what was brought out was, in the earlier sessions, there is a huge demand for in-building connectivity. Obviously, it started with the COVID times and now has accelerated several folds, because you have the capabilities of working from anywhere, both from office as well as from home or from anywhere in buildings. So there is a tremendous need for having better in-building connectivity, and therefore the supply lines should also gear up to be able to provide good and high quality in-building services. And of course, we saw a plethora of technologies which were discussed, both wireless and wireline. There were a number of delivery mechanisms which were suggested. There was a mechanism which was suggested that to incentivize the infrastructure or the service providers to increase the quality of in-building penetration, maybe some kind of an incentive scheme should be worked out for these kind of service providers. The other element that was brought out was that rating of buildings is a very important aspect which needs to be given more importance. Already the TRAI is working on the framework, as TRAI senior principal advisor explained. They are doing work on this, which is a very detailed rating framework. They have just come out with their first recommendation, and they are planning to do the detailed framework. Once the framework is ready, it will give a very good impetus to the decision to rate buildings and thereby incentivize both the building owner as well as the consumers to choose buildings which have better ratings, and thereby it would lead to some element of competition between the building owners so that they ensure that their buildings which they are planning to sell or rent out should have a better rating, as compared to the neighbors or the nearest building. These were, of course, I wouldn't delve into details because that will be covered in our proceedings. One last thing was, there was a mention in one of the previous panels that one good thing is that there is a general awareness which is increasing, thanks to the efforts put in by government, both by the DOT as well as MAHUA. And as a result, 17 states have come on board who have converted the model building bylaw amendment as a part of the state ROW rules, which is a very welcome sign. And there was also an emphasis which was laid down in the previous session to ensure that not only is connectivity important, but also the safety and security, and particularly from the point of view of fire retardation should be also kept in mind while laying down the digital connectivity infrastructure in building. It should be fireproof and it should be future-proof. Whatever you do today should be at least should be future-proof for the next 20 to 30 years, so that you don't need to redo that again. So that is some of the key takeaways from the morning sessions. With this, I would like to conclude. Would you like to say?
No, Mr. Suresh will speak.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I'll take 2 minutes. Thank you, Debashish. Mr. Suresh, sir, please do come up and take the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I can't use it provoked. The last session was a very important eye-opener because, we got the amendment already part of the building regulations in many cases. 12 states or 17 states, some claims are there. They adopted it and they're going to put it over there. Haryana is the one who has done some good work, initiative on that as part of the document there. But one of the major concern areas is, if you see really, how are you going to operationalize that? That's where the difficulty came over there. That has got me into having been working in the whole building regulatory framework with different type of inputs coming from different sectoral inputs there. That brings in some amount of point. I very briefly touched about the last portion of my morning address there. And that's regarding the capability and capacity within the local bodies or urban local bodies to deal with the issue of the DCI. Like Srinivas Saab knows about that. Similarly, what has happened, we just gone through another one. Energy conservation is an important component. So ECBC brought in over the Energy Conservation Building Code by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So they got to incorporate all that. So many states have made ECBC as part of state ECBC regulation. Incidentally, that's another one. Like each state has got Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Kerala has got Kerala State Energy Conservation Building Rules. And that has become part of the Kerala State Building Rules also. Like you are trying to make, similarly, these rules, wonderful work done by the ministry and over there. And finally, if it's going to end up with only an affidavit being given, nobody in the local body knows what will they do with that. I got all this complaints done of DCI being brought in over there with the best of minds working on this issue. So therefore, you have the architects, you have the civil engineers, you have the structural engineers, the town planners, you have the urban designers. These are the various other professionals who work in this particular sector to deal with that. And as Arun said over there in part 0 of the building code, 18 professionals are brought, which are mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting, information technology, all those related specialists are also working in the particular building, within the building framework there. So how will you get them associated? For example, DCI designer has been, who is the DCI designer? What's the competence? What's the qualifications for that? Immediately thing will come. So the DCI designer should be brought in. So which is brought in part 2 of the National Building Code of all the professionals who give their inputs for various aspects of the parameters of that. And what should be the background, who should permit for the local bodies to deal with that. Because otherwise, you're based on a DCI designer certificate or whatever. Who is he? What's the background? So the local bodies are document ke andar aa gaya. So what I'm trying, if you want to take its logical conclusion, we have to really get 2-3 things coming. One, part 0 of the building code, where the integration, coordination between all multidisciplinary professionals. Architects, civil engineers, the structural engineers, all the MEP of one, including the ICT professionals, the DCI designer, DCI, all of them should be brought in over there. Number 1 in part 0. In part 2 of the building code, all the professionals and their competence and backgrounds and experience is also there. We should also see from, if we have to take DCI into its logical conclusion, it's very important. Digital connectivity infrastructure is a very important component building there. Then in part 2 of the code also should come over there. Of course, we are making efforts to see that in part 8 building services, section 6, where the ICT is coming, we'll put the technical requirements and the guidance document, what all should come. As Mr. Mittal, who is chairing the session, will ensure that. And you are also part of the committee on that. By the way, on that. So I just thought I'll throw up as an idea, we should have a way by which compliance. So if there are no ways by which each municipal corporation or a municipality, or you have 22 licensed area, LCA or LSA, no? LSA, it's 22. 2 of them looked out of Haryana by our good friend who was there in the last session there. Very good. So can we get them involved in the particular one? Because they are representing your domain specialist on. That's your domain specialist. So, or we can get a panel of people in every state to deal with the digital infrastructure, DCI, to be brought in. Like, for example, in Kerala really brought in, therefore, the new animal. Sorry, I'm using the word animal in a crude way. Just like other professionals being there, they brought in called Building Energy Efficiency Expert, BEEE. They brought in a new person who is neither an architect or a civil engineer, but electrical background with passive and active energy related issue to bring energy saving and being include renewable energy, to say whether they incorporated all these or not, to say that they identified, there's training programs organized. They identified now about 45 people, 14 districts are there, 45 people have already gone through the particular thing. So they are the one through which now the information on the implementation of energy efficiency is to be done. We should give a little thought. We might not have an answer just now. We should have a thought. Yeah, yes, sir. I thought it's an important area, because at the end of the day, if you have to get into the code, to get into the regulation, not a problem. It will be done. But what are the operative aspects on make it work to ensure somebody looks in, because you have to deal also with the occupant certificate. Also the occupant certificate, same thing, affidavit at the end. Nobody else will really see, either within the local body, see if it's done or not. So, but they have the system for lift inspectorate people to do on the lift installation. Electrical installation, electrical inspectorate is there. NOC, the fire people inspect and see it's done or not. Somebody has got to be there to deal with that. We should find out somebody bite on this particular thing. Otherwise, I thought I leave it as a thought process before the last session comes on that, because there's a very important operative aspect.
Thank you, sir. Very well taken. And hello.
Yeah, we can hear, sir.
Hello.
You can come here, sir. Everybody can see you also.
Thank you, sir. I think this is an excellent point. This is an excellent point and well appreciated by all of us. It is in fact,
I'm sure Sringi will agree with
no, we all agree with you. Yeah, agree with you.
What the complaint? Complaints is most important.
Absolutely.
Enforcement and complaints are the most important.
Absolutely.
Regulation is easy, we'll be able to do that, NBC will have it. 2020 version, we had it all 2016. We'll have much better version in 2000 with all the latest technology and run.
Agreed.
But they'll be all providers of the DCI background there. But you've got to get them part of the other one. We require the enforcement mechanism to deal with this aspect.
Not only enforce mechanism,
Compliance.
we all, that we'll definitely require. And all over India, term cells have got the expertise to check and enforce. So I'm sure that will come up. We also have a skill building requirement, like train the trainer.
Yes, sir, I got that.
So, and Mr. Umang Das here is very much involved in skill building through Rotary Club. So we'll all these are very good points, we'll take it up.
Point is very well taken. Point is very well taken, and we need to focus on this. But basically, there is a process by which we can follow, because we have the Telecom Sector Skill Council. I have already sounded them. They are also members of Broadband India Forum. So we will work out through them the curricula, the training, operate, absolutely.
And for who will prepare the thing for submission, along with the building, they've got all the details, building plan, fire protection plan, water supply, sewerage, all the sprinkler details, everything comes. Like you'll also give some details there. Like in Haryana, they said, they're given the details. But what do they do is that somebody should be open to say yes
Correct.
or no. I said, correct or not correct. You know, this judgment will be, nobody can even give judgment, even referring to the state government, all this, ask them to give an answer. So,
Expertise has to be there, no doubt.
That's it. That should not be the way. That will not take care of the enforcement or the complaint. I'm more interested in the compliance component by the builder, developer and the DCI provider, and also to ensure that the enforcement is able to look up by somebody. Since local body does not have that, give that particular thing a task to somebody. Like these people have created a new setup for people, BEEE or whatever, identify somebody, like an energy auditor for the other related one. You know, they've got some various people on that. Find out a mechanism, have a small group, identify in 1 or 2 months' time, but then we can put that also in the building code. That's the limited point. We'll do that. Thank you. My job is done. Excellent.
Thank you, sir. So with that, we come to the valedictory session, which is going to cover the role of DCI for smart buildings, smart city. I request Shri Akhilesh Srivastav, advisor ITDA, Uttarakhand government and former CGM NHAI, to please come up. He is going to be the session chair and the moderator. I invite Shri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, additional chief planner TCPO, to please come up also onto the dais. I invite Shri Vineet Sarpal, chief corporate sales and acquisition officer at Crest Digital, our valued patron member, to please come up on the dais, sir. I invite Shri B.S. Umesh, Associate Vice President, Prestige Property Management and Services, also to please join us on the dais. We are very pleased that Shri Akhilesh Srivastav, who is chairing the session, is also the chair of the BIF study group on spillover effect of digital connectivity in India. He's very passionate about technology and has led implementation of several flagship e-governance projects, including FASTag, e-tendering portal, e-measuring book, citizen-centric highway information, mobile apps, and AI-powered NHAI data lake. Shri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, he's had more than 30 years experience in various capacities in the government of India. He's looking after the Amrut 1 reforms and Amrut 2 urban planning reforms, with a part of multidisciplinary planning team on appraisal and monitoring of various urban development projects under the flagship programs of the government of India. And Shri Vineet Sarpal, Head of Corporate Sales and Strategic Partnerships in Institutional Business, has over 29 years of experience we're very happy to have him on the stage here. And with that, I hand over to Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, please, sir.
Thank you very much. And first, I'm thankful to Dr. Suresh for making my job much easier, because what I was going to talk, he has almost covered everything. So special thanks to him. In fact, that's what, I mean, this happens with almost everything. When you start, I mean, the first thing is you make certain laws, then how these laws to be implemented and the operational issues, which you very rightly said so. And a lot of experience I can share. When I was implementing at Morth, we started a device for GPS tracking of the commercial vehicle. And we mandated that AIS 140 device will be from one particular cutoff date in all the commercial vehicles. The law was passed, its gadget is there, it is known to all the vehicle manufacturers that from 1st of April 2019, all commercial vehicles will be having AIS 140, which will be sending the GPS data so that fleet owners or the owners of the trucks, commercial vehicles can know where is that vehicle reached and whether. But on ground, what is the scenario? It's only 13% of the vehicles are having in spite of that law. Only 13%. So that's the one of the biggest challenge. We have a lot of law, regulations and all. I didn't attend the morning session because I had a meeting in the Niti Aayog regarding certain policies we are building on road safety, where I am promoting that technology-driven ADAS system. So you had been there. Yeah, you had been there that day. Where technology-driven solutions like ADAS, advanced driving assistant system should be there. Where if vehicle is about to collide, it gives alert to the driver based on the artificial AI-based technology, a camera which looks in front, looks at the vehicles and just calculate relative speed and tells you you're about to collide, and it gives a buzzer and alarm to the driver so that he alerts, put the brake. At least fatality is avoided, and correctly. And another is with this looking inside and telling the driver, which is doing the driver management, driver behavior management. So it is if a driver is attentive or not, is on phone call or is yawning, is fatigue and all those again alerts can be there. So these are so fortunately this was discussed today, and a new gadget will be coming on that. But I understood, I heard in the valedictory session that so technology, the building, 70% of network consumption is in the buildings. This is going to increase because the more we get connected with the 5G or 6G coming up, more than 20 billion, I was just going through some estimate, devices or IoT devices will be there in next couple of years. And whereas the human population is 8 billion only. So 2.5 multiplier is already there. When your all things, you're starting from refrigerators to the microwave to the door, and now another thing, I was just attending a conference at Davos this year. A robotic company gave a presentation that the houses are going to be, you can say, a folding kind of thing. The way you desire, the walls will move and the bedroom will be bigger. If you got more guests, you make the walls will move and create compartments, and it 2-bedroom becomes 4-bedroom. Drawing room is gone, and the house is like this. Your children grows up, you make partitions. So that's all futuristic things are coming up. These are nothing but the advance driven by the technology. You move to the house, so these things are coming up. So the connectivity has to be there, and the international practice is also there. If we consider the DCI in India, where are we right now? We are talking the codal provisions that it will be added, and I'm happy that it is there in the 12 or 17 states as it claimed to be. Maybe at the very starting, but sure, that's the beginning, and it will wrap up. More and more things will come, more states. Very important thing which was said by TV sir is the capacity building. Who is going? Because the current scenario, it's interdisciplinary. We cannot now put a compartment like earlier used to be civil engineer or E&M engineer or mechanical. That's concept has gone. Now it's a multitask. A single civil engineer has to know the DCI. So this has to put into the curriculum of the IITs, and unfortunately it's not there. Because I keep on visiting to IIT Delhi. One of the suggestion which I can give to their next time in their BOG, like these things has to be added in certain curriculum of the engineering college student itself, that they start coming up with this. There are more things, and unfortunately we are running out of time also, so I won't be taking much time. But three things I will say. What is the international practice says? Like in Europe, they have developed the DCI in a three phase. They call it the layered approach. One is the passive devices, like your cables, network. These things are neutral. I mean, you don't require any expertise. It can be made by anybody meeting certain experts. These can be made by the builder itself. Number one. Second are the active devices like routers, switches and all, which are having, you cannot make it totally neutral. It has to be linked to some, like Bluetooth is connected to things. It can also, there is some activities there. And third is the service. This again can be based on the requirement and who is going to own this service. That's the question comes. And in the session earlier to this, I saw there was a question that in many buildings, they are putting the devices, but who is going to own? Is it RWA which is owning it, or the residents are owning it? Certainly, which is in a common area, residents are not going to own it. So those things has to be thought for, and in Europe, that's why they have divided into three layers, and ownership has been defined. We can think so. Second is the interoperability. Because same thing can be, it has to be interoperable. In various more users can be defined. Every time you need not to change the system. It should. Third is the scalability, because the way the things are ramping up, the connectivity is increasing. More and more IoT sensors will be put into buildings also. So they should be scalable. So these three, four thoughts which are globally going on, and India fortunately is doing good in the digital technologies. How much it will be used, what value it actually gives to the builder who is making the building. Rating is one of the system, but again, I will quote another example, how rating actually works. For example, we just made a safety standard for the vehicles, and there is standard we laid down, NCAP. So NCAP is rating rating the vehicles based on the safety parameters into it. If it is above 4, that means very safe. 3 point other lesser safer than that. Fortunately, now people have started. So we have to tell people also that this is your safety is more important than cost. If you pay 10,000, but better go for 4.5 rated NCAP. So same kind of thing what the previous speaker was telling, and the TRI is making laws. The rating may be one of the competitive advantage. And if DLF or bigger builders say that our DCI rating is this, probably it may be incentive, may not be immediately, but I'm sure going forward in a couple of years, once the awareness is created, people will definitely, if they are looking for a house of multi-crore, then these ratings to them matters a lot. May not be at very lower cost, but that's how things will move. So moving quickly to our panelist, without taking much time, my first our panel already introduced by the organizers. The number one, Mr. Naresh Dhimman. There's a question to you. What is the state of model building bylaws today in various states or union territories? How many states have already adopted it? Some figures we heard. I know, but since you are at the helm of affairs, it will be great if you can answer it. Going forward, there will be another question linked to that is, what are the actions being taken to spread awareness among the various stakeholders to expedite implementation of DCI, which I was just talking.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks to the BIF to invite me as a panelist in the workshop on DCI and BIS. Just one question you have asked. in the very earlier session, the lot of people have just answered this. What is the state of model building bylaws and addendum? Some of the people have said that 12 states have already been adopted, and some have said that 18 are adopted. These are the figure will vary by adoption of these things. Lot of people are just adopting these building bylaws as per their situation and convenient. And as you have said that, sir, ki, as a town planner, we cannot see the isolation as a subject, but now the very recent days, we are just receiving a lot of references from DOT, BIF and telecommunication TRI. Out of 4, we have received at least 1 references from this. Now the model shift have changed. Now the earlier we are using the lot of things as building plan, land use plan and layout plan. Now we are just getting the references of what is the BIS, what is the in-building solution, what is the digital infrastructure connectivity. Each and every 15 days we are receiving the reference from ministry. Now I will tell you, TCP received a lot of references to lay out the broad emphasis on the adoption in building solution for DCI as an essential utility at par with water, sewerage and power services in building plan. Earlier, our building plan approved by the architect, town planner or engineers. They are the inbuilt solution. Now, the time has come. They are just requesting this telecom sector should be the inbuilt situation, inbuilt solution of this our building plan, this framework, building permission. Building and seeking the established robust system of integrating DCI design in building plan within the statutory framework and building permission, occupancy permission. By prevailing building bylaws as a part of way forward, documents are suggested rating. Last year we have just have a workshop from the TRI, and they have just suggested rating of building to be come out through this process. Now, I will just tell you some things that I will bring to the notice of this forum, BIF and this conference. A committee was constituted for streamline of in-building solution, digital connectivity infrastructure in building bylaws by DOT, wide letter number January 2023 under the chairmanship of DG, Access Service. Now the representation from the MOA, BIS and Tech, DOT and Director Licensing Compliance or the Director Access is a member of that committee. Now the committee has given its draft report. That is still just, this draft report is just pending for approval in the DOT. As soon as when this report will come out, we have to circulate this to all the state government. By the time this committee approve their report final, the inbuilt solution and digital connectivity infrastructure, what is the existing situation is going on in the states to adopt the model building bylaws. What is the prevailing situation is there, that will continue. By the time this report will come. All the aspects indicated in all the documents have been addressed and covered the above report. By the time all the state governments and UT are requested, and we are just next week are just releasing an order to the state government after receiving the request from the DOT. Please really give the advice to all the state government. Until or unless this report will be finalized, you will continue to the same model, licensing with the architect and whatever the engineer, service engineer there, their building plan will be approved as per the existing standards. This is the existing situation as per now. Now in the next week, we are just issue the new letter to all the state government in this regard, so that all the state government and UT will follow the existing digital infrastructure connectivity and in-building solution, whatever will be provided by the stakeholders.
Thank you, Naresh. But one question remains.
Yes.
What Mr. Suresh was very rightly saying, who is going to approve this? Suppose it is part of the plan, who got the competency as of now in the municipal authorities or the development authority, who approves this plan? Whether this DCI is actually required as per the building size or the building occupancy or the purpose which is meant for.
Yeah.
Are you taking some, how we are going to address this problem?
Yeah, the committee has finalized its reports and recommendation, including the consultative outcome of recommendation made by TRI in February 2023 report on the rating of building and digital connectivity. The report is still awaited and to be approved by the DOT. It should be approved by the DOT and further adoption by the respective stakeholder and ministries and agencies.
No, probably.
Actually,
I
the
will
report is pending with the DOT.
Perfectly, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so it's under process in the ministry. Probably they must have put the certain QR which will be. Correct. Mm-hmm.
So they scrutinize the thing and they immediately all the
They will scrutinize by the existing situation as it is. Whatever the prevailing situation is there, they are doing as per the existing norms and standard. Yeah.
NOC from the fire department, NOC from us as the energy
Correct.
efficiency, etc.
Exactly.
And even then the committee which is going to come with the great report there's not a single person for any local body. Nobody from the urban local bodies or municipal corporation, municipalities there. They're all departments of the center government.
True.
So going to decide on what is going to be operated at the city
At the
level.
ground level,
City
yes.
level.
Yeah.
So that is where the problem is.
Exactly.
That's exactly why I was provoked.
No, I understand. That's what I propose that when we submit a report, we should add this point.
Maybe this report will be, as the
Yeah,
title is there, neutral digital connectivity. It may not be a member of the local body, authority or state. Whatever the report will be a universal one that could be adopted by each and every department.
No,
After approval, then it will be circulated.
Yeah, so there are multiple solutions to that. What we'll be recommending one of these things from our BIF when we move forward. It will be portal based. It can be the on the portal you put it approver, put the name of the approver who is identified, impaneled. There are multiple ways the word is doing so, and will be going forward will be. So let's move quickly to our next panelist. Thank you, Nareji. Shri Vineet Sirpalji. He is Chief Corporate Sales and Acquisition Officer at Crest Digital. So the question to you is, what are the potential economic and social impact of widespread DCI adoption in smart building and cities? So how do you see, and going forward, same question I will be asking you, how you are going to create awareness also? First, what is benefit, and then how this benefit is going to be told to the people?
Thank you, Srivastava sir. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to BIF for actually coming out on a workshop on such an important topic like neutral digital connectivity infrastructure in buildings. I mean, each one of us have been visiting buildings off and on, and a lot of times we're facing issues. So I think it's the right time to talk on this topic, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to put forth my views on this topic. Coming back to the question on the socio-economic impact that DCI has. First of all, I think a lot of my earlier panelists have made my job easier in answering this question. Starting with Mr. V. Suresh, he clearly mentioned when he was speaking to TCS and Wipro, they clearly mentioned that 25% increase in productivity due to DCI implementation inside their buildings. Again, the statistics that you mentioned in the morning, a 10% increase in broadband penetration, which means a 10% increase in the telecom growth, leads to a 3.3% per capita GDP growth. So, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. Again, since morning we've been talking about 70% of the data being generated inside the buildings. If 70% of the data is being generated inside buildings, it means that all the telecom service providers are generating 60 to 70% of their revenues from inside the buildings. But the connectivity, the digital connectivity inside the buildings is still being seen as a cost and not as an opportunity. I mean, for a moment, let us just step aside from the role of telecom professionals that we all are and move into the roles of a consumer for a moment. When I'm going to buy a building, to buy a commercial unit or a dwelling unit from any builder, I'm told, sir, you will get the best of the facilities, you will get water 24/7, you will get heating facilities, you will get ventilation facilities, you will get air conditioning facilities. Am I told that, sorry sir, you will not be getting high-speed broadband, you will not be getting your mobile connectivity inside your flat or inside your commercial unit? Am I told? No. They won't tell you what you don't get. Exactly. Next, I'm few of those fortunate or unfortunate consumers who at one point in time was paying 500 rupees as a fixed charge for my mobile plus 32 rupees for the outgoing and 16 rupees for the incoming call. That time the penetration of mobile was only hardly 1%. Now the penetration has gone beyond 100%. If the telecom service providers are charging 200 rupees as a package, I never questioned you when you were charging me 32 rupees. I am not questioning you when you made the voice free and when you are charging me a fixed charge of 200 rupees every month. I mean, you are going to make money. Most of the times, whenever there is a digital connectivity infrastructure inside the building question comes up, they always start questioning their business case of that building. How does that a business case of a building come up when I as a consumer, I am paying 200 rupees every month or 500 rupees every month for getting ubiquitous coverage throughout the city? When you sign me up as a consumer, do you tell me that, there were ads that one of the service providers had who had a beautiful, cute dog following me and saying, our network follows wherever you go? There was a beautiful lady sitting in Ladakh in another service provider's ad who was making a video call under the night sky. They never told us when signing up that, sorry sir, you won't be getting the connectivity at these places. Then why the question of business cases for each and every building arises? So that is my question to the service providers. Whenever I meet them, I do ask them. So this is something that we must ask them as consumers to all the service providers. Now coming back to the question that DCI has, the social impact on the buildings, I think a beautiful presentation by Mr. Nilesh from Gift City, who very clearly articulated that, whenever they've implemented all these DCI in the buildings, it has an impact on the overall energy conservation, on lighting conservation, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. So all these costs, so the savings comes in terms of reduced cost. Now, if there is a one-time capex and there is a OPEX saving month on month, that automatically pays for the capex that is deployed. If the builder or if the developer is not ready to put in the capex, okay, we as infrastructure providers can deploy the capex and we can monetize it through the OPEX savings that you have. This is something that we can do, and we are ready to come forth and do that. Other things that can come is, with the DCI, there is so much of social impact. I mean, there's a creation of jobs in terms of designing of the buildings, in terms of maintenance of the infrastructure that comes along with it. Then there are a whole bunch of rating agencies that are going to come. There are business opportunities of applications that can run tailor-made for the once the digital connectivity is available inside the buildings. I can talk on and on. I mean, these are not just the dwelling units. Hospitals, for example, I think my colleague G.D. Singh mentioned the case of a hospital. I mean, connectivity, if it is not there in the hospitals, how patients and their relatives communicate with each other. So I think it's a very, very important topic, and I really thank each one of you for talking about this topic and thinking about it at least.
Yeah, thank you, Vinitji. Very nicely you brought out. And as you rightly said, the ecosystem evolves. There is a trickle-down effect of the technology adoption. When it starts, I remember when we were automating the banking system way back in the late 90s, I was just beginner who was following the directions of secretaries and all. We were trying to do something on that. The association used to come across of the bank employees that we are going to kill our job, the sector is going to doom and all those things. And now today, who goes to the bank? Everything is available on your fintechs, and so many fintechs. Where leave aside the job loss, the job in the banking sector has increased by 10x. This was one of the study done by McKinsey very recently. Skill got changed. That's what is going to happen with the DIS. Believe you me, as you rightly said so, a lot of people will come. Many companies will come, they will start offering smaller solutions, suiting to the requirement of the people. The whole ecosystem will develop, certainly. So now coming to the our third speaker, Mr. B.S. Umesh, who is Associate Vice President at Prestige Property Management and Services. So Mr. Suresh, as a leading developer and property management service company of India, how you see the government guidelines that has been made mandatory for the digital connectivity in building? So it's a flip question. So you have to ask the
good evening. First of all, thank you for BIF for conducting this workshop. And probably this question, probably 15 years before only we have adopted from developer perspective. And my experience goes, I will give one, I think I'm comfortable because I have taken all the inputs. I am comfortable to answer also. Now, that is one good thing for me. And first instant, when my CEO wanted to connect with mobility and who is staying in my own building and going into his daughter bathroom in the midnight when CMD calling and going and connecting their mobility. This is the first instant. Morning is the session with me. He told actually up to that day, as a developer, we never ever bothered about broadband, bothered about mobility, nothing. So that day onwards, it is I think 16 years down the line. I am handling this from 20 years. I am there in the organization from 25 years. And he given the task saying that actually across the South India, because we were there in South India, across the South India, whichever the property is coming, this is your domain to work. Basically, I am a civil engineer and I am a property management guy, and I am handling South India full property management. So that is also another domain for me. And this is the gist to start. And then subsequently what I did, I wanted to just explain. I started doing my own research on the common infra. Okay, probably here many service provider know me, and we interacted across the India. And I started doing one of the remote area where actually residential property, we did the common infra for FTTH as well as the mobility. But fortunately, unfortunately, again, it is depends on the service provider. They came. There was some sort of rightly they said actually who is owning that and who is managing that. So as a developer actually I will be having 1 year lead period as a DLP. Okay, 1 year lead period, and at the same moment as a business module I have the revenue collected for a common area maintenance to give a service to the community 1 year. So after 12 months, exactly financial year closure, April 1st, whether it is a full day or not, actually I am out. So if that is the case, who is going to own the infra? Who is going to manage the infra? Believe me or not, actually I have spent about 3 crores for investment, but a service provider came and they told I will do parallelly another 3 crores. That is the where actually we gone back in the residential community. Okay. When it is coming to the commercial community, probably I am taking a clue from second question. I am going on to the other segment also. In residential community, if at all you are coming, after that incident of our CEO, so I requested the thing, see the scenario what I am building in. I have a 1000 apartment complex. Left hand side I have a Air Force line of control. Air Force Authority about 100 acres and 30 feet road. They have given 2 feet for me as a line of control one like a Wagah border, one wall is from the Air Force, one wall is from my side. Okay. This side is a public sector HMT having about 800 acres township, and I cannot go there to put anything, RF antenna, array, whatever the tower. And situation is very critical. In the 2 feet, even to lay the things, I need to go back to the airport authority and take a permission. And at the same moment, in between, that 30 feet road is handled by the civic authority and BBMP, that is called as Bengaluru Mahanagar Palika at that time. And one MLA is there, one corporate is there. See our situation where public segment, Defense Ministry and the MLA and corporator and civic authority. These 5 agencies we need to interface as a developer, give a service to 1,000 apartment. And I put one, they came actually, service provider came and put one antenna, okay? And that is exactly giving a boosting to my CO tower. But exactly opposite to that, there was a balcony, and that guy also paid 1 crore rupee to the apartment. He came into the balcony, he seen that antenna, and he told actually what is that is the one thing I wanted to say. What is impacting me as a health issue? So then some certificate is produced as a World Health Organization health certificate saying that this RF frequency is this and nothing is going to happen. He told actually give a indemnifying me that if at all tomorrow cancer is coming to me, you are responsible. So what I don't have any choice. I told you please remove this. I cannot do that. So this is the scenario on one side. I am coming to that only in MOEF. Rightly, Suresh sir took that whatever. I told I am comfortable because Suresh sir answered already. All the MOEF I read because I am being a property management the in charge. The developer as a chairman given the opportunity to go into the design meetings. So I went to the design meeting. MOEF I am reading. MOEF rightly sir said actually electrical it is there, STP it is there, environmental impact. What about this actually we don't know. Whether it is impacting environment, impacting the human health. That is also one component needs to be considered for our R&D for us. And at the same moment when it is coming to the RWO, I am answering another question. RWO very clear after 12 months. Rightly regarding revenue sharing, I think actually Mr. Singh told, developers are charging the revenue. Okay, so there are 3 components of revenue. Probably we are using a word called space usage charges. Okay, another one fall array connectivity front actually how it will come. So one scenario I will tell you in this very critical is when I told, so one service provider, maybe I will take name Airtel to come in. So they have given the services and mobility is weak. So other service provider, I wanted to take Reliance Jio. Unfortunately, they are not came in. There is no common infra. That is how actually this is very good platform for us to came into that domain. So at that time, there is some sort of a communication went saying that you need to, even though you are having a Reliance Jio, you need to convert into Airtel. That is the communication went in the MyGate app actually where to all the 1,000 apartments got it. Then there is a hangama. And there is a backend actually the other service provider coming, how come you can communicate saying that my business is at stake. So this is where actually this particular requirement of the common infra is coming into the play. So this is also one part of the things. This is purely residential. Coming to the commercial building. Even today, I have all, you name any MNCs, including biggest MNC called the Accenture, Apple, Oracle, you name anybody, they have taken big buildings, million square feet and things like that. So one, what I did actually from my side, during kickoff meeting, before signing the LOI with the MNCs, we will ask who is the preferred service provider or a primary service provider. There is a checklist given to them, including, we included this also as a service provider. At the same moment, we requested them, if at all they have a 10,000 people working, what is there actually the mobile service provider enable, like because I am having personal, I have a two mobile, one is personal, one is official. Personal may be Reliance, official may be thing. I am bringing both to the offices. So now actually I am asking them, out of 1,000, how many is Airtel, how many is Vodafone, how many is Reliance. Based on that actually I need to pitch in my business case as a developer to the service provider, saying that this is my business case in this particular building. So if at all they are coming actually, well and good. Otherwise what I need to do, I need to go for a common infra people. So what I did about 12 years before, I started doing this. About not less than 40-50 buildings in Bangalore. So I did the common infra. And I have not allowed, come what pressure it came, I have not allowed anybody to enter the building up to whatever the level you call it, CEO, CTO, zonal things and all. And one peculiar case I found, because I am handling total South India, Bangalore circle is behaving differently, Hyderabad differently behaving, and Chennai is a red carpet for me. They will say actually, please do it sir, I will come and connect. But there is a different. So if at all I am going to Kochi, smart city, recently last week I was there, smart city we have to core on one building, and we wanted to convert it into that enabling mode, where actually the DC came. She asked directly saying that actually I am going to Delhi, I am proposing this, where is your infra for this communication? She asked me directly. So in fact actually nobody came there. So this is what actually I told. Then immediately I called somebody, common infra guy, come and give me the report. He came and designed and reported. Immediately I sent, because there was a 3 days cushion. She told, okay, there is somebody is coming and I will approve this. So there is some sort of awareness in a different level, it went off. But fortunately, unfortunately, there is I should say small gap between the common infra operator and developer. So that bridging the gap, we were trying in our level best, even including pitching of a capex. We have already started doing that actually. And one of the biggest residential property, 3,700 apartment, we did 100% common infra for mobility also. So we did this actually, and only same thing. So this operator, one guy will come and enable, other will not come. So there is a gap in this actually. Probably we need to address separately on this. I request actually from authorities who are all there from perspective, where anything can be moved out there. If at all I am, from our side actually we are doing, notwithstanding RWO we can do. Another very important point is common area maintenance. I think actually we discussed about CapEx and OpEx. So CapEx can be taken care by developer, OpEx can be taken care by RWO. So we can put some component in the OpEx, so that can be taken care from the OpEx perspective. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you for opportunity given, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Meji, for elaborately bringing out what the perspective from exactly from a builder perspective, what are the challenges and how. Let me tell you one interesting thing over here. That's why interoperability comes in. Because this service, DCI in a building, is not like sewerage, which is meant for 10 years. It is not like a plumbing or the electrical thing, which are only you are changing the socket, but the rest of thing remain. This is a connectivity which is ever evolving. Technology is changing very, very fast. Exactly. Every few months, new thing has come up. So this cannot be clubbed with the normal infrastructure of a building. So there are two things. Either there has to be an interoperable way when somebody, or what I propose, and I'm sure will also take it forward, there should be a different layer of people who are agnostic, who are not the builders, who are not it should be run on the OpEx model only, because you keep on improving the service and keep on earning money. And that's the model work, because see earlier in telecom also every operator used to have a tower. Now there is only single tower operator and he gives service to all the telecom operators. In the same fashion, we should have a new breed coming up, who are service provider, and they keep on changing as per the requirement of people. I think Mr. Vinith, you want to add on something?
Basically, what I wanted to add on what Mr. Umesh said. See, we have regulations for outside coverage. You know, there are rollout obligations that the service providers have for outside coverage. There is still no regulation on indoor coverage. If I go to the operators, I tell them, sir, I have made this infrastructure, kindly connected. He says, I'm least bothered, I will go with my business case, because there is no regulation whatsoever on his, there is no obligation to come inside the buildings. So we are at his mercy. If he wants, he connects. I mean, even if we put it everything in the model building bylaws, even if the infrastructure is ready, we will not get the service until and unless the licensed service provider will connect his BTS or connect his node to this infrastructure that has been created. Yes. And he does not have any obligation to connect his node or his BTS to this infrastructure. Unless that is taken care of, this will not work at all.
No, very, very valid point you raised. And that's what we should be. And anyways, because of paucity of time, we won't be taking, further going for all the questions almost clubbed and answered. So as I said, that interoperable and the OPEX model suits it, because one tower provider is handling all. Can there be a common service provider who keeps on evolving? Because as I said, it's ever fast changing technology. DCI is not plumbing or electricity for many years. The another thing which we should be very careful when we are suggesting the government is the cyber security, security of the data. This is very, very critical. Yesterday we saw the Facebook was hacked, the Meta and Instagram, everything. So if these are the giants, trillion-dollar companies, if their data is not secure, how resident or they, because a lot of businesses may be running, so every secret of the business is taken by somebody. This is going to happen the more you make these things. So what precautions we are, the competitor is hiring somebody to snoop the data, what precautions we are going to take, how that should also be, we should deliberate on this, make a comprehensive recommendation and submit. So before we close this session, I will request Mr. Jiran to say a few last sentence. What do you say about the DCI or anything, if you want to add something? Yeah, sure.
Actually, what the chairman has suggested earlier, this new topic, DCI or IBS, that should be incorporated in the syllabus of engineering or architecture syllabus or town planning department. One subject like town planning, infrastructure, electricity, water, power, transport should be added. The one chapter should be added in the syllabus, so that after 30 years it should not become, from the very beginning, the career start of this any startup, they can just start the telecom sector should be a part of the syllabus.
Good. Thank you. Anything you want to add, Mr. Vinith?
Yeah, thank you so much. One thing that I must add here is the few examples that I would like to cite with respect to the impact that DCI has had. Of course, Gift City is one of them. There is a building called The Edge in Amsterdam, which is totally DCI connected. It has at least thousands of IoT devices and sensors. It monitors HVAC, it monitors climate, it monitors the various building automation systems. They have come out with a report and they've able to get 25% savings on their energy usage. Now, it is not just a reduction in utility bills, it also means a huge environmental impact, environmental sustainability. Another example is Delhi Metro. In their underground stations, due to the availability of mobile networks, they've been able to roll out automated fare collection system. They've been able to roll out QR-based tickets, which we never thought of earlier. Then talking about AIIMS, we all know about the cyber attack that AIIMS Delhi had. Because of the mobile connectivity infrastructure that we have deployed there in AIIMS, they were able to move their entire database, not the database, the entire internet connectivity on the mobile infrastructure from the traditional infrastructure, and they were able to run their entire operations. Arvind High Hospital is another example I'd like to quote here. We talk about telemedicine. For example, there are numerous cases overseas which use telemedicine, which are providing healthcare services over digital connectivity. Arvind High Hospital in Tamil Nadu is the one who is now offering telemedicine and eye care facility, eye checkup facilities through digital connectivity. This is all is possible, and it is coming up.
Absolutely. And yes, one last. So another one I wanted to share. It is integrated development, like integrated township, what we are doing. There are 3 types of development we do. One is layout, platted development, one is apartment, one is villa development. So we are developing about 200 acres the township, where actually about 800 platted development and about 450 villas and 7,200 apartments. So this is in Bangalore. So now I have a challenge here to put it across. I have a Apartment Act, Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act, where bylaws says something, and we are developing the RWO there. And in plotted development, I am going for a Societies Act 1960, because this domain also comes under me, RWO development. So I will do that, and all the layout, roads and the common areas are relinquished to the civic authorities. And coming to the villa development, I am going with another society. So if at all the common infra guy is coming and sitting there, there is no space in layout and there is no space in the villa development. They are putting in a apartment complex. So society is different and apartment complex is different. Infrastructure is common. So this is also one area, if at all we can able to bring it something in the bylaws angle of the Societies Act or a Apartment Act to shoot state to state there is a changes, I know. Yes. So to put in line so that actually that will also binding to the society's later stage to take care of this. No, very good point. Very well point. Thank you, Umesh. Thanks very much. So this reunion we had a good session over here. I would like to have some. I think Suresh said. I think somebody on the back. You wanted some question? Yeah. Yeah, please. Ma'am wanted some question. Add some.
National Head for Regulatory. So just wanted to update us that we are the neutral host basically, and we are the one who deploy the infrastructure, and then all the operators they share our the infrastructure. So instead of connecting with each and every operator, so Indus Tower is basically the one who deploy the infrastructure for all the operators. So that's what I just wanted to update you.
Okay, so that's what I was saying.
Yes, on the
To
sharing basis,
answer our statement. Actually, in fact, my experience goes with all the common infra service provider, not by taking the name. And only one thing actually, like sir said, actually developer is giving indemnifying certificate before taking the OC and CC. Okay. So similarly, common infra guy, common infra service provider, if at all I am permitting, I am making an agreement, I am allowing. If at all one service provider is not coming, say one service provider not coming, I don't have any choice. I need to allow that other guys also. So very, very critical. So we are laying the 2 path again. So this is also one point here. Thank you. So of course that ecosystem will evolve automatically. There will be competitors. That interoperability will be there. If one service provider goes, another comes over and takes it on. Ultimately, it's all consumer driven. But finally, things policy will find a way towards that only, and it has to be agile policy. Things will ecosystem, and where it is difficult, as TV sir has already given a task of a spillover impact of the broadband. So their government has to come in and pitch in with a different source of funding mechanism. Suresh sir, you wanted to say something?
coming to the closing and before you
Yeah,
put
exactly.
the curtains
So
down.
just-
A great day. What I thought was a leave behind, especially I am enthused with what Umesh has spoken about and also what is spoken by the Gift City one. They are the two from the developer's point of view. One of large commercial development of financial buildings, another related one, and of course he has got integrated different asset class of buildings over there. So two actions that can immediately do over there if this DCI has got a build-up, not just adopted by somebody in states, they adopted it, they're happy. Some local body, they send it across. What I'm trying to say is there are roughly around 15,000 members under CREDAI. They're all part of that. That's Confederation of Real Estate Developers Association of India. So we have another 12,000 members of NAREDCO, National Real Estate Development Council. They're all discerning builders. I'm not talking about the small operator level. With all the asset class of building they deal with, the point that he said, residential, commercial, this park, retail, all that types of buildings, they deal with that particular one. We should have one interface from the ministry or TRA or the BIF with the builders and developers group. They are the one going, if we have to really make it happen, they are the one who is going to do it over there. Have one said, other than these two specifically invited over there, there will be no other builders in this group. They are all what can I say, telecom and the digital technology provider group in this particular. No architects and no engineers, on to be the builders. Think of that. That's one idea I would like to leave behind. How you would like to take it forward? Then you're reaching out the large component of builders and developers who are the one going to put it in building at the end of the day. That's a very major component of Sajishnaya. We can link with the national president of both CREDAI and national president of NAREDCO together. So instead of making a separate one, you can do it. Umesh himself can be a great facilitator to do that. He's a very strong CREDAI participant on that. Very right. The second major one which I thought is very important is the larger issue. If you really want compliance and enforcement to come, these days no builder or developer can go and advertise the project unless the complete information on RERA, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, gives a clearance on that. Previously they could do it, they could even collect money. Now they can't do that unless it becomes a RERA approved project. So RERA approved is much beyond all the other approvals. Fire approval, this approval, local body approval, all approval ke baad hi RERA approval aata hai. So therefore, I don't think any of the real estate regulatory authority people are ever, because I had an opportunity with 3 RERA chairmen. They said we are not aware of the digital connected infrastructure as one of the important. They are not even aware of it. So therefore, a communication should go from your side or whichever side to all the RERA chiefs over there. All states have got the RERA chiefs with very good power there, so that there's an important thing, just like your water, sewerage, fire, energy saving, you have this new component of digital connectivity also as an issue, and your state has done it or is doing it, or are you aware about that? And for that approval, are you include this particular thing? That's the second point on which I'll leave behind a thought. The last and most important part I thought what suggests is primarily the information on that, because I'm associated with that. See, you have all this professional background of not only architecture, planning, civil engineering, structural design, fire specialization, HVAC, air conditioning, electrical installation, energy, etc. So they're all professionals of diverse background there. So keeping that in view, a very interesting body has been created over there. I happen to be the first president. I completed my 4-year term. A new president has just come, called FOCUS. And that's called Forum of Critical Utility Service. FOCUS, FOCUS, is Forum of Critical Utility Service. That means besides what the architect and the civil engineer and the structural engineer does to the building on that, the most important thing for the performance of any building are contributed by these people, the air conditioning man, the lighting man, the lift operating man. These are all critical utility services there, the plumbing fellow, energy saving, the solar, renewable, all those people come into that. So this forum actually provides an opportunity for all these multidisciplinary background people to work into it, and they're all coming the XYZ. Horizontal and vertical XYZ of a built environment there. So they come and discuss on that. What is the area that you have a role to play? Otherwise you are left like in a in a background there. You're not included there. It's an inclusive opportunity for that. And it's very powerfully coming. And there are many verticals available in that besides architecture, structural engineering. They got the air conditioning group, lift operation room, water supply, plumbing, waste management. One of them is also ICT. I just thought I should bring to your notice. It will be very necessary that maybe on behalf of the whole issue of DCI, which is a very important one, make an important presentation on behalf of all you group. Focus should be able to provide that the new gentleman who's taken was Ashish Rakeja, who has also been the national president of ISHRE earlier. He's a ISHRE director on the international level, vice president. Ashish is based here. So we can ask them to give an opportunity for bringing this topic of DCI in buildings or built environment as an important topic for discussion over there. Ask many of your people to also join the Focus team over there. Focus gives a platform, multidisciplinary platform for all the critical utility service. And you are a critical utility service.
Yes,
everybody knows that. Without this, nothing can happen. Everybody said, without that digital connectivity, nothing can happen in the building over there. Even the most aesthetically most beautiful building, structurally very strong to stand a bigger earthquake. At the end of it, if this doesn't come, water doesn't come, sanitation comes, lift doesn't work, your information doesn't, the building goes standstill. So that's why it's called a critical utility infrastructure. So focus is an important. So these three ideas I thought leave behind. One with the builders, CREDAI, NAREDCO, second one is RERA, and the third one is Focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And once again, thanks for so nicely summing up my job again. So, in fact, I was about to say about the RERA, you said very rightly. The RERA was, in fact, I got this point added into the RERA UP. Yes. And in the Uttarakhand also, where I'm advisor. So these two RERA, where I got influence, I had asked them that you look into the DCI and see what are they doing, whether they are meeting or not. And of course, as you rightly say, Focus and other things will be definitely doing good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had a very nice session. I am very thankful to my co-panelists who shared their knowledge, their experience, and the way forward. And special thanks to Dr. Suresh Kumar and TVSA for highlighting these points correctly. So thanks again. Thank you very much, and over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Akhilesh, sir, for a very, very well moderated session. I think thanks to the panelists also, it's an excellent session that's taken place. I request you now, sir, to please present a memento to each of the panelists. First to Mr. Dhiran. To Mr. Umesh. And to Mr. Vineet Sarpal. Thank you all. And I request Mr. Umang Das, please, to come up and present a memento to the session chair, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, please. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Umang Das to give the concluding remarks and the vote of thanks. He is chairman of BIF's FTTX and IBS committee and chief coordinator of Broadband India Forum Standing Committee of Chairman. He is a telecom veteran with over 52 years of diversified experience since 1970, with the last 35 years in the telecom sector since the inception of telecom privatization in 1987. Umang sir, please, over to you.
Thank you, Arun. Good evening, dear friends. It has been a most absorbing day, ending with this highly motivational group session which we have just completed. I'd like to say that we have not felt the 8 hours. I hope you agree with me. We started at 9:30. It is close to 5:30. 8 hours has flown by. It has all happened because of the involvement and because of your detailed interest in a topic of this digital communication connectivity infrastructure. It has got us all enraptured and absorbed, and this only shows that there is a great deal of interest. And I seem to recall that in the afternoon, Mrs. Aruna Sundarajan was saying that in digital public infrastructure, we are a world beater, and we are right on top. In one way or the other, the neutral digital connectivity infrastructure is the last mile of that digital public infrastructure, because both are sharing, both are using, multiple users and is open to all. So if we were to link it with that, I think it becomes very interesting that if we are number one in digital public infrastructure, how do we go to becoming number one or close to number one as far as the digital connectivity infrastructure, which is the last mile, is concerned? She made a point that from today 20 GB per subscriber, it is likely we should be planning for 1000 GB per subscriber. Now, therefore, the planning and the impact of digital connectivity infrastructure is so intense, and which can be seen in this discussion that 60-70% of the members who started in the morning are still with us, absorbed in this discussion. So I would like to say that from whatever we have learned, I've jotted down some of the learnings of the day. It has been learning all the way. I think the first and foremost thing which has come up is that uniquely we are all agreed that digital communication infrastructure is fundamental, and that there is no question of putting it in a number 2 position. It is number 1. We have to do it, and we together will be able to do it. But the whole thing is around implementation. What is the way forward? The way forward is that when we have all agreed that this is important, how do we make it happen? And it is in that context that I have jotted down a couple of points. First and foremost, this workshop itself is teaching us that we should have many more such workshops. And therefore, if we have to multiply, then it cannot be by this conference alone, which has kept us so absorbed. I think we need multiple workshops, and for which Mr. T.V. Ramchandran and I have experienced this in our tower days, when we were going state by state, bringing out the ROW and the concerns around EMF and things like that. And nothing like having a workshop where you have the involvement of not only the central government representatives, but also the state government and the local bodies and the municipalities and the urban local bodies, the rural bodies. I mean, by putting everybody together and exchanging notes, that itself becomes a huge learning and also leads to a great degree of participation. I feel that for DCI, this will be our top priority, that we hold the implementation program by doing many such meetings. This first one is teaching us that we need to do many, many more. We'll have a structured, programmed way of doing it, zone by zone, and based on that, the other learning which emerges is that there are multiple stakeholders' involvement and engagement which is required. As you rightly observed, that Mr. Suresh mentioned that most of the people are from telecom and digital background. It's only Umesh ji and a few people who are there from, the multiple stakeholders who are involved, the builders' point of view, the point of view of architects, and also the question of enforcement and compliance. Because if we are saying that DCI needs to be there everywhere, the whole process of evaluation, the whole process of conjecturing that what we are approving actually has the competence of the person who is approving it. So therefore, training, skilling. So I would put it like this, that multiple workshops, multiple stakeholders, and a streamlined process flow as to how exactly this will be done. I have a feeling that 2 trigger points are very important. One is this completion certificate or occupation certificate. This is a very important trigger point, because if the builders, yours is a very unique example, but more and more if everybody realizes that we cannot get the building cleared unless the OC and the CC comes, and the OC and CC is predicated to the having of a digital communication infrastructure. Once you have a digital connectivity infrastructure, the question of quality and whether the competent people have done it or not will lead to the next aspect of skill development, capacity building, getting the right people, the right processes connected with that. Because obviously curricula will have to be there, or a focus type of group which is multidimensional, things like that will have to evolve. And it is in that context that one can see that we need a streamlined process flow, trigger point of which could be the completion certificate stroke occupation certificate, and the other is the policy of ratings. Because the moment we have ratings, then the involvement of the property owners, the property managers, these are the people, because ultimately it is the whole property which they are selling. And when they are selling to consumers, necessarily the rating of that building, including the green technologies, including the digital connectivity, these things will become very important in the selection and the choice that the consumer has. So from that point of view, apart from the fact that we have a streamlined process flow, there is a great need of skilling and capacity building to be encouraged, and I'm sure it will happen, because what is happening just now is work in progress. For what we are hearing, if we are saying that 18 states have already adopted the bylaws, but we are a bit suspect on how it will be implemented, it is only a matter of time, because it is work in progress which is going on, as we were explained in this session also. So therefore, I have no doubt about it, that it is a matter of time, and therefore to give it the push and the speed, and the fact that what we want to do in 3 months, what we want to do in 6 months and so on, that kind of momentum if it has to come, it can only come if there are trigger points like this completion certificate being made compulsory with the DCI, and the need that rating of buildings is introduced as rapidly as possible with due approvals. Because if these things happen, then it will speed us all up. And then we all becoming part of the focus that Mr. Suresh Babu mentioned, that if we have this, we are part of the process, and people like TV and other colleagues are part of that process, we will make that knowledge spread much faster. And therefore, if you are talking of 2,000, 12,000 memberships, I mean, it's a tremendous wider circle than what we are focusing upon right now. So that's the other point which I wanted to bring out. And linked with skilling and capacity building is the question of an integrated digital platform. So this approval process can be speeded up, and multiple stakeholders are party to that. So therefore, the integrated, just as in Gati Shakti, you have the Gati Shakti portal, where all the stakeholders and the whole process of ROW approvals, which was months and months earlier, has now become a number of days. So this whole change has happened because of the integrated approach to infrastructure, but DCIs don't seem to figure in that. It is nothing else but an extension of the same process. So we can see, we'll work for that, to how to set up an integrated digital platform for DCIs in particular, because this is a baby in the offing, we need to speed it up. And then the other point is on futuristic quality networks. We need to plan for the future. So we have to be thinking of 10 years, 15 years. Whatever network we do has to be an evolving type, so that it can absorb the new technologies and become party to the whole thing. And of course, fire safety guidelines and fire retardant cables and so on, these are anyway most important, because ultimately we will be concerned if there is any, even 1% doubt on safety. So I think these are some of the, and in buildings it's quite prone to fire and problems of that nature. So fire safety guidelines, fire retardant cables and other infrastructure to ensure that that doesn't become a party to the problem is taken care of. So broadly, these are the points which I have in a way picked up out of today's session, and some points which were jotted down earlier. I'm sure this list will become a bit longer. But
point on fire.
Yes, sir.
I think part 4 is fire safety and life safety of national building. So in the various installations, they are part of heating installation, air conditioning installation, the various installations. Maybe what we should do is we should have the digital connectivity infrastructure building also to make a part of that.
Yes.
Then they will indicate what are the fire safety in terms of the specification of wires and various.
So we could widen the definition. Yeah.
Yeah, I think then you can include the right set, part 0, part 2, part 8, section 6, and part 12. I said part 4 also request we add it. So some inputs can be given. And just to add here, sir, as a part of the ecosystem, we ensure that all the suppliers that supply to us, all the cables, be it the power cables or the other connectivity cables, whatever they are supplying, the entire sheeting is fire retardant and zero halogen. So fire retardant is one.
but zero halogen makes sense when you are in a congested area, then you are in low smoke and zero halogen. So there is no chemical release when there is a fire. So you can sustain for long.
Yeah. You're
As
good
a
point.
human being.
And finally, I'll say that ultimately the question of who is responsible for what, this roles and responsibilities should be well defined. And I'm sure it will emerge as part of the process. But I believe that all these things can happen if we are all very clear about our roles and responsibilities, whether it is the property manager or it is the TSPs or it is the IP1. Because in my understanding, the licensing Raj is in a way being said bye-bye. And what is coming in is authorization. And if authorization covers all these, and therefore everybody, this active-passive story can go over. It is all digital communication infrastructure, instead of calling it active-passive. Because then it is part of authorization, and if somebody wants to continue to only do the passive elements, anyway there's an IP1 which is going on. So IP1 or authorization together enhances your scope, and you can get away with this license. So we need trigger points so that things can be speeded up. And the way Arunaji, TV and other colleagues are moving forward, I see no reason why as BIF we can't play a very active role in expediting and partnering with you in the respective areas. Suresh Babu in particular, grateful thanks to you for the several ideas which you have thrown up and made us all feel ashamed that you are so much ahead and we are at so-called ages still lagging behind. But a great inspiration at the same time to us. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Lena, thank you very much. I think that's us. And rest assured that the generation which is coming up is so digital, they will force us to do. Suresh sir, for you, if there is no electricity, the generation which is coming, they will not bother if there is no connectivity.
So, TV sir, Anil sir, Suresh sir, Srinivas sir, request you to please come up on the stage quickly and for a group photograph, sir. And meanwhile, I would like to extend our thanks again to DOT, TRAI, BIS and Mahua for their support. I would like to extend our very sincere thanks to our members Crest and Ran Next for their support as gold partners. And I would like to thank STL and Mozark for their support as silver partners. Thank you so much to all of you. Our thanks to our event partner Bharat Exhibitions and both Ranjit and the entire team, and of course Mr. Shashidharan, always for their support. Thank you so much.
Our partners, we want to have a pic with all the partners. Please. Ran Next, Crest, our prime partners.
Yeah,
Sir.
Yes. Yeah, we do that.
So, please, our partners, Ran Next, Crest, anyone from Mozark, STL, please. All the partners who have supported, also.
You have to be always Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
ये recommendation अभी final में
Sir, we'll certainly make. हाँ, भेजेंगे sir, sir. हाँ. Sir. BIF director team, hurry up. BIF team.
इसमें करना